All right, hello again, everybody. We're here for some Friday night baseball, and yeah, the Shanks League is moving along pretty well. Um, MV once again uh, doing a great team, and should he win the World Series, which is getting closer now, we're I think in the middle of August in that, so about 6 weeks left to the regular season. If MV would win uh, the Shanks, he'll be the first manager to win McGreevy and Shanks. So of course, then we have to definitely hurry up and bring back McGreevy and hope that Ken Castro wins it or something. We don't want Mr. MV to get too swell. There's Michael Silva. Hey, Michael, love to give you on the mic sometime and talk here. You guys got to set up that chat. I've been looking in Discord, haven't seen anything, but we got to figure it out. And yes, happy long weekend to you as well. Um, Always good to see you. So waiting for some folks to come in. Let people pick a couple teams, and we'll just do a one-off little, as we've been doing. And pitch by pitch, people seem to be liking it. And frankly, I'm liking it even offline too. It's at bat mode is certainly faster, but I don't think it fits baseball as well as it fits other games. So good to see you in here, Michael. Could be a slow night, and if nobody else shows up, I'm just going to pick something else from somewhere else and play, but still try to get some baseball in on a Friday night. So hopefully you're going to have a nice long weekend, enjoyable weekends, and with lots of fun and everything, spending time with family, friends, what have you. Can't beat it. You can't beat it. You can't beat it with a Louisville Slugger, nor would you want to. So the other thing going on here is this Castro McGregor Legends League that's kind of like a halfway point back to the Ned McGreevy League, and just a bunch of stuff going on. So, all right, open to chat whenever. Excellent, excellent, man. That'd be great, Michael. It'd be great to uh, just talk to you, and maybe if you're not mic shy, maybe get you in here on a broadcast sometime and just kind of talk about your journey with out of the park baseball and what you've done. I mean, that's certainly up to you. It's easy enough to do in Discord and show you how to do it. I think the guys would love to hear from you, and maybe they might have some questions for you, or just offer the usual praise. It's like you're the Beatles coming in here, so it's all good. So yeah, Out of the Park 24. I've been playing this a lot more this year than Action PC Baseball. Love them both, but just kind of sort of I don't know. It's between these two games, and boy, don't we live in a golden age to be able to play, excellent baseball sims like this. And I'm hoping that more people will jump into this game as people have done in Action PC Baseball. I want to thank TexAgs, who isn't here right now, for giving me some nice instructions on how to capture ballparks from MLB The Show for use in games like Action PC, Digital Diamond Baseball, and others that allow you to bring in your park images. That includes baseball for Windows, but I'll be damned. I have followed the instructions for trying to create ballparks in that thing, and the guy who wrote the instructions, they're just not clear at all. So once I can figure that out, and I am working on that, guys. If you play baseball for Windows, I'm gonna make a crap ton of parks once I figure out how to do it. Let me just put a little quick thing up here in Discord in case anybody's inclined to come in and hang out for a little bit. There we go. Discord being a little bit wonk here. Okay. So, all right, there we go. Just a quick little live now. All right. So, I think what we'll do is I'm still going to do a play or a pitch by pitch game, but I think I'm just going to pick from something I already have started then tonight, I think. We could go back to 1934 or just an all-time greats franchise. Let's do that. We'll do an all-time greats franchise game. Why not? This is a quick start that comes with Out of the Park Baseball that really, really needed some serious tweaking and still tweaking it. Ernie Banks not even on the Cubs. Again, I know there was somebody did another version, their own version, and I can't find it anymore. Unfortunately, I've been looking all over the place. It's not in the Steam Workshop. Would love to find it. But hopefully people have been enjoying the pick your own teams idea. And on nights when we have more folks in the chat, we'll get that going. We've had a lot of Red Sox teams, so we're going to put a cap on that pretty soon, so we can let some other franchises have a shot. All right. Anyhow, let's see what kind of good matchups might be here on this night in this all-time greats quick start. So we have Cueto and Tannehill, Reds Bucks. That could be a good one. Cardinals Mets. I think we're going to go with this one, actually, now that I look at it. So this could be John Tudor versus Dwight Gooden. So I think we're going to do that one. All right. So looking at the lineups here, it looks like St. Louis heavily favored in this one. Older franchise, makes sense. However, it's baseball, and it's beautiful. All right. Leading off for the St. Louis Cardinals in center field tonight will be Johnny Hopp, batting second. In right field, Stan Musial, playing day-to-day with an injury, batting third at second base. Rogers Hornsby, batting cleanup at first base. Albert Pujols. Batting fifth, left fielder Ducky Joe Medwick, who had to duck a lot of soda bottles in the 1934 World Series. Batting sixth and catching with a hot bat lately, Joe Torre. Batting seventh at third base, Ken Boyer. Batting eighth at shortstop, Red Schoendienst. And batting ninth and pitching, John Tudor. So Tudor with a record of 1-0 so far in this season, a 2.33 earned run average, a 1.19 whip, 2.8 strikeouts per nine, and 1.4 walks. There is big clue. Michael says that this matches up with his 1986 replay that's going on. All right, so let's check these New York Metropolitans. Big clue didn't have enough people in here to pick two teams, so I'm just picking a game to do pitch by pitch. As Big Clue says, anyone who doesn't have Action PC Baseball, it's on sale for $19 for the game with 1969 all-time great team set. Yeah, it is a great buy. It really is. And again, as Steve Tate and I always say, if you don't have Action PC Baseball, why not? And I would add, if you don't have Out of the Park Baseball, why not? All right, leading off at shortstop for the New York Metropolitans, Jose Reyes, batting second and first base, Keith Hernandez. Batting third with a hot bat lately at the hot corner, Bobby Bonilla. Batting cleanup in right field, Darryl Strawberry. Batting fifth, second base, Edgardo Alfonso. Batting sixth, center fielder, Richie Ashburn. Batting seventh and catching, Todd Hendley. Batting eighth, and in left field, Kevin McReynolds. And batting ninth and pitching, Dwight Gooden. Gooden, 1 win, 3 losses, a 3.14 earned run average. Ridiculous whip, though. A 0.87 and 7.8 strikeouts per 9 innings and 2.2 walks. So if either or anybody feels like they want to make a management decision for these teams, I have everything set right now to just computer AI. Just put up some emoji that I can see it. All right. In the meantime, just the AI has picked both lineups, and we'll just go with it. And we're on our way to Citi Field. There, I'd like the crowd up a little bit. All right, come on, you. There we go. And change the view angle. Let's see, what do we have set as default? That's way too high. That's nicer. All right, wide camera for everything. There we go. All right, and we're going to go pitch by pitch. And all right, so Johnny Hopp stands in against Dwight Gooden, hitting just 167 on the season. We're ready to get underway here at Citi Field in Flushing. Swinging around and down to the plate. Always love this little opening. Here's the delivery to Johnny Hopp, and this one in at the knees. So strike one. Gooden coming with a slider. Hundley sets the target. Here's the wind and the pitch. And ball one misses inside. Gooden coming with a curveball that time. Here's the delivery. Hop, big, swing and a miss. Fastball in there by Dwight Gooden. So the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes for Johnny Hopp, playing center field for the St. Louis Cardinals. Gooden kicks and fires. And Hop looks at a called strike 3. So this changeup swinging at something outside the zone. So Johnny Hop doing Dwight Gooden a favor. Not that he needs many. So Gooden hangs up the K, and that brings up Stan Musial. He's hitting 301 in this season, 10 ribbies, 3 home runs. Gooden deals to him now. Musial, swing and a miss. That time Gooden covering with the curveball. The count 0-1. Gooden ready to deal again. Here it comes. And Musial takes ball low, so the count going to 1-1 now. Gooden into his windup. And Musial swings and fouls this one back. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes on Stan Musial. Gooden peers in. Once again, has the slide from Todd Hundley. He kicks and delivers. And Stan Musial, big swing and a miss. Good fastball by Dwight Gooden. This one catching the outside corner, and Musial not able to get anything but air. 2 up and 2 down for the St. Louis Cardinals here in the top of the first. And that brings up Rogers Hornsby hitting .299, 6 ribbies and a home run. Gooden deals to the Raja. And Hornsby offering it the first pitch. Swing and a miss on that slider. 0-1 now. Hundley sets the target. Hornsby quickly behind 0-2 on Gooden. Dwight Gooden coming again with the slider. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs for Rogers Hornsby. Here's the pitch. And Hornsby sends this one deep center field. Will it be enough? And it will. Rogers Hornsby sends this to straight center field here at Citi Field, 431 feet. 2 down, and the Cardinals draw first blood in this ball game. So Hornsby took that 0-2 pitch, and that was a curveball in the strike zone, and it was hanging by Gooden, and this one out of here. Let's take a look at it. The Raja, 101.3 exit velocity on this ball. All right, so here's Albert Pujols now. So dangerous lineup at 3-4-5 here, really even unusual. But Hornsby, Pujols, and Medwick. Pretty scary 3-4-5 in the order. All right, 2 down. Pujols hitting .318, 12 ribbies, 3 home runs. Dwight Gooden with 2 strikeouts and touched up for a homer. And this will ball low, curveball, count 1-0. Gooden deals. And this one, fastball missing inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Gooden into the wind, and he fires. Pujols swings. This one fouled to the right side. This will get up in the upper deck. Foul. 2-1 now on Albert Pujols. Here's the pitch. And this one missing just outside for ball 3. So Gooden behind Pujols 3-1 was ahead of Hornsby 0-2, and Hornsby jacked it out of here to center field. Gooden delivers. And Albert Pujols looks at ball. No, this is a strike 2 called. So this one just on the outside corner. Beautiful pitch by Dwight Gooden. Nice fastball there. That one 96 on the gun. The payoff pitch to Albert Pujols. And Pujols draws the walk. So Gooden trying to hit that same spot, but that one coming in a little bit low. And the Cardinals with a runner aboard. And here is Ducky Medwick. Excellent contact hitter, average power. Medwick not getting a lot of playing time, doing some platooning. But Medwick hitting .421, 6 runs batted in. He has yet to homer. Albert Pujols at first takes his lead. Gooden checks the runner. Throws over. Pujols back easily. I think Gooden just trying to shorten that lead a little bit by Pujols. Here's the delivery. And Medwick looks at a ball low. 1-0 now. Gooden once more the check of Pujols. He delivers. And there goes Albert Pujols. And strong throw down there by Todd Hundley. And Pujols is gunned down. However, the Cardinals get a home run and a big jack by Rogers Hornsby. And we go to the bottom of the first. It's the St. Louis Cardinals 1 and the New York Mets nothing. Leading off here, Jose Reyes for the New York Mets, be followed by Keith Hernandez and Bobby Bonilla, still getting that paycheck from the Mets. Reyes hitting .241, 6 runs batted in, including a home run. The lefty Tudor deals. Here it comes. And this one, fastball missing down and in. Count 1 ball, no strikes. Game sound's gonna cut out just for a minute, guys, while I check in for you here. All right, let's get back to it. All right. Tudor deals now. And Reyes swings in this one. Little flare to right, twisting foul, and this one will make the seats. So the count goes to 1-1 on the Mets leadoff hitter. Keith Hernandez waits on deck. Tudor deals. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And this one just a little too hopper to second. Fielded nicely by Rogers Hornsby. He will fire over to Pujols for the 4-3 putout. So 1 up, 1 down for the Mets. And here comes Keith Hernandez, and Bernie Strom is in here, world's worst gamer. Yeah, haven't we all? I like cricket, but no. I'm never going to be converted. I might buy one of those cricket games. I actually like the second one that MV showed better than the first one. For one thing, it seemed to run more smoothly. And yeah, I don't know. So, but nothing's ever going to replace baseball for me. But yeah, how about it? Here we are, watching a bunch of cricket. But I love how MV is explaining it, and I'm somewhat familiar with it. But good stuff. Really good stuff. All right, here's Keith Hernandez hitting .211, 6 ribbies, 2 home runs. John Tudor with the delivery to Hernandez, 1 away. Hernandez swings, and this one a roller toward third. And that should be no problem as Ken Boyer fires across to Albert Pujols. So 2 down now for Bobby Bo. Bonilla hitting .320 for the Metropolitans. He's batted in 9, and he's gone yard 4 times. The lefty Tudor deals to Bonilla. And fastball called strike 1. Tudor winds and deals. And this changeup missing just a bit outside, so count goes to 1-1 on Bonilla. In the box, Bonilla, a hot bat of late. The 1-1 delivery. This one, fastball, just off the inside corner. The count 2-1 now. Tudor has the sign from Joe Torre. Here's the 2-1. Coming home. And Bonilla swings, and this one chopped foul near the plate. Count goes even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. John Tudor winds and deals to Bobby Bonilla. And slider, and this one missing inside. The count goes full to Bonilla. Tudor ready with the warm-up pitch, and here it comes. And Bonilla tried to check his swing, and the ump says he went around. So the Mets go in order. We go to the top of the second, and it's the Cardinals 1, Mets nothing. And guys, I was talking about, but I'll talk to him more about, chat in private. See if Michael at some point might be willing to come on to a broadcast and talk about some of the things that he's done in the out-of-park community, creating the ballparks, maybe talking about just the process a little bit, what kind of got him into doing it. So hopefully Mike will agree to that. If so, everybody will get plenty of advance so that we get a lot of people in from the Action PC community, out-of-the-park communities, whatever, sports gaming community, and talk to Michael Silva. I think it would be really a privilege to have him on. Bernie says, it's a question. He says, I did a poll on the Digital to Dice Facebook page today. The question was, do you play out of the park for the management part of the game, or do you play for the animation and graphics? Bernie says, I was surprised at the response. Most everyone played for the management side of the program. And I'm one that would answer pretty much neither. So I don't do anything as far as management. Field manager, and I have nothing to do with the. I don't play any financials in this game at all. Turn them off. So I play it for the what ifs. But yeah, a lot of people playing for the animation and graphics, and I'm sure that Marcus Heinsohn and Matt Arnold and everybody are kind of aware of that. And it's just pretty obvious that this game, again, is going for the MLB The Show text-based baseball, right, version of MLB The Show. And certainly it's a beautiful game. The animations are getting better and better. So, yes. And you get everything. And that's why I don't understand, again, how polarizing this game is. People either love it or hate it. I've never heard a meh on this game. So, but great poll, Bernie. Great poll. And it does say a lot. I'm glad that for you and for me, it's having everything available and really a hell of a good baseball engine. All right, here's Ducky Medwick now. Medwick, 421 in the season, 6 ribbies for him. Dwight Gooden with 2 strikeouts delivers to Medwick, and slider in there for strike 1. So 15-1 for the management side over the graphics. So I wonder if the management just means that could be general manager. As I see a lot of people on YouTube who do out of the park baseball, a lot of it is they'll just, you don't really see any games. They're just making roster moves and things like that. But good start. I think that I know in my Steam review, I really tried to stress that this is a great management, field managing game as well. And of course, in the All-Star game, you can have this silly little home run derby where you hit the space bar. But I've never tried that. But this is just such a great baseball game, in my opinion. Here's the 0-1 delivery. And Medwick cuts right through this one. The count quickly going to 0-2. So that time, Dwight Gooden pulling the string. That was a changeup. All right, 0-2 on the dangerous Joe Medwick. Here's the pitch. And this one, changeup missing low. The count goes to 1-2. Hundley sets the target. Gooden brings it. And Medwick swings on this one. And just a lazy fly ball to right field. Coming in is Darryl Strawberry, and he'll make the catch. 1 up, 1 down here for Joe Torre, who's had a hot bat as well recently. And he's hitting .356, 11 ribbies, a home run. All right, 1 away, 1-0 Cardinals score. As Gooden delivers, and Joe Torre offers it the first one, swing and a miss on the slider. Count 0-1 now. Torre wearing his Milwaukee Braves livery. Dwight Gooden with the 0-1 pitch. And Torre looks at a curveball just outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gooden rubbing up the ball. Kicks and deals. And this one in the dirt for ball 2. So Gooden behind in the count. The 2-1 pitch. And this one, a flare to right. This will get down for a base hit. So Joe Torre's torrid batting ways continue here. So 1 on now for Ken Boyer. Hard-hitting third baseman for the Cardinals. .270 average, 16 runs batted in, 3 home runs. Torre no threat to steal at first. Gooden toes the rubber and fires. And this one, fastball missing low. 1-0 on Ken Boyer. Beautiful night here in Queens. We'll do a real quick check of the weather here. Partly cloudy. A little chilly, 48 degrees though, with a crosswind left to right. Gooden deals. And this one popped high in the infield, twisting toward the first base side. And waiting to come down and make the catch is Keith Hernandez. So 2 outs. Joe Torre still at first for Red Schoendienst. He is 0 for 6 in the season. Schoendienst also not playing full-time for the Cardinals. Here's the pitch. And Schoendienst swings. 2-hopper to short. And taking it to the bag himself is Reyes for out number 3. St. Louis gets nothing on a hit. They strand 1. We go to the bottom of the second. It's the Cardinals 1 and the Mets nothing. And leading off will be Darryl Strawberry, followed by Edgardo Alfonso and Richie Ashburn. So the Straw Man, 145 on the season. So very, very disappointing for Darryl Strawberry fans. 11 ribbies, 4 home runs. So just 9 for 62 overall for Darryl Strawberry. Of course, this bat is going to heat up. You can bet on that. John Tudor has 1 strikeout. The Southpaw deals. And Strawberry sends this out to center field. Running in quickly and making a nice catch out there in center field is Johnny Hopp, calling off left fielder Ducky Medwick. So one down here in the Mets second, and it brings up Edgardo Alfonso, also splitting some time out here, so not playing full time. He's 1 for 5 overall. John Tudor deals to Alfonso. One down here, and Alfonso lines this one to right, base hit, and the Mets pick up their first base knock here in the bottom of the second. Musial up with it, back into Rogers Hornsby. So Alfonso is the occasional base stealing threat. And here comes Richie Ashburn. Richie Ashburn could have easily been on the Phillies as well, but I think he's going to get more playing time with the New York Mets. There's Texags. Yep, so we have the Mets and the Cardinals. Yep, because when I started, there was nobody here to really name the teams that they wanted, so I decided go back to the All-Time Greats League and pick a good matchup, and we have John Tudor and Dwight Gooden. So that's our pitch-by-pitch game for tonight. All right, so here's Richie Ashburn now to bat. Ashburn hitting .302 in the season, 3 ribbies. John Tudor deals, throws over, and Alfonso safe. Tudor with a check of the runner. Here's the delivery to Richie Ashburn, and the runner goes, the hit and run on. Fly ball to center field, and getting back to first base is Edgardo Alfonso. All right, so the fly out by Ashburn, 2 down here, and it brings up Todd Hundley, hitting just .214, 2 ribbies and a home run. Tudor with a check of Alfonso at first. Here's the pitch. And curveball misses, ball 1. Alfonso leads off first. Tudor brings it home. And this one, high fly ball, but twisting foul. And this will get into the upper decks on the left-hand side. The count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Tudor delivers. And this ball missing away, so the count 2-1 now on Hundley. Yep, all-time greats. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the question marks. Yeah, all-time greats. I do prefer doing when people pick the teams, but, you know, again, starting early tonight and slow night around the YouTube world. I know that, and people are switching back, and it's all good. I know that Dave Gardner is doing an F-ball game right now, and it's called Pro Strategy. Is the name of that game. I couldn't think of it the other night. All right, John Tudor now. Ready? Here's the 2-1 pitch. And this one just tapped foul, so Hundley stays alive. The count goes to 2-2 on the Mets catcher. Tudor with a check of Alfonso at second. Here's the delivery to Todd Hundley. Hundley swings, and this one foul and out of play. Joe Torre giving chase, but no chance he was going to get that ball. All right. The count stays at 2-2. John Tudor with the pitch. Hundley swings, and this one a grounder to short. And holding on to the ball is Red Shandy. Not getting able to get a grip on it. And they're going to award the infield hit to Todd Hundley. So the Mets with 2 on, 2 down. The tying run and at second base. And here comes Kevin McReynolds. McReynolds, he is a perfect 2 for 2 in the season. So 4 runs batted in and a home run. And I guess we can figure out McReynolds also not getting full-time play. Tudor deals to McReynolds. And change-up misses low for ball 1. Nice-looking park, Citi Field. And the great opening concert here had a thing that surprised everybody, including Billy Joel, the principal performer. And you can check that on YouTube, what that surprise is, and how crazy U.S. Customs worked to kind of make it happen. It's pretty wild. Anyhow, here's the delivery to John Tudor, or from John Tudor. And McReynolds lines this to left, and this one gets down for extra bases. The Mets are going to tie it up. Let's see if McReynolds gets 2 ribbies out of this double. And he will not. All right, they hold Todd Hundley at third, but the run scores, and the Mets tied up in the bottom of the second. It's 1-1. McReynolds at second, Hundley at third, and here's Doc Gooden. He is 1 for 6. Tudor from the stretch to Gooden. And this one, slider low for ball 1. Once again, the 1-0. And this one, slider missing, ball 2. So Tudor working a little fine around Doc. Torrey sets the target. Tudor's delivery to Gooden. And this one swung on, grounded to second. Easy play for Hornsby, and that will retire the slide. But the Mets do pick up a run and tie it up. It's 1-1 as we head to the top of the third here. Citi Field. John Tudor will lead it off, back at the top of the order, and Johnny Hopp and Stan Musial. All right, so Johnny Hopp hitting just 167, 1 for 6. Or I'm sorry, this is John Tudor. I'm looking at Johnny Hopp already. Jeez. John Tudor, 1 for 6, 167 average. Dwight Gooden has struck out 2, walked 1. Tie score here. Here's the delivery to Tudor. And this one missing outside. Slider, ball 1. Hundley sets up. Dwight Gooden winds. And swung on. Fly ball, center field, ranging to his left and camping under it, and making the play is Richie Ashburn, as he and Darryl Strawberry were converging. So 1 up, 1 down, and we are back at the top of the order now for Johnny Hopp, and he is nothing for 1. Dwight Gooden into his wind. Here's the delivery. And Hopp takes this fastball, missing inside, ball 1. So great to see Big Clue. You've been missed. MV asking where you've been lately, thinking you're possibly on holiday. 3-day weekend here in the United States. Dwight Gooden with the 1-0 delivery now. And Hopp fouls this one straight back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dwight Gooden winds and delivers. Johnny Hopp sends this liner to left, but right there to grab it. Nice play by Kevin McReynolds in left. So 2 Cardinals up and 2 Cardinals down, and here is Stan Musial. Musial nothing for 1. Gooden into his wind, and the pitch. And fastball missing a bit high. Count 1-0. Set 97 on the gun on that fastball from Gooden, so bringing a little gas every once in a while, but really relying a lot on sliders and changeups. Here's the 1-0. And swung on, and this one fouled high and back toward the right field grandstands. Fan with a nice little souvenir from Stan Musial. Count 1 ball, 1 strike. So Gooden coming with 2 straight fastballs. The 1-1. And Musial, a little tapper out in front of the plate. Todd Hundley up with it. And he will throw on to first. And that's it. So the Cardinals get nada. And we go to the bottom of the third. And we are knotted at 1. St. Louis 1-2-0. New York 1-3-0. Due up the top of the order for the Mets. Reyes, Hernandez, and Bonilla. Jose Reyes nothing for 1. John Tudor ready to fire it in. He rings it. And this one, fastball low. 1-0 now. Cardinal hurler ready to deal. Has the sign from Joe Torre. Here's the wind and the 1-0 delivery. Reyes swings. A little too hopper to short. And Shane Dienst will fire on to Pujols for out number 1. Here's the number 2 hitter, Keith Hernandez, who many argue, vociferously even, should be in the Hall of Fame. Hernandez sharing co-MVP honors with Willie Stargell in 1979. Tudor ready to deal. Cardinal and Cardinal here in a way, right? All right, Tudor missing on the slider. 1 ball, no strikes on Keith Hernandez. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the delivery. Hernandez, this one, curveball, bounced foul. Count 1 ball, 1 strike on Keith. Tudor has the sign from Joe Torre. Here is the delivery. Hernandez fouls this one back. So Tudor coming with the fastball that time. 1-2 on Hernandez. Here's Tudor's delivery. And this one, changeup missing just outside. The count goes even on Keith Hernandez. And there he is, Cousin Ken Castro, stopping by at Citi Field here in Queens. Tudor deals. Good to see you, cuz. And swung on. This one tapped foul. Up the first base side. Keith Hernandez battling Tudor. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And Hernandez swings, sinking liner to center, base hit. So the New York Mets pick up their 4th hit of the game. Playing an all-time quick start here, cousin, as we didn't have sort of anybody here to pick teams for the You Pick Your Teams. So I'm just going to hit the air conditioning, guys. Be right back. It's a little stuffy. All right. It's super easy, Michael. All I have to do is fire up Discord and have you on a call, and you'll be on the stream. It's that easy, super easy. So whenever you want to do that, let me know. You want to come on tonight and do have an old chin wag? That would be fine as well. Anytime, anybody's welcome on these broadcasts. And Michael, I think a lot of people would really enjoy just having you in here and talking, giving some commentary. Certainly the work that you've done in Out of the Park Baseball is just crazy. Ken, we got to get back to resurrecting McGreevy or something here, and we also have our other project. All right. Bobby Bonilla. So let me know, Michael, whenever you want to do that. We'll get you on here, man. Super simple. All right, Bobby Bo is 0 for 1. Keith Hernandez at first. 1-1 score here in the bottom of the 3rd. John Tudor deals to Bobby Bo and throw over. And Hernandez back. Hernandez leads off first again. John Tudor brings it home. And Bonilla, swing and a miss. So curveball in there. So the count 0-1 on Bobby Bo. John Tudor throws first again. And Hernandez just gets the hand in ahead of the Pujols tag. Tudor deals. Good move to first, by the way, there. And this one twisting foul, right-hand side. Count no balls, 2 strikes. Bonilla got some good contact on that. Tudor brings it home. Bonilla fouls this one away on the left-hand side. No balls, 2 strikes still on Bobby Bo. So Bobby Bo trying to fight off. I think Tudor's going to try to trip him up here. And Bonilla lofts this one to left and nestles softly into the glove of Ducky Medwick. So 2 down. Hernandez remains at second. And that fastball was out of the zone, and Bonilla went for it, and Joe Medwick took possession. Darryl Strawberry now 0-1. Hernandez at first, 1-1 your score. John Tudor into the wind and the delivery. Tapped foul on the left-hand side. No balls, 1 strike. And here's the delivery from Tudor, and fastball missing inside. The count goes to 1-1 on Darryl Strawberry. Tudor into the wind, or into his motion, I should say. And check swing there by Darryl Strawberry. So the count 2-1. Hernandez leads off first, 2 down. Tudor brings it. And this fastball in there for a called strike. So 2-2 now. John Tudor lets it go to Strawberry. And Strawberry fouls this one back. Count remains 2-2. Thanks for coming in tonight, guys, and hanging out. Appreciate you. No baseball tomorrow night. There will be possibly a game tomorrow afternoon, but no baseball tomorrow night. It's being Saturday, and my body craving some Guinness and a shot or 2 of Tullamore Dew. All right, here's the delivery. Swung on, and this one fouled on the left-hand side. So Darryl Strawberry, this is, again, one of those things in baseball. It's this player versus player confrontation. Big clue. Says these are his 2 favorite teams to follow in the 1980s, Cardinals, Mets. and both having some excellent teams in the 1980s as well. So if you're going to follow two teams from that decade, certainly you could do a lot worse than the New York Mets and the St. Louis Cardinals. I've always Cardinals are my second favorite franchise. So, um, and of course, my favorite franchise and my second favorite franchise, we both have something in common. We both um, are not really very good this year. So Cardinals in last place. We're next to last in the National League Central. The Reds, the Reds trying to make a push for a wild card spot. So for a big clue, we got to be rooting for the Reds to try to take over those Chicago Cubs and at least spoil it for the Milwaukee Brewers, if nothing else. So Nathaniel Lentz, if you catch this or you're here or whatever, no offense. Like you as a person, just don't like your team. The 2-2 to Darryl Strawberry. And Strawberry swings, fly ball to center field, and this gets down for a base hit. And the throw comes into third, and Hernandez slides, and he is safe. So Johnny Hopp with a strong throw. But Hernandez gets to third easily. So Strawberry with excellent speed on first. So runners at the corners. And something you're not going to see in baseball, there's a little shift going on, a little bit toward the right. Let's look at our Alfonso's hitting tendencies. And yeah, a bit of a pull hitter there. Am I insane? What, as far as the Reds? Reds are pretenders. Hey, you know what? They're pretending a little better than the Pirates. So, come on, man. I mean, I know we have our Reds Buccos rivalry, but I'm liking it. I'm liking that you guys are at least, you guys are performing pretty well. I don't know. Do I think you're gonna take over the Milwaukee Brewers? No, but I'd love to see you guys play some spoiler. Definitely would love to see that. All right, Darryl Strawberry with excellent speed at first. Hernandez with pretty good speed at third. Chance for the Mets to get something going here. Let's see if Tudor will toss over and try to keep Strawberry honest. Nope. Pitch comes home. And this one in there low for ball one. Tudor with a check of Strawberry. And from the stretch and the 1-0. And this pitch missing low and away to Edgardo Alfonso. So 2 balls, no strikes. Tudor from the stretch again. Alfonso cuts on this one. Fly ball going out to deep center field, and short of the track and making the catch is Johnny Hopp. So the Mets, 2 hits, they leave 2, and we go to the top of the 4th inning. It's 1-1. Cardinals scoring their run in the first. It was a solo shot by Rogers Hornsby in an 0-2 count, and the New York Mets picking up their run in the bottom of the second. Yep, appreciate the moral support. If you're rooting for Reds, then root for a change in ownership. Well, I would hope that Cincinnati would do the same for Pittsburgh. We both need a change of ownership. Man, we were rivals all through the damn 70s, except for 1973, and even we're giving each other a hard time in the 1990s. You guys coming out on top, of course, and then once again. We meet in the 2010s. So the Pirates and Reds rendezvousing so much, especially since the 1970s. So we both have, well, probably at least in the National League, the worst ownership, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. All right, here's Rogers Hornsby to lead it off. The number 3, 4, 5 hitters due up for the Redbirds. And again, Hornsby with a solo shot, making it 1-0 at the time, St. Louis Cardinals. And Doc Gooden deals, and Hornsby takes ball 1, fastball missing. Gooden rubbing up the ball, he winds, and the 1-0. And curveball missing low, so Gooden pitching a little fine to Hornsby. Hornsby, superb contact and excellent power. There are not enough superlatives for this man. Dwight Gooden deals the 2-0. And curveball drops in there for a strike. Hornsby taken all the way on that one. 2 balls, 1 strike to the Raja. Doc deals. Hornsby swings. This one twisting. Foul on the first base side. Count goes even on Hornsby. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Gooden has gone fastball, curveball, curveball, fastball. Let's see if he tries to trip up Hornsby. Hornsby, of course, if we just count sort of traditional major league, second highest batting average in baseball history. Actually, still is anyhow. Charleston is third, and Jackson now is fourth, from what I understand. All right, so Hornsby checks the swing, and that was a curveball that Gooden came with. So the count 3-2. Let's try to play guess the pitch. Does Gooden come with the gas? Here's the 3-2 to the Rajah. And indeed it is. It is a fastball. Hornsby tried to hold up. The appeal down to third, and they said or down to first. He went around. So Gooden picks up his third strikeout. And coming to the dish now is Albert Pujols. Big Cluses. But yeah, Nutting and Castellini give the Monforts a run for their money in the National League. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the Monforts, Rockies, so you're talking. But the other two teams, the American League Baseball, I mean, Jerry Reinsdorf, he's sort of like the poster child, certainly. But can't be worrying about the junior circuit too much when my Buccos are just stinking it up again. All we had this year was that great April. Won a few games in June, but meh. All right. So Rogers Hornsby is retired on a strikeout, and here comes Albert Pujols now. The Doc deals. And curveball missing away, ball 1. Hundley sets the target. Gooden brings it. Fastball. Count 2 balls, no strikes. Gooden getting behind a lot of hitters today. Here's the pitch. And this one inside and low. So that's ball 3. Pujols, if he gets one, can jack it out of here. Here's the 3-0. You know, Gooden's got to come in there. And, yep, that one right down the middle. Pujols taking the count 3-1 now. Gooden winds and fires. And this one missing low, ball 4. Second walk issued by Dwight Gooden in the game. And Pujols is aboard at first for Ducky Medwick, who's nothing for 1. Gooden checks Pujols, has the sign. And there goes Albert Pujols. No, fakes to third, or fakes to second. And gets back to first. Hundley with the double clutch. Pujols, realizing he would have been nailed to rights, gets back to the first sack. Looked like it was more of a fake job, though, than anything. Gooden deals. Here's the 1-0. And Medwick takes his curveball, looks it all the way in. 2 balls, no strikes. Gooden brings it. And swung on. Liner to right, twisting toward the line. Foul. All right, so Medwick back in the box. The count, 2 balls, 1 strike. Pujols leads off first, 1 away. Gooden with the delivery. And fastball low and away. Count goes to 3-1. Dwight Gooden once again behind the hitter. Pujols about 3 steps off first. Gooden checks the runner. The 3-1 coming home. Big swing by Ducky Medwick on that fastball. The count goes full. Hundley sets the target. Gooden deals. And Medwick, hard grounder to third. And the Mets are going to have an inning-ending 2-ball. So the 5-4-3 double play. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning, and we are tied at 1. Robert in here says, I know a girl named Michelle. Ma belle. That counts. Sont les mots qui vont très bien ensemble. So Michael Silva, long time, another long time, I should say, out of the park baseball. He says pitch by pitch is something he's never done in out of the park. So it's a lot of fun. Just having a blast with it. I've done them in Action PC baseball, and I've done pitch by pitch offline, but decided when to do it on here too. All right. My streams tend to run long, so I thought, why not actually do more baseball than not? All right, here's Richie Ashburn. He has nothing for one. John Tudor, the lefty, deals to him. So Ashburn flied out his last time up and swings in this first pitch, and this one shot foul on the right-hand side. No balls, one strike. John Tudor brings it again to Ashburn, the wind and the delivery. Ashburn swings a little comebacker to the mound. John Tudor with a high throw, but Pujols able to pull it down to retire Richie for out number one. And here comes Todd Hundley. Hundley 1 for 1 in the game. Tudor deals. Hundley takes inside, ball one. So Todd Hundley, one of 5 Mets hits. The St. Louis managing only 2 off of Dwight Gooden. Here's the 1-0. And fastball misses low. 2 balls. No strikes. Tudor brings it again. The lefty deals. And 3 straight out of the strike zone for John Tudor. 2 fastballs and a slider. Hundley in the box. The 3-0 delivery from John Tudor. And that went in there. Strike called. The count goes to 3-1. So John Tudor bringing the fastball. Hundley waiting for his pitch. Here's the 3-1. And fastball misses inside, ball 4. So that's the first walk issued by John Tudor. Todd Hundley aboard for Kevin McReynolds. He is 1 for 1, and he is responsible for the lone New York Met one, an RBI. In the bottom of the 2nd inning, Tudor deals to Kevin McReynolds. Here's the pitch. And it was a double by McReynolds, by the way. And this fastball missing away, ball 1. Tudor deals. Here's the 1-0. McReynolds bounces this one behind the plate. This one bouncing off the screen. 1-1. Always fun to sit behind home plate, even though you have that protective screen. You know when that ball comes back, you still flinch, duck, whatever. Tudor brings it now out of the stretch to McReynolds, and a little changeup missing inside. 2-1 on the Mets left fielder. Tudor ready to deal again. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And McReynolds tapped foul up the first base side. First base coach will get it and toss that one into the crowd. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and Kevin McReynolds. Here's the Tudor delivery. McReynolds swings, and this one sinking liner to center field, and this will get down for a base hit. So McReynolds having himself a good night at the plate. So 2 Mets aboard now. Kevin McReynolds with an RBI double and now a single here in the 4th inning. And here's Dwight Gooden, nothing for 1. Todd Hundley at second, and McReynolds trailing him at first. 1 down, 1-1 your score here in the bottom of the 4th. John Tudor ready to deal. And Dwight Gooden shows bunt, gets it down. Joe Torre will go to first for his only play. So in the Gooden sacrifice, the runners advance. Todd Hundley goes to 3rd, Kevin McReynolds in 2nd. And there is Aaron Reed, Aaron. How you doing, Aaron? You weren't here either, so I talked about a 1990s Reds game. You weren't here. So, you know, motto of the round table, adopt, adapt, and improve. Back at the top of the New York Mets order, and Jose Reyes, who is nothing for 2. Roberts Mets in the 2016 replay. He's doing an inside pitch baseball, playing some very, very fine baseball, as are my Pittsburgh Pirates. Thank you very much. I believe Robert said we're 5 up now on the Cardinals or something like that. John Tudor from the stretch. Here's the pitch. And Reyes looks at a fastball. Tudor missing inside the count. 1 ball, no strikes. So the Mets with a good chance here. Reyes needs to come through with a base hit. Tudor deals. Reyes fouls this one back. Count goes to 1-1. John Tudor thus far serving up a steady diet of fastballs here. Aaron says he is doing well. Sorry you missed that. Just getting ready for your date tomorrow. Way to go, buddy. All right. Priority straight. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And fastball just missing outside. So the count goes to 2-1. John Tudor still coming with the gas. Here's the 2-1 out of the stretch. And this one swung on, and this one will get out of play on the right-hand side. Count goes to 2-2 now. Tudor has the sign from Joe Torre. Here's the 2-2 delivery. And this one swung on, fly ball right field, and coming in on it and making the catch is Stan Musial. So the New York Mets allow an opportunity to go by the board. They strand 2 in scoring position. We go to the 5th. We're knotted at 1 here at Citi Field in Queens. Joe Torre, Ken Boyer, and Red Shadings due up for the Redbirds. Torre 1 for 1 in the game. So Joe Torre and Rogers Hornsby, the only Cardinals to hit off Dwight Gooden. Here's the delivery from Gooden. Torre swinging on the first pitch, popped high on the infield, and it's going to be Todd Huntley calling off Dwight Gooden to make the catch. So 1 up, 1 down for the hard-hitting third baseman Ken Boyer. 0 for 1 tonight. Dwight Gooden into his wind. And Boyer taking all the way. Curveball missing outside by Gooden. 1 ball, no strikes. Have I heard any planes flying out of LaGuardia yet? You will hear them occasionally, but haven't heard any in this game yet today. Michael Silva saying in his 1986 replay, he says his Mets are kicking ass. 40 wins, 13 losses. Yeah, I would definitely call that a definition of kicking ass for sure. All right. So Michael Silva and Robert can talk about their New York Mets. Both of these guys. Robert, a huge Mets fan. They're not your Mets. Okay. So Michael, he's clearing that up right away. Okay. All right, so the Mets. All right. Gotcha. Oh, you're another Red Sox fan. Another Red Sox fan. All right, so that is like out of the community. I think you're like Red Sox fan number, I don't know, 29. Anyhow, it's awesome. Robbie Nye. Yeah. You say you're glad this game isn't on ESPN or Spectrum TV? Well, there you go, Robbie. Thank you for that. Really helpful broadcast. And what can I say? You know, you want to go watch pro broadcasters, buddy? Go for it. So, anyhow, Dwight Gooden to deal to Ken Boyer. Here's the 1-0 delivery. Hey, there's Mike, sports simulation spectator. Mike, I got to subscribe to your channel. I don't think I've ever seen you before today. So, yeah. You want to come into the broadcast? All right, guys, the Out of the Park sound is going to go off for a minute. We're going to try to bring Michael on to talk some baseball with us. So, hang tight, guys. Well, let's find Michael. So, Michael, what will happen is you'll need to mute YouTube so that way you don't get echoes in your ears. And I'm going to do a call to you here. We'll get you on. All right? All right. So here we go, Michael. You're going to hear like a voice call. All right. Hey, Michael, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, there he is. Guys, how about giving us a thumbs up if you can hear Michael Silva? He's up here with us in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, man? Let's put a pause in the game action here just to say hello and everything. How's it going? All right, Texag says he can hear you. So, oh, hang on a second. You know what? There we go, Michael. Now you can hear me? You there?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I can hear you. I just had a little background from the
Yeah.
muted YouTube.
Okay, yeah. So, guys, this is a great surprise here. We got Michael Silva on here, man. So another Red Sox fan, but that's okay. We like the Red Sox here. So, Michael, you don't mind? We do a little talking here for a little bit.
Yeah, no
I don't think the guys wouldn't mind at all. So here comes the obvious question first. How long have you been playing out of the park baseball?
Oh, geez. Since version 3.
Version 3. Okay, so
Yeah, I can't even remember what year that was. Probably like 99 or 2000 or something like that.
came out in '99 because you're talking to somebody. I'm two versions ahead of you. I played from the very first, so
Yep.
I think like 2001, 2002. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. It's been
All
a long
right.
time. Yep.
Yeah. So, I, look, I mean, it's been. I know you. It's obvious. You know, when you come in here and all the guys just heaping praise. Ken wants to know here first. Here's the first question. Ken going deep already, Michael. He wants to know: are you from New England by any chance?
Well, yep. I don't know. You'll probably hear my accent a little bit, but
Yeah, I do
yeah,
hear it.
definitely. I grew up right outside of Cambridge,
Okay,
right next to Cambridge, right next to
right next to
Cambridge. And
Cambridge.
yep. And I live about 20 minutes away from Boston right now, so I haven't really moved far away from there. So
I love. Yeah, there it is. From there, I
far.
keep. Yeah, far Harvard yard in the car. But everybody from Massachusetts, I keep my accent like really. You can't really tell. I have one, but it's not from Boston. Anyhow,
Ah,
okay, so I mean, I remember, and this will lead into your ballparks, the ballparks thing. I remember it was a couple years ago in the out of the park forums that people were saying, well, are you guys gonna, do more with classic parks? And I remember, I don't remember if it was Marcus or Matt, who exactly it was. It said, look, we've got guys like Silva M in here doing ballparks. We really don't feel the need, and that's a hell of a compliment coming from a game developer.
yeah.
What kind of got you sort of started on that, if you would? I mean, it may seem like an obvious question, but I mean, considering the amount of ballparks you've done, this wasn't just like, oh, I'll do a couple of ballparks. So, could you talk to us
Yeah,
about it, a little bit
that's
about it?
well, I guess you could call that an addiction, right? So,
Okay.
um, well, actually, like I always, since I was a kid, I always like was always I love growing up in the '80s and really '80s and '90s. I love it's the ballparks are just I was always enamored with them, just the different looks of them and everything. And I always I'd always sketch them on on a scribble on a piece of paper or something, just trying to
Mm-hmm.
make the field shapes of different fields. And then when I'd been playing out of the park for so long and never had the 3D, and then they just decided to when they decided to implement it, I was like, oh well, and I'm not a 3D designer or I'm not a graphics person. You wouldn't think that, but I mean, I just kind of taught myself how to use SketchUp, and I just started messing around with it and just became like an obsession, an addiction, obsession kind of thing. And I just started, actually, believe it or not, I was a fictional player, so I started just making fictional ones up at first, just messing around and trying to get my teams to have their own parks and stuff. And then I was like, well, let me just try doing Fenway because I know Fenway the most, and just
Right.
messing around. But I didn't even do Fenway Actually, I didn't really do Fenway until a while. But then I started. Then I began. I was like, well, let me try to do some old park that maybe might be easy to do. I can't remember what my first one was. My first historical park was, but you know, that's kind of how it goes. And then I just became like I started to become like a completionist, I guess you call it, because I like well, and then just it really became I was really basically just designing parks instead of playing I don't think I even played a game of Out of the Park probably from what version 15 to because all I was doing was creating and testing the parks out and stuff in there, so I wasn't really playing any seasons or doing any simming or anything like that. I was just mostly just buried in doing in the stadiums and stuff. So I mean, I can go on and on about it because I don't really talk to too many people
Please,
about
please,
this, but
please do. That's
no,
that's
it's just
that's the idea, man. So one of the reasons that I give so many people wrenches in here after they visit a few times is I want them to be able to post links, talk about their replays, do whatever, talk all you want. We'll have some questions coming in if you don't mind. Tony
sure.
Whitehill, welcome to the channel. I think this is your first time here. And so Mike, the sports simulation spectator, says that he hasn't been on the Outlook Park forum in years. So TexAgs has a question for you. I know the answer, but I would rather you answer. I know the second answer. So he is asking, he's a ballpark fanatic like me. He says, how did you get hooked up with Outlook Park? But the second question is, what program do you use to create ballparks? So
Yeah.
you answer these, because this is your time,
No,
man.
I don't want to take over your broadcast. I just figured I'd come in and talk ragtime. Nobody,
Hey, it's all good, man. It's all
Yeah.
good. It's all good.
Okay. As far as meaning like how did I get hooked up with it, meaning how did I get into the beta, or how did I just learn about the game itself? I'm not sure about that, but
Right.
I mean, but well, So I'm not really sure how to answer that.
Well, I know
I'm
he
assuming.
was curious about like okay, so the software though that you're using, and I've
Oh, the
talked to
software, yeah.
this, to the guys a little bit about the process, but maybe you might want to just sort of refresh them and go ahead. I mean, it's brilliant
Yeah,
what you're
SketchUp.
doing. Yep,
Yeah, Google SketchUp. I mean, I think someone recommended that like on the forum when they first came out with the 3D, and they said, "Hey, if you want to build your own," I was like, "Okay, well." I ended up just going in and I had no idea about the product until I started until OTP came out with 3D. So I was like, all right, well, I just went in. It was very simple to use. I thought obviously some of the tools became I had harder to master as you use them, but it was very the concept of using it isn't too bad. I did create videos. I don't know if everybody's seen those or not. I don't. That's the only videos I've ever
I
created in
have.
my life. Okay.
I watch them, and I am a graphic artist,
Oh,
and
okay.
among other things, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is absolutely spectacular, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, because you're looking at SketchUp, and I know that you're using like diagrams for the reference images, but
Hmm.
what really blew me away is how you were going through the process of like so doing the grandstands properly and the bleachers, right? Getting the
Yep.
profiles and stuff. Um, and so that's why I always like to try to really drive home that point that the work that you've done, not only the quantity but the quality and the process. So I mean, this is like you're doing a ballpark. You can't bang out one of these like in 10 minutes.
No, no, it does. It definitely takes hours to do one. You know, And then, as we move along to certain parts, like Forbes Field, for instance, has many different versions. I have of that. Fenway, I
Hmm.
have many but I mean, once you get the first park down, it's not as difficult to actually make some changes, and it's kind of actually like that part when you first have the. If I'm making a different version, where it kind of feels like I'm doing renovations, you know what I mean? Because you go to one section of the park and you're just kind of redoing that, and
Right.
it's kind of cool. You kind of feel like you're in a construction like kind of mode. Um, but I just I don't know. Well, I just lost my train of thought. But
That's all right.
no, but with SketchUp, yeah. I mean, with SketchUp, I found that as I got better, I would end up going back over the parks I'd already created and start redoing some. And I must have I think I must have redone almost all my parks at least twice.
Oh, I can
You know what I
see.
mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, so I'm noticing like this year, like the texturing, is like, wow, this is great
Well,
because I mean, and just yeah, I'm really seeing improvements, and your work is great. Go on, man,
yeah.
please
I mean,
continue.
I haven't really, to be honest with you, I haven't done a whole lot in the last few years. Like new, I mean, I haven't done much. I
Hmm.
go back, depending on like, for instance, this year they introduced a new crowd, an OTP, like a 3D crowd, like an
Right.
animated. And at first, believe it or not, when they first came out with the beta, and I was testing it, they
Hmm.
didn't like, I thought I was gonna have to go through and redo all my parks and rename the textures, and so that would work with this new. But then they ended up working it out where I didn't have to. They made the new textures just work right with my files, and I didn't have to touch anything. So I started going through half of them. I got about a quarter of the way through them all, trying to, and then they're like, "Oh, you don't have to do that." I'm like, "Oh, great."
See,
So
that's got to be good, right? Dealing with a
yeah,
developer, because wasn't there an issue, Michael, a few years ago, where with each new patch we had to reinstall the mod, but I guess apparently they took care of that because I've had patches and everything's fine. So,
uh,
what was
they
the
might
issue with
have.
that?
Yeah, I don't recall that, to be honest with you, because it depends, because I use the Steam version, so I don't know
So do I.
if
Yeah.
yeah, you do, right. I don't it's possible that, I mean, I don't remember anything ever overwriting any of the parks. I mean, because I would have known that, right?
Right.
Because
I
I
think it
always
was in
have.
the from the developers because I used to buy both versions just to support them, and then when
Okay.
the big company bought them out, I'm like, well, okay, they got deep pockets here, so I'm just gonna go Steam so I can keep everything updated.
Yeah.
Question for you from the chat. So Tony Whitehill wants to know what was your favorite ballpark to create?
I don't know. It sounds kind of corny, but it's just every one of them like you said, when you make that profile and you see the stadium come together, it's all great. Like, it's just a great feeling, and that's what I was kind of holding on to. That's what made me just want to do every one, because it's like,
Spoken like an artist.
well, it's true. It's like you do, even without the textures on them, just like the model itself and getting to look like.
Hmm.
I started finding myself spending a lot of more time than I probably should have working on something like, for instance, like the Citizens Bank Park that I worked on,
Right.
or the Washington Nationals Park there. I was actually creating like the light stanchions and the each one and putting place in them, and I was like, wow, this is like. I'm thinking to myself, I think I don't know what I'm doing here. 'Cause, I mean, it was more not even about the game anymore. It was just more about like for me to have like the model, you know. So it just my favorite park. I don't know. I like Fenway just because I could do that with my eyes closed, obviously. It's basically the park I've been to my whole life. So, um, but yeah, I like doing the different versions of Fenway. And the other thing about that I loved is that I learned about all these, I learned about all these little nooks and crannies of all the places, the parks, and the,
Hmm.
and all the research I did. All, it's amazing how much I've learned just about all the errors in the parks and how that works. And so yeah, I mean, it's not really a favorite, but I would say Fenway is probably my, you know,
Well,
I
you're
like to look. Sometimes, yeah, I'll open it up and I'll just look at the model, So
well,
just
you're getting a lot. Yeah, Fenway looks they all look great.
yeah,
So Texag saying he says he's sure it was Ebbets Field. He said that's one of the favorites of
I like that. Yeah,
that you've done. Yeah, Ebbets is a fun park to do. What
right.
I really like.
Shibe.
Oh, Shibe, absolutely. I have a question for you. So, no secret. I mean, I love all of baseball, but my primarily dead ball is my first love.
Yeah, I
That
know.
era of
Yep.
baseball, right? Yeah, I know. It's an affliction, man. I'm working on it. But that being said, so let's talk about some of the older ballparks that are no longer around. So, and you did a fine job with them. Exposition Park, Palace of the
Hmm.
Fans. What challenges with those parks would you have faced in terms of profiles, things like that? Because
Well,
Exposition
yeah.
Park, there's like, I know there's like a postcard sort of looking at it that a lot that we use in action PC baseball, but there's really not most of the photos of Exposition Park. You're not getting that whole field. And I was just wondering, for reference, how did you work with these old defunct parks?
Yeah, the amount of time I spent researching these things is probably more than you probably want to admit to. But I mean, honestly, it did get frustrating not being able to find, obviously working down, from the more modern parks, which has way more, many more images on Google and,
Sure,
you know,
sure.
so and then getting to do and the baseball ones, I was kind of very reluctant to do, but I really wanted to complete like 1901. So a lot of those parks, like unfortunately, like I feel like I had to improvise. Like I just improvised. Like most of like a lot of the wooden ballparks, for instance, I kind of used almost the same grandstand in the back,
Sure.
around in the same like between first and third base, almost the same. I kind of made some few modifications, like with the Huntington, like for instance, like was it Huntington Ave grounds and
Right.
like those like some of them had these like interesting like roofs and stuff like that, which I did. But other than that, I didn't really have much to go on. So the one thing I wish you know I could nobody asked me, but if I could change anything about if I could add anything to the parks, and I think about it too, but then I'm wondering, I think about how much more time it would take would be to put like much better back, like beyond the outfield would be a better, more realistic background, like actually making buildings or, you know, but I don't know how much I'm going to be able to do that,
Sure.
that would take a lot of time just trying to figure out the buildings. But anyway, with the exposition park and the fact that I don't really know I didn't really realize what a good background would be or a more realistic background would be for those parks because the pictures are not that great. Some of them are from a really far distance and
Oh, absolutely.
aerials. But I just to get the shape of it was good enough
Oh
for
yeah.
me anyway, and just try to and get the wall heights. I could look those up and try to do that and just figure out the distances and things like that. So yeah,
Well, as a Bucko
that's
fan, I'm happy with the job you did
oh, is that right? You're a
on
pro.
Exposition.
I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah, that. Oh no, hey, oh,
Oh,
no,
they're good.
this year. Sorry, yes. You're no, we're not so good this year. We had a hot April, but
Oh,
you
yeah, I
know,
thought you were pretty. Well, I don't. That's another thing. I don't really follow modern baseball as much because I can't get with
yeah.
the new rules and I can't get with the style.
Amen,
I mean,
brother.
yeah. So I mean, so I honestly I couldn't tell you honestly, and it's sad saying it, but I couldn't tell you who's on the Red Sox, right? I mean,
Yeah,
I know that. So it's sad, and it's just a recent thing too. It's like since I'd say since 2018, 2019. I'd say like I don't have much of an interest. But anyway, with the
sure.
Pirates, I thought the one thing I heard about I thought this year. I know they kicked the crap out of the Red Sox when they played them.
Yeah, we
They were,
did. So that
yeah,
felt
and I thought
nice.
they started off really well. I didn't know I wasn't sure where they were right now. But
Yeah, in
anyway,
April we were insane, but now we're so the Reds are or the not the Reds, the Cardinals surprisingly in last place. I'm not used to that seeing them in last place. We're just
yeah,
above them. But so just for you, the Red Sox are playing above 500, but
I
that
know.
American League East is sewn up. It's done.
Yeah.
It's going to be, Baltimore, Tampa Bay, and Baltimore came out of nowhere. I don't really, with these new rules, I'm not a fan. So
Yeah.
we have some more questions from the chat, but
Sure.
ask you. So, all right, you have to pick a decade in baseball. What's your favorite decade?
Um. Well, my favorite
Not
decade.
not in out of the park, just like in baseball itself.
Well, I have a. Well, obviously, since 2004, as being a Red Sox fan, holds a special place, and that so the early 2000s, the really good
Okay.
teams. But I mean, my nostalgically is the 80s, mid 80s, and
1980s?
well, yeah. I mean, basically I cut my teeth on the 1986 Red Sox. That's when I was 10 years old then, and yeah, it was hard.
Oh,
It was well, it's easy to look back now. I mean, it was a lot harder after before they won it in 2004 to
yeah.
like. But I'm doing the 1986 replay right now. That's the other thing is I haven't even. I've kind of taken a light. I discovered cards and dice now, so and I never played that in my life. So until this year,
Oh, what game are
so
you playing? A lot of cards and dice guys
well,
here.
yeah, yeah. Well, I started off getting Strat because I started watching some videos on I think Lower Board Gamer guy. He was
That
I kind of found him and he was doing Strat a lot at the time. He was Stratomagic Delaware at the time,
Yeah, his name's Chris.
and
Great guy.
yeah,
Great
Chris. Yeah,
guy.
oh
Yep.
yeah. So basically I bought Strat and then I started doing immediately just started doing I have this ambitious project where I'm doing every game of the 1986 every team every game.
Wow.
Um, yeah.
You hear that, cousin Ken
So
Castro? Here's somebody else.
so
Yeah. Go ahead.
so I don't know what's this 3 months ago I think or maybe 4 months ago I bought Strat and then I liked it but then I started getting into as you do in YouTube you go down the rabbit hole and you find
Oh
oh
yeah.
this person then YouTube has a great job of putting all the videos that you're gonna want to watch right in front of you. So
Hmm.
so I started watching then I saw Appa. I was like okay well let me look at Appa. I was like oh it looks like pretty simple and I'm not like into, so I played Strat Basic and then Advanced actually. That's about as hot as it got. And then Appa, I the Basic, and I was like, all right, so we ordered that 86 season, and I realized they had every player in 86. So I was like, because whereas Strat doesn't have every player carded, so I was trying to do, it has played lineups, and I
Hmm.
found I was a little frustrated. I'm like subbing in people for guys that weren't carded in Strat. So with Appa, I was like, wow, this is great. I got every player card. This is
Yep.
amazing. So I was using that. I was like, fun. And then sure enough, when I was a little bit later, I saw a thing about payoff pitch. So I'm like, all right, let me buy it. And they have the 86 season. So I bought payoff pitch and the 86 season. They have every player carded. So now I have that. I have, well, between Appa, payoff pitch, and actual, I'm actually using Action PC 86 as well,
Cool.
and I'm using all of those as a hybrid. Like, maybe every couple days I'll use a different system, or maybe a week in game time I'll use a different. And I'm actually using Digital Diamond to track everything.
I was just going to
So
ask you if you were
yeah,
familiar with Digital Diamond.
oh yeah. So the funny story is sometimes I have two monitors. I have Digital Diamond on one, and I'll have Action PC on the other. And I'll be actually playing an Action PC, then logging the stats it's hilarious, because I'm like, because I'm only doing maybe a couple games or a couple days at a time, and I'm going back to a different game. So I'm kind of trying out, and to be honest with you, it's amazing.
Hmm.
Most of the game has been done with either App and Payoff. I love Payoff Pitch. I think that's my favorite card
Oh,
game
really?
by far. Yeah, I mean I
Okay.
love it. So, but it's amazing because Action PC I kind of have to sim to keep up. So I sim up to where I am when I'm ready to use it, and it's
Right.
amazing with the stats. Like almost like it's almost uncanny like how some of the guys have the exact same number of home runs as they do in my sim, like using all these other different things and at the same point. It's
Oh
like
yeah.
a lot of the stats are almost exactly the same. It's like it's amazing. I'm like wow, you know.
That's a great
So
game. I'm glad
yeah,
you got into it. And cousin Ken Castro, he's like our. So a lot of guys in here do play cards and dice, but also digital. There's a few like myself that are strictly digital. I do
yeah,
have a cards and dice over there. I haven't played cards and dice since I was an undergraduate. Graduate school, you don't have time to do that stuff. So I miss it. But I also have two cats, and they're like, nah, dude, you roll dice, and they're gonna be gone,
yeah, yeah.
right? You know that. But cousin Ken is like he's excited. He says cards and dice guy in the chat, yes, and he says doing a big time project. But man, more power to you. So Bernie has an interesting question, and I don't know whether this is something that because you're designing the ballparks, and of course the parks, as we know, at least I know a lot of the parks that come with, without a park are actually geo-referenced, things like that. So
Hmm.
distances actually do matter, and you even demonstrate that in your video creating these ballparks. But before I ask the serious question, Legend Sports Universe, and this is a guy, so he's kind of like what you've met Steve Tate around the community too. Legends does these amazing things in MLB The Show. He's created this franchise
Oh
sports
yeah.
baseball league. You're familiar with it.
Well, I
So
mean, I from one of the chats, I realized he's the G-force from the OOTP forum, so immediately has is known to me because
absolutely,
from that.
yeah,
So yeah, okay,
he's
but I
off
am
the hook.
familiar with his amazing like MLB The Show stuff. Like I actually just bought that as well recently, and I don't even know how he does it. Like I'm like
I know,
I was like,
right?
oh, let me see what yeah, those are that's amazing. I love those. Just brings them to life. I love it. So,
Oh
but
my God, I know. It's his fault I bought it. I thought for years it was just a
no.
Twitch game. He's like, no, you can manage. I'm like, damn. But he has a huge
Oh, so
question for you. He wants to know how
so
you beat anorexia. Referencing,
oh
guys, referencing the best avatar ever. So how did you
oh yeah
beat
that.
anorexia there, Michael?
I don't know where I found that. It looks like it must have been a Notre Dame football game because the guy's got a Notre Dame hat on. I just found that years ago. Like, I mean, obviously, I don't. I think there might have been a picture of him after. Like, I don't know, like an older one, but I don't know. That's hilarious. I love that. I thought that was funny back then when I was, really young and stupid, and I thought, I haven't changed it. So, um,
So you're a celebrity here. So Mike says, wait, I just put two and two together, realized this was Silva M. Amazing. See that? I'm telling
who's
you, man.
this?
You're the fifth Beatle. So Mike, the sports simulation
Oh,
spectator in the
oh yeah.
chat. So, dude, you're the fifth Beatle. It's not Sir George Martin, it's you.
Yep.
Um,
So let
Legends.
me. I
Yeah.
see Bernard. I see
Yeah.
Bernie's on. Because I've followed some of his streams too. Sometimes because I know he does a lot of good stuff. But
Oh, Red Sox. He's a
so
walking Red
the
Sox
question he has
encyclopedia.
about
Yeah.
you know as far as like where the triples are off of if it bangs off a wall, that's completely game. That has nothing to do with anything. I mean, I'm just designing just the park. I mean, all how the game's coded and how they figure all that out. Honestly, I don't think it's very complicated as far as I wish that it was the park and the walls and the angles played more of a part in what the outcome is, but I think the outcome is predetermined before it even happens. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? So
Right.
I mean, I would love to have a more of a physics-based thing that determines like based off of where it hits on the, I know, and I know Bernie knows this, but I know they do have a ground rule triple, and I think at Fenway where if it hits the ladder or something like that, or there's actually a rule like that. There's a ladder going up the monster. But I mean, maybe in that section, but there's no way that the game would be smart enough to know that. So,
Right. Right.
I
So
think
they need to
it
make
says
allowances.
like, yeah, it says like, oh, it's a hit to left center field off the wall, so the guy legs out a triple. That's probably what it says in the code. It doesn't matter what park you're at.
Right,
So
exactly. But I think that speaks a lot to though at how good these games are, whether it's this one, Action Pure PC or whatever. And now I'm speaking digitally, right? So
mhm.
we'll argue, but that wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen. And so because they're done so well, we will tend to really like get very kind of nitpicky about them. You know,
Mhm.
so let me see what else, man. I mean, so many questions. These guys don't be afraid. Ask questions. We just talk about anything. This channel is primarily more about everybody just kind of talking than actually doing a
Yeah,
baseball game.
I know.
We do
Yep.
them. You know, right? It's, yeah,
Oh yeah,
this guy
I
talks
followed
too
you.
much.
Oh no, no, it's great. You're up late. I mean,
Oh yeah,
I'm going to bed. I put you. I'm laying in bed like with the thing next to my ear. Like my wife's
nice
already
man.
turned over the other way. I'm just like going to sleep. I'm like, oh, this is great. It's great stuff to listen to. So.
Thank you. Legends says that he appreciates, what you said about him, and he says it's mutual. He says your parks are so far out of his depth. I mean, that's, man. You're like, I'm serious, right? People are like, I remember the first time you came in the chat, and people realized who you were, and all of a sudden, like the chat blew up. So
Yeah.
it was really
Well, I
pretty
saw
cool.
people were coming in. Well, I mean, I thought, yeah, I was, like I said, I was kind of bored. I just did a game of my 86 replay while I was listening to you. And I was like, oh, I'm not doing anything. So it's Friday night. It's a long weekend. I was like, what the heck. And I'm not really, I don't talk to, I'm not very, I'm not I don't have a stream. I don't do any streaming. So I'm not used to like really talking and, on a broadcast or whatever. But whatever. I can.
You're doing
This is fun. I mean, I don't really get a chance to talk much about it in
you're doing
person.
fine here, man. We should have you do some color or something, or just do some playback. You sound great.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, we have guys on here that sound like one of them is in here, legends. I mean, you've heard their broadcasts, and
Oh
Christopher
yeah.
Slovic.
Great.
It's
Slovak. Yeah.
oh
Yeah.
my God, it's like you're at a ballpark. It's like this is like the
Yeah.
real thing, right? You
Well,
know.
doesn't one of those guys? I know. Was it Al Red Sox? Doesn't he have like what was it the football game where he's actually the broadcaster and he's recorded himself? Isn't that was it the
So
Pro
both,
Strategy?
yeah, that's a pro strategy. Well, I call it F ball. Yeah, so he and Christopher Slovic actually contributed the voices to
Yeah,
that game.
that's kind of
Yeah,
cool.
it's
Kind of
very
cool.
cool, right?
Yeah,
Good
it's a cool
stuff.
community. The whole thing,
It's
the whole community is really cool. It's like everybody's tied in and supports
oh
each other and
yeah,
stuff. It's pretty cool.
yeah. It is. So RGL Network coming in here. He's the
Oh, he's
inside
great.
pitch guru. Yeah, he calls you
He's
the
great. Oh man,
architect.
I
Yeah,
sit
right.
there. I have a funny story.
Please, yeah,
So,
man.
I have a daughter in kindergarten, and every night we have our routine. I bring her to bed. I sit in bed, read a book, whatever. Or sometimes she'll watch cartoons, and we'll watch them together before she goes to sleep. So I'll I'll sit in the chair on the other side of the room, and I'll have RJL on while she's falling asleep.
Uh huh.
And I'm sitting there belly laughing at some of the stuff it's just hilarious. When I first time I
Oh
heard him, when he
right.
does his stadium groans and stadium cheers, I'm
Yep.
sitting there like laughing out loud. I loved it. It's such a great shtick he has.
Oh, it's
Everything. The
yeah.
whole broadcast is just very well done. I think he's great. So
Oh
it's
yeah.
hard to. I sit there and laugh like some of the stuff. I love how he talks. He has in his like Hall of Fame talk, and he
Oh
does a really
yeah.
good job. Yeah, good
I,
job.
I love the thing, right? And so like there was it was funny because he said, "Oh no, do it, do it, do it." So one of his trademark phrases, of course, is the whole ninth inning magic thing, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
I'm like, so and so I'm a sleight of hand magician, right? So you'd think I should be able to just deliver that line, no problem. But it's the way he delivers it. So I've tasked Aaron Reed, who's a guy that's a member of our community, and this guy can do some uncanny impressions. He's really good. He can do Harry Carey, does all these voices, right? So everybody's no, 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 no. You got to do it like Robert. I'm like, nobody can do it like Robert,
I know. No.
right? You just can't. So I'm trying. I'm like, well, I'll call it, last inning arcana or chicanery or something like that. But the first time, so you're right, it is funny. First time I caught Robert's stream, because somebody would have told me, Michael, years ago, that I would be like sitting in front of a computer screen watching some dude roll dice. I'd be like, really? What are you smoking, right? And it's brilliant, right? And so I'm still kind of getting like some of the things, the little inside stuff that goes on. So
Yeah.
section this grows, and then
Oh,
it's
it's
like
so
I'm like
fun.
this guy comes with his own crowd. He takes cards and dice to another level.
Great,
Well, just
great
any
stuff.
baseball. I'd love to hear Robert do a digital game. I think he would be just as
Oh
hilarious
yeah.
and
Well,
knows his
I look at it
baseball.
this way.
You know.
Ultimate compliment for him is, sometimes when I'm playing, how everybody likes to act like they're like Mel Allen or whoever, when they're doing a game or
Yes.
whatever. So sometimes I start up my game, I'm like, "Good evening, everyone."
Nice.
I'll kind of say it out loud just right before at the beginning of the game. This
It's
is
great, man.
Michael. So I basically, yeah, that whole thing is just it's in you, it gets with you, it sticks with you. He's definitely got a good thing going there. So
Yeah, listen, and now he's trying to tell us, Michael, to get a life, right? Now, so now here's right. So here's you saying, yeah, well, that's what I asked. Don't you guys have lives watching some schmuck roll dice and move cards around on a board? Come on, get a life, guys. Yeah, so just like William Shatner told people, Star Trek fans, get a life, and went on to be Captain Kirk and stay Captain Kirk. So Robert, come on, man. So it's brilliant to watch too because so he'll get to an end of the season, and then he takes a little hiatus, couple weeks, sometimes a month or so, and people on his channel is like, but no, no, but come on, you have to do
yeah, every
something,
day,
Robert. Yeah,
every
every
day
day.
he's on there. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right, and I haven't followed him for long enough where I've seen, it seems like I've seen older videos, but I haven't really. But I guess he does like was it a selection show or something where he
Oh,
just
the
takes his own.
selection show's fun.
I haven't seen that yet, so I'm waiting for the next one to come out, and see what year he's going to select, and it'll be interesting. So,
Texags has a huge compliment for you. He said the PC games will not be fun without Mike's work. He said actually he's not sure he would play PC games without them, and he said he would just stick to cards and dice. So he's giving you a
that's
big
nice.
thank you.
No, yeah. I appreciate it. I mean, all the thanks, everything that everybody says. I mean, I was blushing, like, when the first time I joined you, and you're like, oh, yeah, you were like stopping every stream and like, you're
Absolutely.
like this. No, no, I was like,
Yeah.
I get it, like, because honestly, I look up to a lot of people that are on the, the forums and that do a lot of that make a lot of big contributions and stuff, because it's a lot of time, and I
Oh yeah.
appreciate everybody's the kind words I do, but I mean, obviously, I love what I do just because for my, I do it because I like it, and it was a, it was a passion of mine for, to do that. So I mean, I love it. So I mean, it's great, and it's gotten me, I mean, the whole stadium thing, and the other thing was, I don't know if you're aware that I mean, I do have a whole huge, I did a whole huge historic uniform,
Yes, I have
and
the mod. I have the mod.
yeah, which is what I was going to add, and then also then was it this year or last year? I think it was this year when they can't remember. Oh no, I think it was last year when the numbers came out. Was it? I can't even remember. Honestly, all the versions are blurred together for me now. When
Uh-huh.
they put the name, they gave you the name with the numbers in the back and stuff. So I had to redo all of my uniforms. Like,
Oh.
I just strip off all the ones, all the generic ones that I had on mine, and just so it was a lot of work. So I think that was either this year or last year. I can't remember. I think it was
Hmm.
this year. And then also, like, there was also, they included this new XML template, this colors.xml thing, which will automatically load each uniform for each year. I
Right.
think I think I might even told you about that, but it doesn't work for, because you were asking me about, like, about the uniforms in, like, a different league that's
Like
in the historic
in a
league.
custom game.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
unfortunately, I think you kind of screwed there because I don't really know any way we can actually get that to set besides creating a brand new XML file.
Right. Right.
But if you're going to do a different custom league all the time, then it's really not worth doing all that.
Yeah. I don't think.
Anyway, so
Yeah.
yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No. 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 Go on, please.
So I spent all that time on, I spent a ton of time doing the uniforms, and I did have a little question for you because I noticed that you stick with the one camera angle all the time, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna suggest, I was like, did you ever think about doing, because there's one camera, if you downloaded my parts, you probably have the camera, it's called, let me see, I have, it's called like CF center field. Oh yeah, I have it open right now. CFTV, it's called. I mean,
I I've messed with it.
that,
Let's bring it up. Let's bring it up.
I mean, have you ever thought about, like, maybe just having the pitch? Because that would give you I think that gives you the great view from the pitch, where it is in the strike zone, and then
All
just
right.
going back to that view, the behind the plate view. I think that might be cool,
It
and
could
also
be.
it shows off the uniforms and
All
the
right. We
play
can do
forms a
that.
little bit better.
Let me see.
Well,
I
it
don't.
might not be on this park.
Right.
This is a
This is
game
a game park.
park, right?
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's and
Well,
you know what,
let's
guys.
see. What's CF close camera? Go to CF close camera. I
All
think that
right.
might be the.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought you were going to ask me why I don't have it on follow ball, and
oh,
it's because it makes me go ooh. All
yeah. Click
right.
CF
So
close camera.
CF
If
close
you go
camera.
under,
There it
yeah,
is. Oops.
yeah,
Yeah.
just do initial. Oh no, under initial, and you can just
Yeah. It's to
press
initial
right there.
CF close. All right. Oh yeah. All right. Let's give it a go here. Well, I'm not going to call the game anymore, guys. We're just going to have some fun, at least for a minute. All right. Let's
Oh,
see.
sorry.
Oh, you know what? We got to keep it. We got to keep it. Let's
But I'm
keep it
saying
on the
just do the initial.
delivery.
I'm just saying you could do the initial, and that shows you what you'd be looking at in case you didn't want
Yeah.
it. Then you could flip it back to the other one.
No, you know what? It's kind of cool. I like it
Well, now
because,
that, yeah, you have to select the pitch. The pitch camera should be
right,
CF
let's do the
close.
next one. Yeah. So let's do pitch camera. And let's just do the same thing, man. Let's just do
But
the same
yeah, this
thing.
is a little bit different. But the camera angles I have on my Pox, I was given to by this other user, and that's way more of a TV look than this view.
Yeah, let's give it a go.
See up close.
All right. Little
Oh,
fly
there might
ball
be a
to left.
delay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah. So if you're watching on YouTube, it's like 6 or 7 seconds from what I'm seeing and what you're seeing. But
Okay.
with you on here, so if you ever want to come on and like co-broadcast a game, what I would do is actually share my screen with you on Discord
Yeah.
so that you're seeing what I'm
Okay.
seeing at the same time. Yeah, I think I'll stick with this.
Well, no, you don't
I
have
like it.
to.
No, no, I
I was just
like
making a
it. I
suggestion.
like it. I like it.
Sometimes I'm
It's
just like, oh, you can't see the uniforms, and I understand
yeah.
because it's definitely much smoother with when you don't flipping around different screens. And I notice, especially if you do, I like what you have. I mean, but yeah, oh, you got the, okay, cool. Pretty
Yeah,
cool.
it looks good. I like it. I'm hoping that the models are going to get better. Uh, the uniforms look great, but you can see that it's like,
Yeah,
eh,
the legs kind of look weird
yeah.
when they
So
pitch, but
so I really
uh,
think, and again, I'm not going to ask you because I know you're a beta tester and everything, but I just sense, I could be very wrong on this, but I think they're trying to, come on, they're on Steam, getting the MLB license. They have to be thinking, okay, we've got to try to get some of the MLB, the show players here, because you look at other games that look nice, like Action PC Baseball, which it does, but come on, it uses a photograph in ballparks. Or you get something super nuts and bolts like Diamond Mine, which is still a great baseball sim, but it's not going to pull in that one, especially. It's not going to pull in the MLB, the show players. What do you think? I mean, do you think that this is something that, just your own opinion, you'd like to see them go that way, like fancier graphics, or I mean, what are
I
your
mean,
thoughts?
I would love to do. I don't know. I think what they have is good. Like, it's not going to be MLB the show, I don't think. But I mean, I don't want to speak too much out of school because I don't really know much. You know, on the beta that that's not exactly telling you everything either. But
No.
um, oh, but I mean, it's definitely come a long way in the last 5 years or so.
Oh my God,
Huge,
yeah.
right? But when they first put 3D out there, they had these little ponds out
Uh
there. You
huh.
can't even play it, And they
But
had,
I thought that was
they had
so.
little,
But I was like,
yeah.
but this is so cool. This is already cool, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I always said in my first ever, like when I first, what first got me into baseball games, it was micro league baseball on the Commodore 64. I was like 10 years
Oh,
old. I was
dude.
playing like the 84. I had the 84 and 85 season discs, right?
Yup.
So, so I always said, like, if you could just make it look like micro league did, I think that would be great. Because before they had anything, this has just grown way beyond what I thought they'd have,
Oh
and to be
yeah.
honest with you, I don't really know how much resources they have. I mean, I think they have one 3D developer who's, I don't even know if he's full time. So,
Hmm.
I mean, me personally, with the game, I wish they would spend a little bit more. I mean, I'm a little disappointed this year that it doesn't seem like they added much more since the beginning. I would have liked to have been able to have like just stupid little things like stirrups, the option for stirrups on the players, like because being
Oh
a
yeah.
fan of the 80s and the like, those stirrups are great, just things like that. Like I feel like with the whole socks and the options they have is very limited. And I thought maybe this year they might have, some point this year they maybe would have added something, but it doesn't seem like they're doing much work on that. So, but I don't know. I mean, I don't. They could be doing work. I don't really know. But like I said, I don't know a whole lot, and I wouldn't say it anyway if I did know. But
Now
um,
here's a name that just came in, Michael, that I recognize from the Out of the Park
oh, P,
forums.
there he is.
Yeah,
Yep.
there he
Yeah,
is, the man, the myth, the legend, Mike
that's funny.
Silva.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because well, we're both on the beta team, so we
Yeah,
both
he's a great
know he
contributor too in the
oh
community.
yeah, he is
Wow.
great. Unbelievable. He's like, I would say he's way more,
Hey, Paul.
contributed much more than I have, but over the years, he's but we have chatted on like Steam for a few times, and he's a great guy and definitely dedicated to the game as well.
Yeah,
So
hats off to you, Paul, too. Thank you, man. I don't know whether you and Mike realize how much you guys have just added, made, and I certainly, I mean, I think, Marcus and Matt and company, they got to kick you guys something because your work is just it's just absolutely out of this world. Both the uniform mod and back to the ballpark mod. I love the fact that
mhm,
bam, the proper logos are in there, and I'm a stickler for the logos. And the first time I tried your mod, and it was again playing dead ball, I'm like, I'll be damned. That was the actual Red Sox logo, 1912.
yep,
This is so cool, and I
yep.
love it. Your attention to detail.
Yeah, I'm proud of the uniform. I mean, that's the logos, the hats, the pants, the uniform, the whole thing, right? I think,
Yeah.
and that's pretty cool. I mean, and the cool thing about that is that those don't change. So now that I'm done with them, I'm done with them basically,
Right.
unless they come up with a new format, because they did come up with a new uniform format a couple of years ago. So I did have to do everything over again, and learn the new format and do that. And then they came up with the numbers and names. So now I added in the what years they had to go back and figure out what years each team started using numbers and then names, and what years they didn't use. Some teams flip flopping back and forth, like, oh, we have names this year, we don't have names the next year. It's like, so I had to figure all that out. There's a couple good sites that I have that couple that I have bookmarked that basically go through the whole uniform, history. It's pretty cool.
Well, the
So
admiration you're getting in here is from, and you've been coming to this and other folks And the thing that we have in this YouTube community is these guys are super smart, whether it's baseball or what I refer to as the lesser sports. These guys know their stuff, and
Yep.
when they do get nitpicky, that is like actually the biggest compliment of all. Let me
Yep.
see. Bernard,
Well,
Bernie says, Beatles, I see a podcast in your future. No, I'm going to hire Chris Slovic to do it because he has the better voice. But thanks. So other questions? Yeah, you said you just recently got into Action PC. So what do you
yeah.
think of it as a game? With that, do you like it?
That's funny enough that Paul's on here. I don't know if he's still here, but
I
he's the
hope
one
he
who
is.
actually he's the one who actually turned. He actually posted on the OOTP forum just like a little thing about Action P. He posted a few posts from different games just showing where they
Oh,
are, what they
excellent.
have. So we actually did that, and I actually read his post, and he had screenshots of all these different. I'm like, well, that's a cool feature, like the narrator and you can actually change the narration of the names of the players. And that's my newest thing. Is like I think it would be cool if we had some kind of audio upgrade in OOTP, like some
Oh,
kind of. But I heard you mention that too. But anyway,
big time.
the Action PC is I like it. I think it's definitely does things a lot well, and it does some things better than OOTP, and I do enjoy it for that. I mean,
They
uh,
complement one another really well
they
because I
do.
think there's some things Out of the Park does better.
Oh
The
yeah,
thing that
obviously.
drives me nuts is trying to work at the player level on Out of the Park baseball. It's like, come on, guys, you have all these databases in there, and again, this is me nitpicking because I love the
Hmm.
game, right? It's
Yep.
like, do I really have to do a comma delimited text import? Whereas I can go to
Yeah.
Action PC. I have all the seasons for that game. It cost a lot, but I got them over the years. And it's like I can just boom drag in players wherever I want, and I can't do that with Out of the Park. So
Yep.
we have a league on this channel that we're going to be coming back for the second part of it called the Ned McGreevy League, and it's players from 1880 to 1919, and we draft and all that. So 19th century dead
Wow.
ball, and we've been wanting to. And we have our Howie Shanks League as well. Now, in theory, we could do those leagues in out of the park baseball, but the problem is setting up a common delimited text file for even just 12 teams, right? And we said we have 30-man rosters. That's a lot because we're going through, and if we're using the baseball history collection from Action PC, that's not so bad. But if certain projects like our Howie Shanks project, that league, which you said you want to be involved in, so now in Out of the Park, right? I need the baseball reference ID, the club I want the guy
Oh
to
yeah,
go
I
to,
know.
what
Yeah.
year,
Yeah, it's a hassle.
and it's like, come
Hassle.
on, I can bring in teams easily. I can set up, a World Series in this thing in like, 20 seconds. And, you know, as far as the people, yeah, TexAgs, it needs a play by play voice. And you've heard, I do APA on here, APA PC Baseball. And that game was ahead of its time, having Ernie Harwell call the game. And I would love, if Out of the Park Baseball would do something like that, that's it. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. Oh yeah. Fully agree. Um,
absolutely.
yeah, I mean it's funny. I'm looking at the picture of the that you have on the screen, and it looks like the pitcher looks like he's like Ted Williams at 90 years old throwing out the ceremonial pitch because the mound is
Right?
the mound is like way behind him. I'm like, oh, the OTP should clean that up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm
But
like,
it's
with delight, I can say that's not one of mine.
no, no, but again, these uniforms look great. In fact, another member of our community, MV, uh, he's our Welsh Brit Jamaican by way of West Virginia. He was just he did like this whole stream one night just on your uniforms and the uniform mod and the whole thing. And so your work, uh, both of these mods just don't go unnoticed. So now I've got to ask you another big question, and I promise I won't kick you off if you give an answer that I would find. What's your favorite sport? Your favorite team sport of the four major American team sports? What's your
I
favorite?
mean, oh, hockey. Hockey's
Hockey?
my
You're a
sport.
hockey fan?
Yeah,
Okay.
I played it my whole. I still play actually. I played my whole life, and
Oh yeah.
it
What
was.
position?
Well, in my heyday it was defense, and now it's just kind of I can play D and wherever. It's just men's league, B league. So, but
So we'll switch this over and shock everybody. So what do you think of? There are a lot of people are saying, with a lot of some of the rules changes in hockey, trying to lessen the fights and everything like that.
yeah.
So what do you feel about that? Because I mean, all the controversy with the baseball rules. I mean, has it? Do you think that's harmed hockey, or do you think it's brought more fans to the game?
No, care much. I mean, the fighting's great. It's fun to watch and stuff. But you know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't really mean anything. Like, it does have. I think it's needed a little bit. I think you shouldn't take it out, stamp it out altogether. I think it
Hmm.
definitely has a place. Even now, there's not really many enforcers. You know, they have. You don't have an enforcer anymore. It's just kind of like. One thing I don't like, or I wish they would stamp out, is the way that they fight. I don't know if you watch hockey now, but it seems like even after any good hit, someone has to jump the other guy, and and then the guy who hit the guy cleanly, who got jumped, he gets a penalty. He's like 5 minutes, he's gone.
Hmm.
But I think they need to fix that. They say if you hit somebody and it's clean, another team guy on the team jumps you, you shouldn't go to the box. They should get a 5 minute, power play or whatever.
Hmm.
That's the one thing I don't like. I think that's starting to happen a lot now. Like, and it didn't really happen so much before because you have people policing the game itself. Now you just have guys just jumping guys after clean hits. I'm like, it's not right. But the game I think is still good. I mean, it hasn't changed like fundamentally like baseball has. I feel like just
Yeah, yeah. I
I
think
mean,
you're right
I'm
about
sure
that.
maybe it has. I mean, but I still think it's fun to watch, and it's I love the Bruins, and so it just does.
Intense
Great.
game. One of the things that I always admire. Two things I like about hockey, and I use the term like I'm a baseball fan. I'm not a sports fan. So,
Mhm.
but I like the fact that usually hockey is a low scoring game. So that I'm not a big basketball fan because,
Yeah.
it just my baseball mind can't get around. I look at scores of like 100, and I'm thinking, how do you get 100 runs, man? But the other thing that I like about hockey, which I think is similar in a sense, and this might seem weird at first, but bear with me, to baseball, is that it's kind of a multi-skill game, right? So
Oh yeah.
like in hockey, right? These guys, you got to be a good skater. I
Yep.
mean, yeah, even the goalie's got to know how
That's
to
the thing.
skate, right? And
You gotta learn how to skate before you even learn the game.
exactly, right. And here's the other thing that I've always admired about hockey. So I have friends that are big, and I'm not trying to cause controversy. This is just an observation that are big f-ball fans, right? And I would ask them, I'm like, well, so what's the deal? You have one game to decide your championship, and you're the only major team sport to do that. Well, that's because that the game is so rough. There's no way they could do more than one game. And the answer always to me is a hockey player would say, "Hold my beer." I mean,
Oh yeah.
I mean, come on. There's just
Yeah.
no hockey's constant action. And in fact, I don't know. Was it? I think it was Legends talking about doing hockey games, like streaming those, and a couple other guys, right? And he said hockey.
Yeah.
It's Christopher Slogan was saying. He said hockey is nuts because it's just everything is going full bore, and at least with baseball you get to breathe, and even with
Yeah.
f-ball, right? You got 22 dudes going boom, 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 and but then you get a
Every 30
break,
seconds. Yeah,
right?
30 second like break
Yeah.
every.
Oh
But
my God.
I mean, obviously it's everybody's opinion, but just from my opinion, I mean, when I see people on skates on slippery ice flying into boards that are not moving, what that kind of at least equals out what the football players and their weights and their size and hitting each other constantly, right? I mean,
Right.
football I still think is more violent overall because of the constant every play those linemen are just butting heads and killing people. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Oh
So,
yeah.
but hockey, man, hockey speed and the fact that you have boards that don't move, like if you crash into them,
Oh
it's
yeah.
just I mean, it's crazy. Like it is crazy. And the one thing that way it has changed much, and I know if you've ever watched the '80s hockey game or a '70s, skating is just unreal these days. I mean, it's just just like every other sport, the athleticism is just unbelievable.
Oh, it
I
is.
mean,
It really is.
same with basketball, and I don't really like basketball. Football I like a lot.
Hmm.
Hockey, I mean, I used to like baseball. I mean, I'll tell you one thing though, video game wise, baseball is where it's at for me. I feel like there's no better representation of the sport than baseball. I think there's so many different games.
Oh yeah.
I mean, hockey's tough, like because I used to love the NHL series. I don't really, I'm not into that anymore. I'm the button mashing and stuff like that. And even like I did download the action PC hockey game. It's okay, but those constant action games are a little tough. Especially I watch a lot of Cards and Ice. Dave Gardner, like he's another Boston guy.
Dave's
Uh,
awesome.
he he's awesome, but he loves the Cards and Dice. But you know what? To me, that those those games are just the live action, like the constant action is just tough to do. And I think baseball is the perfect game to do those cards and dice and just the play by play. You know what it's going to be. It's great. So no, so when it comes to sports games, on my favorite sports games is baseball by a lot. So
Well,
and it's
I
funny
think
too, because it's sad because I don't watch it.
you don't
I don't
watch
watch
it,
sporting.
and it's
I
not
don't
your
watch
favorite
sporting games.
game, and yet you have created these
Yeah,
two amazing mods that, and I know you've seen your ballparks in other games, and that's got
yeah,
to be kind of gratifying and cool. And
it's
you're like,
funny.
wait a
Yeah.
minute, the action PC guy is using my ballparks. This is
Well, it's
awesome,
funny.
right?
I don't know if it was your stream. When I stumbled across your stream or someone, there was one stream I'm like, I saw the preview. I'm like, wait a second, that looks familiar.
That looks familiar.
I'm like that. No, seriously. 'Cause sometimes I'm looking at, I'm like, because there's a lot of other, there's pictures, and sometimes I might have built my ballpark off of a certain picture, or sometimes I'll see that picture. I'm like, wait, that is mine. It has that. Okay, yeah, okay, that's pretty cool. I mean, I do have to say, like, I mean, I wasn't much of a mod. I mean, I did a little modding for OOTP before I got into that. I did some logos and things like that first. I thought that was fun, just doing some fictional logos way back when. But this was like serious, big time stuff. This is like a lot of time investment, and it's cool to see that people enjoy it and use
Oh,
it.
we
So
love it, right?
and
Go ahead, man,
and
please. Yeah.
the one thing I would say is, like, I always, like, I'm surprised. One thing that surprises me is that how little I get as far as, like, suggestions, or like, just, oh, could you add this to the stadium, or how come, I don't really have too much. I never really got too much of it, because I'm pretty open to, like, if someone has a suggestion, if I'm missing something, or if there's something that doesn't look quite right, like, definitely let me know. I mean, like,
There's one thing, and it would be the impossible, but it would be
oh,
amazing. So I took your advice and I downloaded. I didn't realize how many ballparks this guy did, right? The Jazz Age ballparks,
oh yeah,
because for that Castro McGregor thing that I'm doing, which is a kind of interim to McGreevy,
yep,
I needed to find 15 parks that would pass for 19th century sort of
hmm,
things, right? And so I found some good ballparks there, but it would be. I know you're not going to do it, but it would be so cool,
I know,
right? Just get a picture of a couple, like, of South End grounds, just to get an idea of what those grandstands look like, and knock up a few 19th century ballparks, man. Just they don't even have to be accurate representations, but just some things that look 19th century. But so the reason why you're not getting the suggestions, Michael, is because your work is excellent.
yeah,
That's why. I mean, that's I know you're open to that, but I'm thinking, okay, how could he improve Forbes Field? Well, Forbes Field looks great, you know.
yeah,
People, in fact, your work really caught some people's attention. This was a couple years ago. None of the guys in this chat, but somebody used to come in, and I guess he didn't know the history of Fenway Park. And this guy's like,
mm,
"Wait a minute, the wall. What's with all that advertising?
oh yeah,
Who made that park?" I'm like, and I said, "It had advertising." I said, "You can go look at pictures. It was plastered with ads." And by the way,
yeah,
my favorite park that you did is Baker Bowl. It's
oh yeah,
beautiful, man. It's beautiful. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
like the color scheme, the way you did the advertisements. The first time I saw Baker Ball, I'm like, oh my god, I just want to play every. I'm thinking of myself offline. I want to play every out of the park game in Baker Bowl because it's just gorgeous to look at, man. It really is.
That is cool. They have the big wall there too, right? I mean, a lot of the, like, Shibe has it, and Baker
Yep.
Bowl, and yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well,
But
I mean, the thing is, and maybe, hey, you know what? Like, see, the thing, see, you know way more about, like, that's one thing I realized listening to your channel is I don't know anything about, like, pre 1900, even dead ball era. I'm not a huge fan of it. Like, I'm not, I don't play. So actually, a couple of years ago, funny story, I started a season in OOTP in 1901, and just decided to, like, sim. I played out maybe a game a week or whatever, or I'd sim some,
right.
sim games, and I went all. I think I made it, and what I did was I started out with the actual rosters, and then I just let it play out. Like, I let free agency and drafting go. It would draft the real players every year, but it would go to whatever team. It didn't matter. Didn't stick with the real lineups every. So it was kind of fun to see what players teams ended up on. Anyway, I started in 1901, and I actually made it up to, like, 1915 or 1920.
Good for
And I
you.
thought it was so cool, because, like, I was, like, learning all these players I'd never even heard of. Like, And
Oh yeah.
I got a kick out of the names, so like Heine, all the Heinies and all
Uh
the
huh.
chicks and
Chicks
it,
and
it's
bugs and
oh yeah,
dummies. Yeah.
it's so fun dummies. So I watch your games. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that guy.
Nice.
I'll tell you, just from playing that, I got to learn a lot about. So I think I would like to revisit that again sometime. Back to the question you had about the parks. Like, what
Yeah.
my question to you is, what I look at the parks I did for the dead ball, like, so I did do South End grounds. I think I did do like the West Side in Chicago ones or whatever it was. I forget. I can't. Let me just. I have my thing open up here, but what's the big difference between 1800 that you would think between the ones in between the early 1900s that I did? What do you think what the big differences would be? Like, is there
Well,
anything?
so the only reason I was asking, it's no, because there's nothing wrong with the dead ball parks that you did whatsoever. They're brilliant. The thing is just I wanted to get some differentiation because I have, we'd selected 15, 19th century teams. They're in their own division, and
Yep.
then 15 teams from the dead ball era. But like one of the things, of course, is all the parks, right? Everything before Scheib in 1909, Scheib and Forbes were the first, as you know, modern quote unquote ballparks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Concrete and steel. So all the old parks, like South End Grounds, which John McGraw sort of helped kind of start a big fire there, crazy story, were all wooden ballparks. And so, but like if you Google a picture of South End Grounds, you'll see it had like these like beautiful spires on the
Little spires,
grandstands.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, right.
exactly.
So you know that. So it was just kind of getting that. We talked about Palace of the Fans, which you did, and you look at
Yep.
pictures of that, and you have that really fancy scroll work and that neat
Yeah,
old
yeah.
time lettering. No, there's nothing wrong. The dead ball parks are great, and I'm looking at their ballpark crater, and I'm like, this thing is so limited, right? Because
Oh yeah.
no matter what you do, I can't make a park look like it was built, in 1884,
Yeah.
or
Exactly.
1890. And I'm thinking Michael could do this, but you know what? Not there's not most of the people I think that play out of the park baseball rarely actually play out games like I'm doing
Yeah.
here, right? They're
Yep.
mostly just GMs
Sim 'em.
and things like that. Yeah, and I don't. I don't really sim on this thing at all, and I don't mess with financials. I'm all about the baseball game, I
Yep.
suppose. You already have a request here. Texags is asking if you can make a Bluebell Park at Olson Field in College Station, Texas. So
Hasn't anybody made that yet? I'm pretty sure somebody's on
it might be
somebody
on that
on the
that
phone.
Jazz Age Parks guy. I couldn't believe the number. It was like
No,
crazy.
somebody has a thread on the OOTP about just all the college parks, and I think what they did mostly was take a satellite image of the ground and then just kind of build off of that.
Okay.
It was like, and believe me, a lot of some of it actually looks pretty good. I was like, I was surprised at how well. Let's see, NCAA ballparks. I'm looking at the thing right now. What was it, Bluebell Park? What college was it?
Yeah, Bluebell Park. He says Bluebell Park at Olson Field, and this is in College Station, Texas.
Oh, Texas. Okay.
And he
Yeah,
said
well,
there's no
it's
walls there, people lining the outfield. See that, and so that people lining the outfield would be perfect for a 19th century park.
so is this an old park or is this something like more modern?
Good
So it's not a
question.
modern. Yeah,
I'm
I see
from
that.
way east of here, but the furthest west I've been in the United States is Chicago. So yeah, Texas is might as well be
Okay.
Mongolia right now, which the
Well,
Pope is visiting, by the way. But anyhow,
oh yeah.
yeah, he's in Mongolia. I'm like, wow, this is cool. Anyhow,
Here's a proposal for you. Okay, so
all right.
I haven't built a new park in a long time, but you want, I don't know if sometime if you want to get together and if you want, like I can share a screen or whatever. And if you want to like give me some like ideas and like we could look at one of my parks and like, if you want to we can modify a couple of them. If
I'd
you want
love
to do,
that. Oh my
okay.
God, that would be
I mean,
like a privilege.
just tell me
Jeez.
like what because then you could say, well, maybe we could add a stands here or add wall here and or just move this wall out. I mean, I don't really know if I have even because I don't really have the information on those parks. I know
I
there's a ton
do,
of
I do.
yeah, okay,
So
but
that's not a problem.
yeah,
From these big
and I can do
hernia-inducing
it. I can do
baseball
it right
books,
there.
yeah.
We can do it. We can do it right in, right
Oh,
on.
that
You don't have to have a stream if you don't want, but I mean, we can.
I
If you feel
actually, if you wouldn't mind, I think the guys would like to watch the process. I've been
thanks.
haranguing a lot of people. It's like, look, go check this out. Now, I got a question for you. You got a good voice, man. Have you ever thought about maybe trying what we're doing here and just or getting on and starting it,
No, no,
or just start,
I
or
don't
just
think.
Okay, what about
I don't know.
what about just a channel and just get on and talk? Man, everybody knows your name. Right. Cheers. I'm serious. Your channel would like blow up. Just get on, talk sports with people. You got a good
I don't
voice,
know.
man. Why
I
not?
don't really know. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I don't really think I have a great voice, but
Well, neither do
it's
I.
just
But here's
funny
the
too.
thing, Michael. We're
Yeah.
doing it, and you sound
Oh
good,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
I mean, you do. I mean, you
Thank you.
should think about
Yeah.
it. You should think about it. I
It's
mean, all
funny
these
because
people coming in.
my wife sits, my wife's upstairs watching her shows, and she's probably sitting there like, like she doesn't really know, she knows that I do this stuff, but I don't think she has an idea of like how much
Oh,
I've done.
right. Oh my God. I think
But
everybody in here who is with somebody can all relate. None of our significant others get it. In
yeah,
fact, so on our other Discord that you're already a member of for when we start Shanks 4.0 in a couple weeks. Do you know why it's called the Baseball Geek Squad? Is because Steve Tate, who is a wizard with Action PC Baseball, his wife will go by and he'll be on there doing so what are you going to be on there with your baseball geeks again? So we're all geeks, right, to her.
yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, none of them get it, it's like, and
No,
that's fine, that's fine.
that's fine. Yeah, I don't get her watching her crap TV shows. So hey, well, I leave it, but I let her do it, and she's makes her happy. So like
Exactly.
her all of her reality Real Housewives. I'm like, oh my god, how do you watch
Yeah,
that?
I mean, you have to think about what we're doing here, though, and whether we're broadcasting, creating ballparks,
Yeah, yeah.
doing
Hobby.
every game of every season, whatever podcast. We have to be a little bit insane to be doing what we're doing. This is so niche in
Kind
the
of.
gaming world.
But
I mean, look,
you know what?
okay, so here's the thing, Michael.
Yeah,
If I was doing Diablo 4 or Baldur's Gate 3, oh my God, this channel would explode just because of the
yeah.
games.
I know.
I concentrate on
Mash
baseball.
buttons.
Right,
Yeah.
mash buttons.
No, I know what you mean. Like well, I mean, no offense, because I think he's great too. Is ID Jester? That guy does everything.
Oh, yeah.
He's everywhere. Like
Oh,
I can't
yeah.
even believe. Like, he does. In most of the stuff he's in, I'm not into. But you know what? I'll watch it. Just I'm learning about some of the stuff, even though I have no interest in playing some of it.
Right.
It's interesting, but what I do love is he does baseball too. He does sports. He does he's into that. He'll break out like payoff pitch. I'm like, wow, that's great. He does that too. I'm like, it's amazing. Like he's like, I don't know how he affords it all, but he does,
Yeah.
but
I,
it's almost like if there's a new game, he's got it, and he's gonna do a review on
oh,
it.
and especially board games. So, like, I am a gamer, so I have a big Steam library, and I'm going to be starting to do some non-baseball games just because, not because I'm trying to build the channel, I don't care about that, but more because
Yeah,
there's guys in here that are into like
yeah,
RPGs and board gaming and stuff.
yeah. No.
So I'm into board gaming too.
What's your favorite game other than baseball? Say.
Oh my God! Wow. So I would say that probably my next favorite genre would be like 4X games. So, and Ken's ears are perking up, and no, I don't mean that kind of 4X game, right? But so I love games like
30 minds
Stellaris
think
and
alike, I guess.
exactly, brother, exactly. So I love games like Age of Wonders 4 and
Yeah.
Stellaris and Civilization. Love those games.
Okay.
Also big into RPG stuff like that. I do play some occasional button mashers, but I'm really into just huge, like the larger the game, the better. So I'm a No Man's
Yep.
Sky geek, and quite a few of my subscribers are No Man's Sky fans and stuff
I
like
don't
that, and
know
they
what
have a
that
great
one
community.
is.
Oh, so yeah, great. It's this in procedurally generated universe that has 18 quintillion
Oh yes.
planets, flora, fauna, the whole thing.
Oh, I've
Um,
heard about that.
it's
Yeah, I have
incredible.
heard.
It's incredible. You can do what you want. So yeah, I mean, so I love gaming, but for me, it's just about community, and so like everybody in here have come. Right, some of these guys have their own channels. Some of these guys are coming from all different, and just everybody now just coming together and trying to build a cohesive community. We go to each other's broadcasts. There's not this sense of competition, which I like. That we're not trying to compete like, well, I'm going to try to, outdo Robert, or Robert's not going to try to outdo Jester or whatever. We're all there,
Yep.
so yeah, but my Steam library and all that, it's embarrassingly large actually, but
It's
because I'll buy things like, oh, I wonder if the guys would like this in the channel. So I showed them a board game conversion last night for a little bit of a game called Bottom of the Ninth, which is really fun. And it's just a dice roller, and it's a good time waster. But I love gaming. I do a bunch of other stuff, as I've said, but gaming is kind of like, it's like, okay, I'm going to do this because I've done my 4 hours of sleight of hand practice or a couple hours in the piano. And it's like, okay, I need to defuse. And I'm also into animal rehabilitation, which is physically pretty demanding. So this is what I do for fun. I don't claim to be a broadcaster
Oh yeah,
um,
of course.
at all. Oh my God, I don't know how these guys do it. Seriously, it's like they
I
listen
know.
to me for like 7 hour streams we've done on here. I'm like, you guys have to be crazy. What are you
It's a
doing
great.
here?
No, they do great work. I mean,
Oh
it's
my
fun.
God, yeah.
I honestly got like it's like almost a whole new thing. I just realized just since I started getting into cards and dice is actually following these videos, and
Right?
maybe that's why I've never talked about all this stuff ever to anybody because nobody. It's not as far as I just haven't
Catharsis
really.
is a good thing, Michael.
Well,
It's a
I
good
just haven't
thing.
been, I haven't been involved in any kind of other than the forum on the OT, which is I realize is a much smaller, it's a small group compared to the whole
It is.
larger community. But anyway, this is fun. I mean, it's
Yeah,
interesting.
man.
It's kind of new, and I appreciate everybody. And yeah, it's great. I mean, everybody here is has a part in the whole thing, and it's great. So,
I think you're gonna
um,
have fun drafting a team in the next Shanks. It's
well,
fun.
see, that's I don't know. I get a little nervous because like I said, I'm not a huge. I don't know a lot of those older times, and you guys, if you guys are ripping off all these players, I'm like,
Tell you what, I'll
some of them
make a
I've
deal
heard of.
with you. I'll make a deal with
Yeah.
you. All right. So here's the deal. So there's two of us especially in this chat. So Ken Castro and I, right? So we're like old baseball. So he's like he is the guy when it comes to 19th century baseball.
Yep.
He'll rattle off names like the most obscure players
Yeah.
and facts and whatever, right? And I'm just like, wow. Okay, and we got Clinton Parks also, but I've just used Ken and me. So my thing is like really dead ball. So here's the thing: you get involved in this, and we'll just go beat up the commissioners of this like Big Clue and Steve Tate, and we'll just swap because I got screwed, dude. I didn't even want to be part of this this one, and I got shanghaied. So in this
Yep.
version, we had to pick two franchises. And so everybody else is getting like Bernie, for instance, draws the Red Sox and the Cardinals, and I'm thinking,
Yeah.
oh
Yeah.
my
I
God,
saw
I'd
that.
love to have
I
that. Right,
followed that. Yeah.
right.
I was watching that whole thing. Yeah.
I got the
That's a good
Brewers
stuff.
and the Diamondbacks,
I know.
right,
I saw that.
and I'm all proud, right? Well, yeah, I was so proud that I got Randy Johnson. He's 4-12 right now. I'm like, God, are you kidding me?
Oh,
Come
really? That's
on.
terrible. So
It's
that's why it's
what, but
interesting.
it's
Yeah.
fun.
One question I had was on actually,
Yeah,
how I'm on it's a Discord and I've been kind of following that a little bit. You guys are posting your files now. Is that the whole league that you're posting, or what is that?
yeah,
The zip file? Now,
yeah.
can anybody download that and load it into Action PC,
Yep.
or do you don't
No,
need to have the seasons or
nope. Feel free.
anything?
Feel
Really?
free.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
go for it.
I was wondering because then I was like, oh, I'll check that out and just see how it looks and
Oh,
kind of
absolutely. And I think we have our earlier version. I think if you go back, all of those are up there. Yeah, you don't. Yeah,
Well,
just go ahead. Feel
yeah,
free.
I don't know
That's
how
why
to
they're
do it.
there.
Maybe I don't know how to do it because like I did download one of them and then I didn't know where to, I put the zip file with it, into the seasons and I tried to import it.
All right.
I
You
don't
can
know
see.
how to,
Can you see
maybe
my
I'm not doing it
screen?
right.
All right, you can see
Yeah,
my
yeah.
screen. All right. Tell you what, because I just did this game because nobody was in here to
Sorry,
pick two
I ruined
teams.
your game between
No,
the
you didn't ruin anything. Are you kidding me?
Cardinals.
I'm not about the game. I'm about community. So, all right. So we're just gonna see who actually won this game. And the Cardinals edge the Mets 3-2. Cardinals go to 15-6, and the Cardinals go to 15-6. Mets fall to 11-9, and we're gonna skip the whole recap. We'll just say player of the game was Dwight Gooden in a losing cause. So, but there you go. All right, so we're going to go to Action PC Baseball and show you a little couple things about it. Steve Tate is the guru, big time for Action PC. So, in our so this is really interesting, and I'd love to see somebody pick this up in out of the park baseball. So, as you know, out of the park baseball includes pretty much everything, right? Except the All American Girls Professional Baseball League in terms of
Yeah,
American baseball, right?
yeah, yep,
Which they just got to put in some sprites, right? Or whatever. But Steve Tate has done something that is not responsible. Hey, Carlos, welcome in. We got a celebrity in here tonight. And Michael Silva is he's done something with Negro League Baseball that I have not seen anywhere. And I don't know if you're familiar with that file. I can get it to you. I can put it up in the Discord that Steve created. So, Big Clue, one of our family members here, found these major league equivalencies that were done that took
hmm
the Negro League players and actually, doing all kinds of mathematical wizardry extrapolation. There's a file that Steve has now. There's about 400 players done, I think, from the Negro Leagues, where you can actually play them now on a level playing field with Major League
Oh,
Baseball players historically, and it's
that's
brilliant.
great.
That's on there too. So I think of like what Legend does, what you do, what Steve does, and you guys just blow me away, man. All right, so let me exit out of this and we'll go to Action PC Baseball. All right, we'll just leave Steam
Yeah, so
open.
I will say that, like, since I found cards and dice, it's like almost like I've taken a break from OOTP in a lot of ways. I mean, just haven't, I'm actually getting into playing the games again, so which is fun,
Nice.
And I'll tell you one thing, like the 8060, because I'm doing such an in-depth replay of it, like it's amazing how much I think I know. I feel like I'm an expert on 86. I could tell you any player just because I've played every game with every player basically, and it's interesting how much I love doing it because it's amazing how much you learn. For instance, let me just give you an example why you're bringing this up is there's a game. I just played a game. I am where I am in the season. This guy, I don't know if you know Randy Reddy. He was played for like the
Yes.
Brewers, and so he
Mm-hmm.
played for the Brewers, right? He was on the Brewers for most of the. And he just I was waiting. I think he just got traded in my season to San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at an Action PC and I see he already played a game. I'm like, well, in the digital diamond, he's not even active yet. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe so. I noticed that Action PC doesn't have the activation times are a little off. Or maybe when they're deactivated, the way it works.
Right.
Maybe someone can explain that to me. But anyway, I was like, oh, okay. So then I looked up, I want to look up, so I looked up Randy Reddy's stats, and it turned out he only played one game that whole year, right? I'm like, oh, well, so that's interesting. So I looked into it. I was like, is that right? I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
so he got traded. So I'm like, he got traded to the Padres, and he played one game that was it. So I ended up looking up, and like it turns out his wife ended up having like a stroke, and like was.
Oh
So
my
I learned
God.
all this. So you learn all this stuff. Like I'm like, just because I was like, oh, why did this guy only play one game? And then you go back, you look it up on Google, and sure enough, there's articles about how he had to leave the team right after. I'm like, it's just amazing how much stuff you learn. This stuff, it really is cool, like to learn that kind of stuff about that. So if,
Oh
the
yeah.
whole one season. So I can't wait. I'm already looking forward to doing different ones and how am I going to pick the next season.
Oh, it's so
So
much
anyway,
fun, and I think
yeah,
these games are a great adjunct to whatever sport you're
yeah,
pardon me, into. 1 second, guys.
yeah, no problem.
All right, there we go. Yeah, I mean they're a great adjunct to learning. I know. I mean, and I don't call myself. I call myself a student of the game of baseball. I am nowhere. I would never use the moniker historian. I'm not worthy of that. But playing these things, and it's like, God, I learned about this, and then I'll go back and read. I'm like, oh my God! In the game I did 3 days ago, he did this, and so my thing is I like to try to turn people on, even like get them into Hall of Famers that are forgotten, great players that are forgotten, not talked about a lot, except among the most hardcore fans. So like guys like Elmer Flick. There's not too many baseball fans who know who Elmer Flick was, but he was a great baseball player. Or George Sisler,
Mm-hmm.
Well, George Sisler known a little better, but like Jesse Burkett, average baseball fan, even in St. Louis, is not going to know who the hell he was.
That's a name I recognize from my replay with an OOTP. It was Jesse Burkett. He was really good in that. I remember he was on St. Louis, I think, right?
Yeah,
He
he
was
was
very good.
St. Louis Browns, and then some time with the Cardinals. Yeah, I have Action PC up. So installing a
Yep.
season, the Shanks League is just the same as installing any season that you get from DK Sports. So when you create, when you install the game, and I'll go to my file explorer here. What I usually suggest to everybody is you don't want to get folders confused. Oh, good God, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be coughing in your ear. So it will create a folder called DK Sports Data.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you want to put everything there, not in your
Oh,
game
okay.
folder. Everything should go
That's
there.
what
Yep,
that's where I'm
that's
doing wrong, I think.
yeah. So
Okay.
if I open this, and then you're going to see the subfolder baseball,
Yep.
and
Familiar
then
with that. Yeah, I was
yeah,
digging around.
go to seasons, and then you see all this insanity. So there you go. I know. I need an intervention. So to
Uh,
install a season, really, really easy.
oh boy.
I can bring in. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. I know. This is, and then right. So these are all the, and
That looks
it's
like my
nice.
list of ballparks. It looks like my list of
Yeah,
my folder for all the ballparks I've done.
it's insane. So we're
Wow.
going to pretend this is a Shanks League, and I will just install a season. All right, really
Okay.
simple. Install season, and again, you and I are talking in real time, but watching the
It's a
screen, you're
little
going to be
delayed. Yeah, it's a little delayed for me.
all
I'm
right.
watching it
So
on YouTube.
Make sure you have everything in your seasons folder. Go there. Now, here's the tricky bit that will throw you off if you don't do this. So there's a little box down here under these. There's the box that says highlight seasons to install or season to install. If it's something from Dave Cook Sports, you don't need to check off the box that says display all zip files. However, if it's a homebrew, like our Shanks League or the Ned McGreevy League, or maybe something you've
Oh, that's
downloaded,
why.
you have to hit that. And once you hit
That's
that,
probably the
everything,
problem.
yep,
Oh, that
populates
must be
like
the problem.
crazy. Yep,
Okay.
that's
Always
definitely
something.
all you're
It's always
missing.
something small.
Always something small, but always something
Oh
to
yeah.
get you.
We'll
So
look at yeah.
let's see. I'll install a season here that I'm never going to play. So we'll say 2006. So I just highlight it, install, and it's that quick. So it's updating it, and this thing is ready to go. Now, unlike out of the park baseball, you have to go in and assign all the ballparks and all the logos
Yeah.
because they don't have major league licensing, so they can't do the
You're
logos,
right.
but
Right.
they're here.
That's.
We also have a ton of logos in the Discord if you want, but I know you already do from your mod,
I
so
have them all.
yeah,
Yeah.
so you're good to go,
I
man.
well, let me. I can tell you on my '86 setup on the Action PC. What I did was I actually bought every. I went on Google and I took all the 1987 Topps baseball cards for each player.
Oh wow,
I formatted them, put them so because that's the '86 season basically is the '87. It's always the year before.
right?
So it's the one with the wood grain border. You probably know it if I'm sure you probably know it. Anyway,
Hmm.
so I got not every player was on there though. So what I did was I also created the '87 Topps baseball card in OOTP years ago. So in OOTP, I actually just make the baseball cards for the players that I don't have pictures for, and it's got the
Nice.
87. It looks very similar. So
Right.
every player has. So I import those into the Action PC. So I have a whole league full of everybody with the same exact baseball card picture. So it's kind of
Excellent.
cool. But it's a lot of work. Believe me, it's a lot of work.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, I was like thinking, I was like, well, I did that same. I did something similar for hockey too. Like in hockey, I created like a jersey with a name and number on the back for every player from the 80. I forget what season, 93, 94 season I'm doing. So an Action PC. So I created actually a jersey with each player's name and then number on the back, like as a photo.
That
And I
is
sent them.
brilliant. That is
Oh yeah. So
brilliant.
anyway.
and,
Yeah.
and I say that you need an intervention too, so that's
Yeah, I
good.
do. I do.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
right.
the thing, and I think Dave Gardner's kind of the same thing. Says
Yeah.
he likes to do the bells and whistles. He likes to do his, doll his game up. He says. That's
Mm-hmm.
kind of like when I first get, that's kind of like I got this new Action PC. I'm like, oh, this is stuff I have to learn all about it. It's kind of interesting. It's great. It sucks you in.
Oh
So I'm like,
yeah.
oh, how the graphics things work, and the parks. I already have my park, and believe me, I'm using all images from my OOTP parks, like, and Action PC for
Oh yeah.
'86 and all that. So. It's cool. It's great. Yeah, I like Action PC. I think
It's a deep game,
it's
and I mean
fun.
the reports it generates, and it's
Oh
it's
yeah,
it's
the
great.
stats it keeps. I love the stats. I love there's a lot of different, like, if you click on a player there and they have like all the different
Oh
stuff,
yeah.
if they how many times they stole second base, how many times they stole third base, like
Oh yeah.
what the highest, how many games of 4+ hits they have.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff OTP doesn't tell you. So
Well,
it's like,
actually, yeah. So OTP doesn't tell you out of the rip, but it'll tell you during your season replay. That BNN player page, which I keep reminding people, go to this if
yeah,
you're doing a replay. It's brilliant. But yeah, out of the park gives you this stuff. Or Action PC. What I like. Have you played around with the batter pitcher analysis tool yet?
no, I haven't. No.
Oh man, you're gonna go down talk about a rabbit hole. I mean, you can use that in game, but also just when you're working with
But that's the one that
rosters.
does that tell you? Does that give you probabilities of like what's going to happen?
Yep,
That
exactly.
kind of ruins it for you, doesn't it?
Well,
I don't like to look.
yeah,
Yeah, I
in a
guess it depends on
way,
the
but
manager. Yeah.
for yeah, because well, I look at it this way, right? Yeah, John McGraw didn't have that information, but right, modern day managers have it. So hey, I'm going to use it. I don't feel like I mean it does, but in one way. But I'm looking at those hit percentages. But sometimes and it's baseball. Baseball's so unpredictable. It's going to blow up on you anyhow. But I'm glad you like Action PC. I think that for baseball anyhow, that digitally this and Out of the Park just complement one another perfectly. And I think that every at least serious baseball gamer should have both.
I
It's
love the
digital.
narrator. I love the narrator as much as it sounds like kind of corny. Like I wish they could improve the voice, but I just love that you can play with the
Yeah.
name pronunciations and just hearing the names. Like to me is because I don't like, I'm not going to say it out, I don't do a stream, so I don't like, I'm not narrating like you do. I mean, and it's much better having you do it, right? But I mean, but if I'm just playing by myself, I love the narrator on the Action PC. It's great, just
Yeah,
it just adds that immersion, So,
it does. That's why I play baseball for Windows because I can just fire up Ernie
oh, that's
Harwell
great.
and he
Yeah.
calls a game. So with AI the way it's going right now, leaps and bounds. This is really something that I mean, and narrators. I mean, they wouldn't actually have to get John Miller now
Nope.
or whatever, right? But doing with AI technology, I just wonder who's going to jump on it first, and I've got a
Yep.
feeling it's going to be out of the park. They've got a little bit more money, a
Um.
little bit bigger than Action PC than Dave
Yeah,
Cook
I don't
Sports.
know. See what
Yeah,
happens. See
who
what
knows?
happens. I
It might
mean,
be some other
I, w- I would love
startup
that to
company.
happen. I
Yeah,
would love that to happen. That would be. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna start throwing posts on there about just suggestions about audio upgrades, like doing some kind of something like that. Just doing something with a
hmm
more of a play-by-play audio. And I think that would be. I realize that that's really kind of adds to the immersion. I don't always like to read. I don't always like to read the play-by-play. Sometimes I just want to watch what's going on and listen. Kind of like you would on TV.
like at a
So
ball game. Yeah, and that's why I
yeah.
fell in love with MLB the Show because you can just watch that game. And my first and I'm I don't know your last name. Are you Italian? Your last name
Uh,
Silva?
well,
Okay,
it's Portuguese.
you're Portuguese. Okay,
Portuguese, but
so
I'm only a quarter, so I'm like Irish, Italian. I'm Irish, English, Portuguese, and Lithuanian.
okay, that's a mix. All right, so you got some
Yeah,
Irish in there, so you're good. You're
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Good to go. But so no, because I was going to say because I was going to say speak an Italian word here for a second. I had to learn Italian growing up. But anyhow, so I all these years, right? As I said, I thought, oh, MLB the Show, it's a Twitch game. What do I care? I can just play Super Mega Baseball. And so during the pandemic, I'm on. Everybody's at home, right? And I'm like, God, I'm desperate for baseball. I go on the New York Mets YouTube channel. I'm like, what the hell's this? And they're like playing baseball, but they were using the Mets broadcast. So whoever's on
Oh,
that team, Ron Darling, whatever, and
oh
they're
yeah.
calling the damn game. And and like right, just so stupid. I didn't make the connection. Wait a minute, Ron Darling's not back there with a joystick, right, or a controller,
Yeah.
right? And then it took a few years later for Legends to say, no, actually, you can play it as a management sim. I'm hoping that gets more robust. That's why I think what
Yeah.
Legends does is amazing because the game wasn't meant to be an action PC baseball or an out of the park
No.
baseball. It wasn't, but Legends has brought it to that level.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you modders, you guys that mod games, right? I mean, what you've done. I mean, you look at all the praise that you get, and it's well deserved. I mean, do you ever stop to think? I mean, you don't. I don't sense in you, Michael, this sort of self-absorbed guy that you're doing it just because you wanted to do it. This was something you loved. Your
Oh
fascination, as
yeah.
you said earlier, with ballparks. But you think about it for the minute, just for a second, man. Not trying to get all sappy here, but you have brought a lot of joy to people, a lot. And I often wonder with modders, and I could ask Legends the same question. Do you guys ever stop to think like, really, what you've done, how meaningful it is? It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's well, I mean, I don't think I don't honestly, that's very, it makes me happy, but I don't
Good.
really dwell on it. I basically dwell on how happy it makes me. That's
Sure.
kind of how. I
That's
mean,
all
and
good.
it's great, and I love to basically, and I love just helping out everybody, and I have no problem helping out anybody or taking requests or I mean, well, requests for new parks are tough because it's just a big time commitment. I can't. Someone requests a new park. I mean, it's like it's really hard to do that and say yes and then because it would be even
Right.
more of a time commitment than because basically people want certain things certain ways. But
hmm
anyway, I'm more than happy to help and I love that. Hey, I love that everybody loves it. I mean, it's great. I mean, what can I say? It's
Wow.
just I mean, but again, it's more like I still like I'll open up arcs. I'll open up the actual the SketchUp model. And I'll just kind of poke around, just look at it, say, oh, this is great, and I'm always looking for to improve them somehow. Sometimes I mean, I haven't really done much this year. Like I said, I'm kind of taking a little break,
hmm
um, but for an example, like I looked on that website, the Clem's website, which is where I got all those diagrams from, um,
Great
and I
website.
see that
Yeah.
yeah, and he just redid his all of his Forbes Field ones, his diagrams,
Oh
and
wow.
well, I mean, I know the different. I can see the differences, and actually, there's big differences in like some of the field shape, the wall shape, like the shape of the walls,
hmm
and the actual grandstands. I'm like, do I want to redo the whole thing again? I was like, I might, so I think if I'm gonna get back into it, I might go and start that from the ground up again, because I think he did every one of them from the first version from like 19. He actually added a different version from like the first 2 years it was open. I think it was '09 or I can't remember. I'm not looking at the site, but he did, there's actually a completely different version that I don't have.
Oh,
I might
nice.
end up, yeah, I might end up doing that. Like the wall, I guess before they purchased land,
Hmm.
and the wall was very shallow. Like it went straight across center field. Like it was
No,
tough to, yeah. So it was kind of cool. So
big
anyway, I'm
ballpark
always I'm
though.
always
Oof.
looking at that for any updated diagrams. Like it makes it easy for me to. I have the whole system use those diagrams. So if I have that, I can pretty much I know how much time it might take me to do a park or whatever. But if someone requests a new park, like a fictional park, which I have done a few, I find it's a little tough because I always want certain things, and then I going back and forth. Oh, is this okay? Well, can you make this a little closer, or can
Hmm.
so it's a little. No, and that's fine. Again, it's a big time commitment. It's tough right now for me just because I got my kids and work and everything. It's just
Yeah,
it's just good to be
priorities.
able to do stuff on my own time, like when I can do it. So, and I don't want to feel like, oh, I gotta get this delivered to this guy because it's been like 3 weeks now. And I don't.
Sure.
Sometimes I don't want that pressure.
Oh, I get
Uh,
it. I completely get that.
but one
I.
thing about,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry, I don't mean to ramble
No,
on
no,
this
man. This is
for
we're having
too
a
long.
conversation. There's nothing formal here.
But
Please
if
continue.
I let's just jump over to Action PC, and one thing I noticed that I wish they have, I don't know what's, doing these replays, I wish is that they don't have like when you're playing a season, they don't have like the historical stats up to that point.
I
Like,
know.
it was,
I agree.
it kind of amazes me that they don't have that because it's like, how much like you're playing it for 86, for instance. I'd love to know like that Don Sutton's like three wins away from 300. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep.
Like like and it would be great if they even had like a thing about that, like like a story or just or count. Like, OTP has that. They
Yeah,
have
I
like
was
the
just gonna
last
say
how
we're
much.
spoiled with out of the park having,
Oh,
right? I can
but
go
it's
right to
it's
real
just
time stats. There it is. Boom,
yeah.
and I've got the
It's
guys.
history, and then you can look at the
Yeah.
history. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what it is that they don't. Is it because you don't buy the seasons, or I don't know. The data's not. That's not copyrighted. I mean, they can. It's just a database, right? I mean, but maybe they're worried that people. I don't know if it's because you're buying the seasons, which I'm kind of getting. I'm trying to get used to that too. Is like purchasing each season, where being spoiled with OTP, you have every season available. You don't have to purchase anything else.
Which
So,
is Mark Cohen's philosophy with Digital Diamond. He's like, I'm
oh,
not
it's
going to
great.
charge for season because they're all out there. And but what a lot of Digital Diamond players don't know is the game actually does go back all the way before
It does.
1927. It
It's
just goes
crazy.
back to 1927 for Status Pro. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
using the Sean Lyman database or whatever
Yep.
it uses, any season you want. I don't know why Dave doesn't do that because I had. He's a great guy, by the way, best customer service ever, and because I said, one time, there was a thing he was actually thinking about bringing back. I guess in a very early version of Action PC Baseball, you could kind of just do all these imports of stats and stuff like that. Which will segue into a question that Mike, the sports simulation spectator, has about Action PC, which we'll get to. So yeah, that is really a big sticking point for me on Action PC Baseball. Is I really want that because you get that historical context that in out of the park baseball you get that. It's like I can look up, hey, what did Don Drysdale do in this, or what was where's Gibson, how far is he away from what have you. And you're absolutely right, that is something
Yep.
missing. I think one of the things, and this we'll get into, and I'll see if your agreement in this. One of the reasons why I love action PC baseball and out of the park baseball is the insane customizability that you can do in both games. I think Action PC edges out of the park at the player level, and this gets to
Hmm.
Mike's question here. He says he's never played Action PC, but he plays a ton of out of the park baseball, and he uses Digital Diamond with his tabletop games. What makes Action PC different? I think what and Michael, please feel free to chime in. I mean, I know you're newer to the game.
Yeah.
Is um, I can't think of any game now that gives you, Mike. You could literally just do what you want with the players. And I would just say, if you want, no, you haven't made things awkward at all. Believe me, no. This is all about everybody just talking and enjoying and getting questions answered. I'm an educator. So boom. So Steve Tate created these, and I should bring these up. I don't know, Michael, are you familiar with his 5-year files? Have you seen those?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, I'm going to bring this up on screen because I think this will illustrate my point. And listen, you get bored, let me know. And I'll, I mean, this is just good. I'm glad you're having fun. Hopefully, the missus won't get too upset. Just say, it's this
She's in bed.
geek Irish guy in Pennsylvania doing this thing. And
I do need to run. I just want to go around and get another seltzer. So
oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm going to
I'll
bring
be
this
right
up.
back. All right. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
be right here. As soon as I can find it. So yeah, yeah, definitely. And Mike, even before you take a look, let me show you why this is pretty amazing. We'll wait for Michael to get back. So, guys, this is much better having Michael on here than me calling a damn ball game any day of the week. So, and there's always an open invitation. Anybody wants to come on and just talk. Um, even things. Hey, welcome back, Michael. So on my screen, I have this is one of Steve Tate's many creations. So this is his, and these are available too. You can find these in the Action PC forums actually. So these are 5-year franchise files. This is just the National League. There's also one for the American League. It's 90 plus teams each. So what he did, it's kind of and it's free, and everything in here. Here's what's going to blow your mind. And to get to Mike's question, hey John, welcome in. Is that these stats here? So let's look at let's pick, since you're a Red Sox fan, we will. I guess I have to bring up. Do you like? Is there any National League teams you like? Because if not, I can load up the American League. But is there a National League team you like?
Do Pittsburgh.
All right,
I always
let's do the
they've been
Bucks.
bad for so long. I always root for them to do good. So.
Oh man, I know, but we were
Honestly,
once
I don't know
great.
how a team could be. I don't know how a team could be that bad for so long. It's just
because we have shit ownership. That's why.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
You'd think a team would get lucky at least one time. I think. Well, they did make the playoffs a little while ago, right?
Yeah. So in the 2010s, we were in the
Yeah.
postseason and stuff like that, and I always like to rub it in the Reds' faces about Johnny Cueto, but that's another story. All right, so let's pick the Buccos from their glory years, 1970s. We've had actually a lot of glory years throughout our history, but yeah. All right, so we'll bring up this. So
They
again,
were good in the '90s. I mean, they were good.
good in the 90s and the 2010s, and really the Pittsburgh Pirates as a franchise started falling off in the 1950s. Then in 1958 we finished second, 59 not so well, and then 60 we beat the Yanks. World Series we were real big in the 60s, and then we really got screwed was the 1980s. It took us a long time to come back, and we haven't won a World Series since 1979. But still not as bad as Cleveland, who hasn't won one since 1948. So there is that. All right, so these.
You know what's cool?
What's that?
My '86 replay is I actually got to play Barry Bonds' first MLB game.
Oh, isn't that great? Oh my God!
Oh, it's cool. Like in the middle of the season, he just joins the power. I'm like, all right. I'm like,
yep.
This must be his first at bat, right?
Before he looked like a gorilla when he went to the Giants, right? He was like this very lithe,
looked like Willie McGee
physique. Yes, exactly. Willie McGee with some serious power. John DFW thanking. He says, "Love your ballparks, Michael." So there you go.
Thank you.
The love fest continues. Here we go.
All right,
so the stats here that you see on the screen, all right, so this is the Pirates seasons 1971, 72, 73, 74. And then what Steve did, and there's you'll have to go back and check some of his broadcasts. I wish Steve was in here. Get you and Legends and Steve talk, and I can just sit back here and drink. Is Steve did all the ratings and all the stats for all these players based on all kinds of amazing resources. And just like with your largesse with the ballparks, these are all free. So I really suggest getting these. These are amazing.
These 5-year average, is this the average of all this stats?
Oh, do I want to call it an average? Because he takes like 2 of the years. Steve, where are you when I need you? He's probably out on a date with his wife.
He drops like the worst year or something, or I don't know.
So yeah, I wish somebody. There's Tim, Clee baseball fan, great channel.
It's a statistical thing, I'm sure.
It is, yeah, and it's like just I'm like I just want to play them. So you got to pick these up. Oh, it is. I mean, and so we go to Stargell, and of course the game. So to Mike's point now, Mike, it's the customizability at the player level of Action PC. Also, it's got a damn fine baseball engine on it. Now, will I say that it's that once you play this, you'll never want to play out of the park baseball again? No, not at all. They perfectly complement one
Mhm.
another. Out of the park baseball. So the thing about Action PC is it's a little bit more accessible, I think, in terms of the user interface. Out of the park, and you've been playing since what, the third edition? I've been playing since the first,
Yep.
and I've shown Out of the Park 8 on here, right? That's the only one that's available for free. I wish they'd make like 11 free. I thought that was a little better, but I'm not going to argue with Marcus.
Yep.
But you remember the interface, right? It was like, what's going on here? And you really had to take your time with all the little icons and this and that. This game is deep too, but what's nice about it is you can kind of just, if you go along like the red buttons at the top, you can do like just a lot of basic things. It's when you get into the reports and that this game gets seriously deep. Mike, it's got a great it's a great engine. It's pretty damned accurate. The way it tracks stats is really nice. The reports are crazy. So a lot of the stuff that you get in Out of the Park Baseball, you get here, but there's some things that happen here that won't happen in Out of the Park Baseball. Another thing that makes it excellent, and I always tell people, if you're getting into Action baseball, pick up a product called the Baseball History Collection. Just don't confuse that with Baseball Complete. They're complete, right? The Baseball History Collection takes a peak slice of a player's career. So the longer career, the shorter the career slice, to get a really accurate representation of that player. It's every retired player in baseball. It's updated every year and comes with some great subsets. And even just with that, it's really almost infinite what you could actually do with that set of players. So for that, it's easy. It's easy to work with ballparks. Again, right? We're not dealing with the hard work that Michael did using creating these 3D objects. So it's played on a flat plane. It's got the play by play in this is customizable. You can go in and create your own play by play in this game. Do these huge projects again, like Steve Tate has done with these 5-year franchise files. There's a bunch of other stuff that he and others have done. It's also DRM free. So if that's important to you, there's no digital rights management on this game. If you have 27 computers, you can put this on 27 computers. Action PC also has brilliant customer support. So what Dave Cook's been doing, John or Mike, is he's been going back to all the seasons that have been created and going back and doing lefty righty splits and
Oh,
lineups and the whole thing. Well, somebody had written to Dave and said, "Well, I've really bought a lot from you. Why do I have to buy these seasons again?" Right? Dave just sent them all to the guy. There was somebody else in
oh,
this community. Check this out, man. This is brilliant, Michael. So something happened. This guy's hard drive. He didn't back anything up, right? But so I mean, I back everything up to the cloud and wherever in
yeah, yeah,
300
yeah.
places. Well, this guy didn't. Everything in his hard drive. His hard drive, hard error. It was
Oh,
irrecoverable.
Jesus.
Wrote to Dave Cook and said, "Man, I lost. I had like 70 seasons for this game or something like that." Next day, Dave sent him all this. He looked at his
Wow.
purchase order. It's just sent them
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
great.
This game has no digital rights management. This guy could have just said, "Hey, I lost all my seasons." Dave just sent them. I mean, where are you going to find customer service like that? And that's why, in contrast to the horror story that I'm not going to repeat here about Strat PC
I
baseball,
was just
which
gonna
was
say
awful.
Stratomatic, Stratomatic.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know that story. You've heard it ad
No,
nauseum,
I've lived it.
infinitum.
I've lived it. I can't believe it. I mean, like I said, I'm new to this whole thing with the cards and dice, and Strat was my first game I bought because that seemed to be like the standard, and it's a great game.
Right.
But unbelievable. I mean, I don't want to badmouth Strat because I feel like people in the community don't like to badmouth, but I
Hmm.
do. I think it's a great game. But ID Justa had a great rant on. I don't know if you've seen his rant on it,
It's
but
epic. It's known in this
oh, it's
community,
great,
Michael. Oh
unbelievable.
my
I'm
God.
sitting there like,
Yeah.
wow, this is great. But yeah, I echo that. I mean, the way you get nickel and dime for everything, like
Well,
because
right.
especially because I tried it out. Like I downloaded the PC game because I wanted to keep track of the stats. I used their companion first, right? But then you have to buy the season, and
Mm-hmm.
God forbid you want to see the card image. You had to buy the card image. I didn't do
Yep.
that.
Yep.
But then, and God forbid you want to see some of the other parks. You have to buy those
Yep.
pictures,
Oh
images
yeah.
of parks, and you can't even use your own custom images really, because without having to, if you call the park the same name, you have to, it's asking you for the key, and the program shuts down. You don't
Oh
have the
my
if you
God.
don't put, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's no way that this, and let alone the fact that the game looks like it's from 1984,
It's
like the
bad.
Windows, the very first Windows version of
Yep.
Windows it came from. I don't want to go. I mean, because honestly, I had a good time. It works well.
I mean,
I mean,
Strat's a
it does
good
good enough.
baseball
But
game,
that's
but
why I ended up going
you
to
know.
Digital Diamond, because
Oh yeah.
I felt like that was way better, and just a better interface.
League's
And anyway, I
better.
don't want to go in there, but yeah, but as far as the DRM thing, I just wanted to put it on my laptop so I could have something. I couldn't even do that. I'm like, oh, they don't even give you two licenses. You only get one license. That's
Oh,
amazing.
so I'll give you the abbreviated version. So, back when I was back home overseas, so I'm like, okay, check out Strat PC Baseball and spent a lot of money on it. So then I got a new laptop, Michael.
Hmm.
And I'm thinking, okay, I should just be able to just reinstall the game and
Yeah.
no problem. No, you can't do that, right? So Strat's customer service is awful. And again, guys, not knocking Stratomatic, especially the cards and dice game. It's
The game
excellent,
is great.
except for the bullshit of having to buy the additional players per season. But a whole nother
That's true.
thing.
Yeah.
Right. So I get in touch with Strat's customer service, right? And they're like, well, and they actually want to do this. They're like, well, we'll need to use like a team viewer software or something. We have to make sure that you're completely uninstalling our game, and
Oh my
then
God.
blah 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 blah, and then we've got to watch the installation process on your new laptop. I'm like, I spent $500 with you guys, literally. And I'm like, forget it, man. I'm done. And from that day, I will not. There is no way you couldn't pay me.
Wow.
You couldn't give me a date with Kate Beckinsale to play the Strat PC game just for that. Just for that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Awful.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, it's amazing that they would want to. They have the actual manpower to sit there and watch somebody uninstall their game, but they can't. But they don't want to like put the extra plays or card everybody. They don't want to spend the time to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, and,
So
and
you're
their
saying
seasons are 30
if
bucks now.
everybody wanted to like put their game on a different computer, they would sit there and watch everybody uninstall their game. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I guess because of the fact I'm overseas, the whole thing, I don't know. But I kind of
You are
chuckled.
overseas. You're not in the States.
Oh, I am in the season. I was then, though,
Oh,
right?
you were
Because
then.
as I
Okay.
said, I'm not.
Oh,
Yeah. So, but here's the funny thing that I. So you talked about how archaic the program is. Their copy protection, and I really hate to say this, but and I haven't done it. God is my witness, right? Good Eastern Orthodox here. It's the easiest copy protection to break. It's based on a sort of a 14 series it used to be called, and so those serial numbers that they use, they're so easy
oh,
to
like a
crack,
cracker. Like you use like a crack thing.
super easy to crack them. In fact, it's
Yeah.
a simple mathematical formula. You don't even have to use software. I've never done it. I'm just
Yeah.
like, I'm not going to deal. So Carlos Yaz here says himself, he says, when he lost the Action PC basketball game, Dave answered his email almost immediately and just sent him the game again and told him to enjoy. In contrast, John DFW saying Strat seasons are now $30 each, which is ridiculous. Dave
Wow.
Cook, man, he's got sales all the time on seasons, but regular price of these seasons are 15 bucks. The game
Yeah.
right now is on sale for $19. And again, I get the loyalty, but I'm not going to spend. So my question would be, what would Strat PC for a $30 season? I'm guessing. What's that going to bring to me that Out of the Park or Action PC can't
Right.
do? It better make me orange juice and do other things that I can't really say on this channel because YouTube would have a cow. If you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
And the guy that came up with Digital Diamond, man, God bless that guy, because he's
Mark
the one that
Cohen.
made. Yeah, he
Yeah.
made Strat basically. He made the PC Strat board game companion piece like just obsolete.
Oh, right.
Just with the fact you can pick any season, it's just like OOTP in that regard. And I mean, I've been actually firing away suggestions to him on his forum,
Mm-hmm.
today and yesterday, just about like a lot of stat tracking and stuff like that. I hope I haven't bothered him too much, but I mean, I've just been like, oh, all these suggestions. So hopefully that I'm sure that's going to get better and better as we go. And I know it's just him, so it's a small shop, but
Yeah, it is a
yeah,
small shop, and I'd like to help him out with some stuff, like some sound design, and things like that. And I wanted
yeah,
to do
yeah.
that this year, having crowds and stuff like that, and being able to trigger that because the audio. But what I've noticed this year though is that the people have really embraced that game because it's this excellent companion that you can play all these games right
Yeah.
there. So I don't have Status Pro baseball anymore, but I can play it again now, and it's like, Mark, way to go, dude. I don't know how he did it, but there it is. And I've seen. I think as just as a digital game, eh,
No,
it's
right,
not on
exactly.
par. But as
I'm
a
not even
companion,
interested in that.
yeah, but as a companion, watching Dwayne Martz, one of our, and I know you've seen Dwayne's work too. He's doing a 1961 Braves Yankees season replay, and so he's rolling up the dice in APA and doing the play result, and watching the cards and dice guys embrace a digital game like that is got to be gratifying, and I think it's a stroke of genius on Mark's part to do that. And I've done a couple roster sets for that game back in the day. Really, really liked it. And I still do like it, but because I'm a digital player now almost exclusively, I buy it every year to support Mark's efforts, but I don't play it. So here's my main thing that I don't like about it, and it's really the only thing. If you want to do a season replay in Digital Diamond Baseball, couple clicks, you're ready to rock. If you want to do a what if league, that's like it's a headache.
Yeah.
Library management and that is not good. But you know, that said, I think making a companion, and I think as when you add in that component, the game is a solid A. I think Mark did a great
I
job.
mean,
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, like, because I'm so into my 1986 replay, that's kind of what I'm focused on. I've been focused on.
Hmm.
At this point, like, I'm really looking into like reporting, I was hoping, I like how Digital Diamond presents the box scores and they
Oh
actually have
yeah.
the scorecard, and I love the scorecard piece. I love, just let me just tell you, like, I was so put out by the Stratomatic thing that I think I might have been a month into the games, or
Uh
maybe not
huh.
even a month. I was like April 20th or 22nd into the games, which is still a good amount of games, right? I
Right.
actually when I found Digital Diamond, I actually spent about 2 or 3 weeks, 2 weeks probably doing nothing but taking all the box scores from the Stratomatic game that I entered and putting them into Digital Diamond.
Digital Diamond, right?
Every game, like, so I brought it up to current speed. So I actually took a 2 week break, or 2.5 week break, just doing that. Okay, having one side by side Digital Diamond in the box score. Okay, this guy did this. And I'll tell you, it was kind of a pain, but it was worth it. And now the other question I had was, what do you think about replay baseball? Have you played that at all?
So what I'm hearing from the reason I and Steve Tate and I are kind of on board with this one, and maybe because we're both Egypts or something, I could never get a game started on there. Like that was the
Mm.
thing. I've tried it twice. I like the fact that they actually make you try the demo before you buy the game. Um, I have
I like that too. I have the demo, right?
You have the demo,
I,
so
I,
I like
I'm
watching.
intrigued. I'm intrigued.
So Bernie in chat is the guy to ask
Yep,
because Bernie
does that.
plays right. He's doing it, and I love watching him play it and our Red Sox fan play it, and that's kind of where I am with it. I think the seasons are overpriced.
Yeah, they
They're
are.
just.
They're
It's like, are you
expensive.
kidding me? So, but from what the guys who play PC Replay have said is this thing is almost a perfect adaptation of the Cards and Dice game.
Yeah.
So that
I
says a
don't
lot
know the
for it.
yeah, I don't know the cards and dice, but playing the demo, I've learned how it works. I mean, so it's interesting, and
It's
it's fun
nice
because
looking.
you can roll the three dice and just
Yeah.
input those into the computer, and so
Yeah.
you can still roll the dice. So that's that. The only thing about that is that interesting was that, like, every time I went to start it up, I'd get like I'd have to okay, like, as a system admin
Mm-hmm.
to run the program. That's kind of aggravating. I'm like, that can't be the way it's set up
Yeah.
to be. Like, all the, and I don't know if that's what you meant by you couldn't get it started,
It could
or
have
if you
been
had
that. It was just, and I tried it a couple years ago. And at first, actually, our Red Sox fan didn't like it. He tried it at first. He's like, ah. He said, Beatles, I don't. We were talking one night on whatever it was, back in the day when we used Skype. It was just what 4 years ago, and we were talking, and he said, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't like it. And then I was surprised. Like he tried it again and really liked it. But the thing that's holding me back is I mean, even if I had a lot of money, lots and lots of money. I look at that game and I'm like, okay, I've got all these, there's four digital game. I have a ton,
Yeah.
but the four I play most are this one, Out of the Park, Baseball for Windows, and Diamond Mine Baseball, right?
Yep.
Which is a brilliant program that I just can't seem to get people into, but it's great. And I'm thinking, okay, so I'm gonna spend $26.95 on a season for this game, but it's not, is it what's it going to do, right? Because it's harder. It's really hard, according to another friend of ours that does come into the chat. It's Robbie. I guess it's much harder to create, like, to do homebrew type things and PC
Mhm.
replay and stuff like that. And so to me, it's limiting, but it looks like a great game. I watched Bernie play it, watch Al play it. There's one thing aesthetically as an artist I hate about that game. I've got to say it right here and right now. And I know Mark, Mark, it's not a slam on your game if you ever listen on these broadcasts. Get rid of the yellow halos around the player photos with the player that's up. It looks tacky,
Oh,
dude.
that, yeah,
It's
that,
like an
yeah.
Elvis black velvet painting or something. It looks awful. It's like, come on, just put a little baseball by them or something. I'm like looking at this as an artist saying, because the rest of PC Replay Baseball, right, very clean looking and real. Or this is Digital Diamond. I'm sorry. Let me
Mhm.
back up. This is not PC Replay
Digital
Baseball.
Diamond, yeah.
Back to Digital Diamond. So Mark, get rid of the halos, dude. I don't want to think like I'm looking at St. Francis here, right? I want to look, I'm looking at Roberto Clemente or whatever, Babe Ruth. But I hate those halos. It's like, come on. But PC Replay Baseball, I think it's a nice looking game. It has a very streamlined look to
It
it.
is, yeah.
But the thing that kills me, man, I hate to sound like a cheapskate, but those season prices are nuts.
Yeah.
They're just nuts. I mean, if I wanted to buy like the great matchups for instance, I'm going to be thinking $100 and some dollars, and I'm thinking, why? When if I didn't have everything for Action PC, I'd be like, that's money I could load up on Action PC or getting some
Yep.
additional seasons, though I don't really need to. But like say for baseball for Windows or whatever. So I'm waiting for that next game that, like Action PC, is gonna sort of induce me to say, okay, I'm going to invest the money. So some people have been able to afford right off the rip to just buy every season, right? There's the baseball complete, it's called, and it's every season. It's not every product,
Yeah.
but it's every season, right? And he's got the 20% discount and stuff like that. But it was like I would
It's
find it,
not
and
cheap.
it's a lot more expensive to live in Europe than it is to live in the United States. And it's
Yep.
like I don't have the money to do this. I'm going to have to do this just by buying by decades or seasons here and there. So over the course of 4 years, I bought everything for this, but I tallied up what this would have cost, and it was a lot of money. But I love this game so much, I don't regret it at all. And
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the next baseball game that's going to make me want to go ahead and do that again. And I haven't found it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And the money is, it's money, right? I mean, and it's, when you
Yes.
put, and we're always saying this in the OTP. It's like, especially with the OOTP, because it's such a bargain for what you get.
Oh my
But
God,
I
yeah.
mean,
Right?
but it doesn't matter if you're into this hobby as much as we are.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of time spent on the hobby, easily probably puts whatever money you're putting into it. Like, you're getting a value out of it. You're getting
Oh my
a
God, yeah.
deal. You know what I mean? Like, well, think about it. I mean, I don't know what else you do in your life, but you could. Your hobby was doing. If you might have more hobbies, but I don't really have too many other. I play hockey, and that costs a little money. But
Sure.
anyway, but I mean, you could be doing any hobby, and it could be much more expensive than that. And for the amount of time that you do, and for the amount of enjoyment and time you get out of this,
Oh,
I mean,
hell yeah.
it's probably it's still short money. It might not be short money to you, but it's not money wasted. I mean, if you're really into it, you feel
Oh
like it's
no.
money well spent, right? Like you
No.
said, like you enjoy it. So, and it's
Love
still a
it.
lot of money to people. And I'm not like definitely not making money at all, but yeah, I mean, definitely get you there. The thing about replay with me is they don't have the '86 season, so I'm not getting
Well, that's the other knock too. I'm
it.
looking back. I'm like, you don't have all these seasons carded. It's like there's one dead ball season. I'm like, really?
Yeah,
1908.
it's not.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm hoping that they come
great
out. I
one,
don't
but
know how. I don't know. We'll see what. I don't know if they come out with new ones like every so often. I'm not sure how that works, but I'm not. I'm a little new to the whole thing, so I don't know how the cycle works, like every year or whatever.
right.
Um, so we'll see what happens. But I mean, again, right now, I'm like I said, you talk replay with me. I'm talking about '86 season for anything. That's it, really. It's kind of crazy because I see some people they have like Bernard has. multiple different replays going on,
Oh
different
yeah.
seasons. And that's
Same
cool to
here.
do that.
Same here.
Yeah, it's hard for me to do that. Right now, I like diving in and digging in and investing in myself. And like I said, 86, I'm learning all about it, and like that's pretty much all I work with right now. And some people don't like to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like just the amount of time it's going to take me to finish that, I just concentrate on it,
But I
So
think it's brilliant. I mean, I don't do a lot of season replays. I have a couple going on. So my more thing is like doing what ifs or whatever. But the
yeah,
fact
that's
is
cool.
that things like the four digital games that I mentioned, and I've got to add old time baseball into that actually too.
Oh yeah, I
That
saw
I
that. Those are good. Yeah, I used to love the Tony La Russa, the 23, 24, whatever.
Oh yeah, good
That was great.
stuff, right?
I never had old time. I always thought I was like, oh, that looks amazing. That looks
Oh,
like
old time's awesome. It has the baseball time machine, and it was very ahead of its time,
yeah. I
right?
watched the replay, the stream on that. That was good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's so much fun. But it's just this idea that when I do buy a baseball game, a digital game, I want freedom. Of course, Out of the Park gives that to you
Oh yeah.
everything, and in that case, Michael, I'm spoiled. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And it's such a polarizing game, which I don't know why people either love Out of the Park or they hate it. There's no middle ground in that game.
Yeah. It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, I've never seen that because I've met people, talk to people. Yeah, I like Action PC or I like PC Replay Baseball, but Out of the Park, it's like people. I love that game, or other people. It's crap. It's bullshit. It's blah blah blah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Some people, the people that don't like it, the gripe I think people have with it is the historical accuracy. But I don't know where that comes from a lot of time. I mean, again, there's people that are really deep into like the stat, like fielding percentages for plays and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Mm-hmm.
seen like a lot of people complain about that kind of stuff, and it's just stuff that I don't really get that far into. Like, I'm
Mm-hmm.
more of like I'm an old school like average RBI, on base
Sure.
percentage, ERA. Now, with the whole new WAR and ZR and all, I don't really, I don't really know much about it. I understand what WAR is, but there's so many other different stats. I'm like,
Oh
it,
yeah.
that's kind of what I'm into. But the people that really don't like it from my experience is the ones that think that doesn't it is issues with like the accuracy or the statistics or the thing is I think OOTP is so good at so many things that people expect it to be perfect at everything.
Yeah,
You know
and
what I
it's
mean?
not going to be. And it's
It's not.
predicted World Series winners. So this I've done
Oh yeah, I
some
mean,
some season replays where I've done, and my argument is this: when people say, "Well, yeah, I'm doing a season replay," it's like, yeah, but wait a minute, you're not right. It's like Dave Gardner famously said in a broadcast: as soon as you roll the dice, and I will
it's
just
fictional.
apply this, right? It's automatically a what if. So I click the
Yep,
mouse, right? Right. I'm
yep,
not if I'm managing. Let's say I'm doing, a 1971 Pittsburgh Pirate replay. I'm not Danny Murtaugh, right?
right.
And if I want an exact replay, there's a great site called backtobaseball.com. But I've done, and there's a function, as you know, in out of the park baseball that if you're hands off, there's a little menu choice. I forget where the hell it is. It's kind of buried. It will show you where your replay is
Yep.
with the actual season. I've done 1917 on that. Just let it run through. I've done like a couple different eras of baseball, and it's really actually eerily accurate. Now, yeah, I agree. There's some issues with fielding ratings and stuff like that. But what I found with out of the park baseball, in my experience, is a damn fine baseball engine. Is it?
It's great.
It is. I mean, it's not maybe quite diamond mined, but it's
Right.
pretty close. It is
Well,
pretty close.
yeah, but that's the thing, right? I mean, but people don't understand that it's not. It's not, the first purpose of the game was not to be a historical sim, right? So
Right.
it's more of like a build your own world, build your own, and also play the modern game with the real rosters and stuff like that, right? So,
Yep.
like obviously Action PC and those games like Diamond Mine, like they were built to replay certain like one season, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
more or less. So they focused on that and they do a good job of that,
Oh yeah.
the results are amazing. I mean, sure, I mean, but OTP might have a little bit more variation, but I like that. I mean,
So
I
do
don't
I.
want to see this. I don't want to see the same my decisions cause the same results that came in real life. I want to see what would happen if this happened, or if I'm not saying injuries, but what if I just pinch hit this guy instead of this other guy? You know what I mean? What would have happened? That
Well,
kind of
here's,
thing.
to your point too, Michael. Here's something I don't know if you even know this exists in Action PC baseball. So if you go up to the rules tab,
Yeah.
right, and you go to quick setup, this has something that I've never seen in a digital baseball game. It's called alternate reality mode.
Oh,
Right.
no,
So
I
the
didn't know that.
idea of this thing is when you start the game, it takes away you don't see player ratings, anything like that. So
Oh,
it's like you're a manager going into a new season,
that's
right?
awesome.
And it will actually randomize things up. Not to the
That's cool.
point where like Babe Ruth, like so in 1927 he hit 60 home runs. It's not going to be like if you replay 1927, Babe Ruth's only going to hit 5. That won't happen. But it will shake things up that you can't really go on like okay, you know that like yeah, in 1927, yeah, the Yankees, went on and swept the Pirates in
Yeah.
the World Series and Murderers Row and all that. You don't have that. So you're actually able to revisit if you're a season replayer or even doing the what if stuff that I largely do. And it shakes things up. And every time you do it, it's going to be different. And I've never seen it. So look in the rules tab.
Oh, that's
So,
cool. Yeah.
and mess
So
around with it, man. It's really cool.
yeah, that's yeah. You know what? The cool thing is, like, I have very little knowledge about the 1901 to 19. I would say 19 all the way up to the 40s and 50s. I probably don't haven't done much in those eras.
Hmm.
That if I did a season replay, a lot of it would be unknown to me anyway. So I guess I don't have to really need that. I don't really need that because
Sure.
everything would be like this is, I'd be learning everything from scratch, right, for most of those seasons. So I had a question about Action BC. If you were to buy all, like, say you bought, I say I bought 83, 84, 85,
Hmm.
and I played those in a row, would I be able to build the history that way? Or like, do you have to do, is there like an encyclopedia you have to build or something like
Yeah,
that? Like,
yeah, you do. So unlike Out of the Park, which is hands down better for career play,
yeah,
right?
yep,
Because it just happens automatically. For this you do have to, and there is that encyclopedia function, and
yeah,
then you can move forward. So, yeah, in Action PC, it's a little bit more work to do. Like if you were doing a sort of franchise history, you wanted to play
yeah,
a series of seasons. Out of the Park's better for that, in my
yeah.
estimation. You can do
I
it
just
on
wondering if it was
here.
possible. Yeah.
It is
So it is possible.
possible, but you got to work a
But
little
it's
bit.
expensive.
Well,
Usually what
yeah,
it is.
you got to buy the seasons, but you got to remember, man, he has so many
Oh,
sales
I know.
that
Oh, I
you
know.
could.
His sales were great.
I know all the time. I don't know how he makes. I don't know how he does it because I mean, he offers these. The most expensive seasons are $15 when they're not on sale. They're $15, and I've seen them as low as $3, as Bernie says in the chat.
Yep.
But Out of the Park's got real life transactions, lineups, and this does too. Finally, yes, hooray! But I think that you're right. I think this was built more to do single season replays. But what's nice, what Dave's done is he's realized that there are like hardcore geeks out there that want to do shake it up and do what ifs and play cross era and how you can normalize and stuff like that.
Yep.
Which again you can do in Out of the Park as well. And I love the fact this could also borrow the slogan of Out of the Park baseball. I think this too is an infinite baseball sandbox. Yeah, the downside is you got to buy the seasons, but if
Yep.
you just buy the baseball history collection, if you just buy that, right, you can't really do season replays. But
Season
if you're ever
replays.
doing what ifs, you got 10 lifetimes of baseball just with that product, just that. So
Yeah, the one thing that really intrigued me, which I haven't looked at yet because I'm so like busy right now with the other stuff,
sure,
is the one that is the states collection. Like I saw
I
something
have it,
about.
man. It's awesome.
Oh man, that looks. I've always wanted to do that and
It's
like the
yeah,
OOTP like a certain way. I'm not actually. I mean, every time I built a fictional league, it would always be based on like states. Like okay.
yep.
So this is actually cool because it's actually every play, all the players, good players from state. I wish it had every state, but maybe some states like Alaska don't have enough players from
No,
it, so they can't. But I mean, it's really how many states were in that
I'll bring it
collection?
up
Did you
here
say
and I will let you know because I've
like
actually
40? I think it was a lot of them. Most of them, I think.
there's a lot. I think that maybe 30 of the states are on there. I'm pretty
So
sure.
cool. That was so cool. Yeah,
Oh
that's a cool
yeah.
thing.
I got to
That I
bring it
can
up and
do
how
that.
see how Massachusetts is doing anyhow. So, it's funny because it was a couple years before he came out that I don't know if you remember a site called the Baseball Gauge. So the guy, it was a great site, and it's slowly a lot of what was on the Baseball Gauge is now being moved into Baseball Reference. And one of
Yep.
the things that it had there, yeah, here's the state collection. I'll just take a minute to bring up. I got to double click. Boom, boom. All right. So I'm looking at this. I'm like, I should do a whole bunch of teams from, right, just states because it had it on there. And I never got around to it. And one day I'm like, I have some time. It was during the pandemic. I'm like, yes, I'm going to finally do it. And then I looked and there was the banner that said, well, we're sorry, but we've
Oh, that's
decided
crazy.
to stop. So then Dave comes out with this. So
Ah,
let's look at
that's so
what's going
cool.
on here. Yeah,
I'm
it's
curious. Can
brilliant.
you look at Massachusetts? Can you
Yeah,
look
be
at?
happy
I
to,
want to see
man.
the team.
Yeah,
I
and
yeah.
right now I've only done a couple games right now in this thing because I have too many things going. But Massachusetts 1 and 2 right now.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely bring them up so you can see the players on here. This and the thing, this is like $20, $25 for this set,
Yeah, I know. Nice.
and a crap ton of players, man. Wow. Let me look for Massachusetts. Where are you? I'm working
Right in
off
the
the play
middle.
screen, which is there.
Right in the
Yep,
middle,
there you
Louisiana.
go.
Yeah.
So I mean, you got a good team, man. So Jimmy Barrett, Joe Kelly, Hall of Famer, Tony C, of course. Let me
Can't see it
see.
yet. I'm waiting for it to come up. All right, just oh,
Okay,
here we go. All right,
Mickey Cochran, Mark Belanger, Pie Trainer from Framingham, Massachusetts. There's you got Richie Hebner, Jeff Bagwell.
Shanty.
Yeah, you got some good
I
players
know
here.
Jerry Remy. Yeah, Jerry
The
Remy.
Crime
What
Dog.
about
Yeah.
what about the pitchers?
Let's look at your pitching rotation. So you got tough pitchers. You got Jack Cheeseborough Hall of Famer. You got Glavin, Wild Bill Donovan from the dead ball era, Wilbur Wood, Vic Rashi. You got some good pitchers here. Bedrosian. Yeah, man.
Where's he
You got
from? Does
Bedrosian.
it say where he's from? If you click on the pic, does it tell you?
Let me see. Let's
Swift
find out. Um,
Canyon Sturts. That's a
yeah. So,
my baseball coach in high school was I think he made it was Joe DiSarcina. He was the uncle of Gary DiSarcina.
oh, okay.
And you know, he played. I think he was drafted by the Padres, and he played in the minors in the '70s, I think, or maybe the '60s. But that's as far as he got.
Oh,
But
wow.
he's in OOTP in the minor leagues.
That is so cool. I mean, just to make it to the show, it's funny people pick on Bob Uecker, but it's like you realize the talent it takes to even just make it to the major leagues. Because the
Exactly.
Steve Tate was talking about, or Legends was talking about it one night because he played some pro ball, but not. But he said it's unreal when you go just from A to double A and then to triple A. I mean, these are like huge leaps. They're not little incremental. So anybody that even played rookie league ball was a pretty damn good ball player, right?
Oh yeah. Yep.
You'd love the state collection, man. It's a lot of
Yeah. No.
fun.
That is cool. Yeah. That is
Yeah.
very cool.
And the other thing too that when you do get more seasons, or if you would get the baseball history collection, the draft function on here is
Mhm.
brilliant. It's brilliant.
Oh, okay.
It's super easy to use too. Now, what sucks in this game? The other thing that sucks in this game is the schedule generator is like, are
Oh,
you
okay.
kidding me? If you're doing a what if thing, Steve Tate worked a workaround, but if you the schedule generator on its own is a nightmare. I hate it, and I
They
hope
allow
Dave
you to
fixes
import.
that.
Do they allow you to import anything from like a spreadsheet or something? Or
So you can do that, and you can also. Steve has a better workaround. So let's say you were doing 1985, right?
yeah.
So, but you're not going to get like, let's say you don't have the access to the 1985 schedule, right? Retro sheet, whatever. But as long as the team names match up, right? And let's say this is more for a what if project, right? So these do come with the as played schedules if you buy a season, which is nice. But let's say you're doing a what if. As long as
Yeah.
those team names match up, I can just create a schedule by bringing in the schedule from another season, and boom, it makes
Oh,
the
cool.
schedule. Because to the best schedule generator I've ever seen in a baseball game is actually an APA PC baseball. It's
Okay.
it's excellent. You can set up any type of league you can imagine, and it walks you through. Like,
Nice.
okay, you need to play this many teams, intra division, and this many
Yep.
teams inter division, or God forbid interleague, whatever. But yeah, definitely, if you got a few bucks lying around, you really should pick this up and enjoy the awesomeness of Pennsylvania's team.
Is that where you're from, Pennsylvania?
Well, that's where I'm living, yeah. And so,
Oh, you're living.
and I've
Okay.
worked. Yeah, I worked in Pittsburgh for a while as a demonstrator in a magic shop and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah. So that's one of the things that I've done professionally is sleight of hand magic, and I used to have a big illusion show. I'm a musician. I do all kinds of stuff, and
Yeah. Cool.
I suck at all of them. But what the hell? Keeps a roof over my head. But we got great players, man. We got great players.
Oh yeah.
Even some
Oh
modern
yeah.
players. So
And
PA.
clock. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hannes Wagner. Come on, come on. Reggie Jackson. We got Reggie. We got Ken Griffey. So we're good. So Pennsylvania will dominate, and our pitching staff's scary. But yeah, this is great. This is great. I would just really like to see. It's funny because Michael, I'll talk about like, oh, I wish Action PC would adopt this from Out of the Park, or I wish Out of the Park would adopt this from Action PC. But I'm thinking, you know what? It kind of makes the games unique that they don't.
Yep.
But to your point earlier, I really would love to see Action PC where I could click on Christy Mathewson, for instance, and I can see as I can in Out of the Park baseball his entire career.
Yeah.
I want that in Action PC, and I hope Steve will do it, or
I mean,
he would do
this
it.
tells this helps tell the story, right? I mean, like
It really does.
these are stories like this. Even if it's one season, the stories of big stories are their career stat, their milestones. Like if are they coming close to a milestone? Are they going to surpass? Are they going to get to? Are they going to hit a milestone a lot earlier than they did in their career in this replay? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's so many different things that benefits to having that. It helps you, and especially for you that do does streams like this, like, it helps you tell a story. It's easier for you to tell a story that way.
Oh, it
Like
really
this,
is.
it's like so and so. Oh, he's almost he's got 1,998 hits, and see if he gets his 2,000th, this game. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. It makes it more interesting. That's just surprising to me that they don't have that. But
Yeah, and I don't think it has anything to do with the seasons because even if you just had that, you would have to actually input every stat, and you know, I mean, unless you're Steve Tate, you're not going to do that,
yeah,
right?
I know.
So,
Yeah, I saw that with the Shanks League. It's like I just happened to think like I think I remember I followed your
oh
draft.
my God.
I was listening to the second part, like on my 5 mile walk that I was taking.
Uh
I was
huh.
listening to it the whole time. And then like the next like, a couple days later, he's like, "Oh, I got everything done." I'm like, "Holy crap, he works fast."
Oh man, he's a beast.
Yeah,
He's an absolute beast. And I told you about those Negro League files, which are free. There's no
yeah,
other
that's
game that has them at that level. And Steve's just again like what you've done, Legends too. And that's the other thing how just how unselfish you guys are about this, right? So Legends already has he's had it up there for a while. His franchise stars baseball league season one. If you play MLB the Show 22, bam, you can download it. And now
oh wow.
I got to tell you what a geek I am, Michael. So it's confession time. Every year when Out of the Park baseball comes out on Steam, right? So I just get it on Steam now, dude. You're gonna laugh. I literally once the game releases, I'm hitting the Out of the Park forums and the Steam workshop every season, every day, waiting for your mods to be up in the workshop, dude. Isn't that
I know.
bad? It's like
Well,
it's like, come on, Michael, what are you waiting for, dude? It's 2 weeks
I
into the
know, dude.
season.
Tell me about it. You don't understand the pressure I'm under. Like, it's like, holy
Right?
crap. It's actually like, because I'm in there from the beta, which usually starts around January at some point.
Right.
And then like, and then I'm, and obviously all their features aren't always fleshed out at the beginning. So sometimes I'm waiting around for them to add some stuff before I can actually go in and mess around with any new, tweaks or whatever to the stadiums and the
Mm-hmm.
whatever the uniforms. So I'm sitting there, they're like, okay, we have release date coming up. I'm like, I know, believe me, I know. I'm trying to get my stuff out too, what I mean? So, and it's not like I feel like I have to have it out, and they're not pressuring me to do it, but it's just like I know that people are waiting for it, and I know how I would feel if I was playing and I was waiting. I'd want to have that right off the bat too.
Oh yeah.
So I try to get it out there. I mean, I think I had it out there maybe a week or two into the after release this time. I think I
Yeah,
might
you
have
were
been
good this time. Thank you.
yeah, right. But
Thank you.
getting it out on Steam isn't. I mean, it's not a big hassle, but I mean, sometimes I'm dealing with like almost 2 gig. I don't know how big the whole file is now. It's probably like 1.5 gigs or something like that. Just
Yeah.
dealing with all those and making sure because I have to manage those all in a separate location on my hard drive, like and then I upload them from there and, based on I must have like 3 or 4 different versions of all my parks everywhere. So I probably have like 6 gigs of my parks all total on my on my hard drive somewhere.
I
It's it's
know.
it's, it's kind of hard to organize it all, and I have it all on my OneDrive in the cloud, and I have to upload it to the. I have my what is it the file, which is where it's doing all of them. So it's crazy. Trying to that time of year is like nuts for me. It's like and this year I had the uniforms and the updates for the new uniform numbers and names, which I spent a lot of time on getting that all automated with the XML files. I went through every season, every team, every season had and had their uniform colors and their entry. I had to put an entry in it for in what numbers, what font they use for the uniform name and number. If they had one, all the dead ball is easy because they didn't have anything like, you know.
Right, right. No
But
numbers, anything like that. Right.
I mean, but it was cool. But I mean, at the same time, it was a lot of work, you know, especially when you
Yeah.
get down to like, you know, and I tried to get the fonts down to like exact, you know, even the colors and you know, if they had like, you know, even 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 like putting trying to get nameplate, like if they had a nameplate on there, like trying to make it. I add that to the file to see if you know a little background, little thing that to give it a little look like a nameplate if you had one, you know, that kind
Yeah.
of stuff. So I try to make it, and that's the stuff why I was asking you about the angle of the pitching angle during the games, and you just so you could see that kind of stuff. You know, I just feel like that. You know, for me anyway, I'm not just because I'm not just tooting my own horn here.
You can
I
toot
mean,
your own horn. You
I
did
no no
fantastic
that's how I
work, man. Come on.
when I play. That's how I like to do it. I'm not saying you. I assume that you probably already messed around with all those angles, and maybe maybe that's just the best way to do the broadcast is just to do it that way, and that's fine too. You don't have to do. I was just suggesting.
Oh yeah,
Um,
no, I want to keep it that way. It actually looks nice. But if you see the way Chris does it, right? So he does it differently, and you get a real good shot of your uniforms because he's down behind
um,
home plate.
yeah, you know, I haven't seen any. Has he been very active? Maybe for some reason I don't see too many of his stuff come up on my feed. I don't know. Maybe I'm not following him. That's probably the problem.
Yeah, and the other thing is he lives he works. He's originally from Pennsylvania, but he works as a teacher in Islamabad. So
Oh, really?
he's
Wow.
yeah, so he's 9 hours
Wow.
ahead of us. So,
Yeah.
but he's doing a this, and it's like a master class on creating a tournament in out of the park baseball. He calls it his Creators Cup, and it's
Yeah. That's
mammoth.
yep.
Yeah,
Well, I joined a Facebook group, sports simulations and replays. Like that was like the first thing when I got into cards and dice. That's the first thing I did was join that.
hmm
And then like that's kind of where the first place where people started to realize that I was the person who did that. Cool, because some people because Chris Slovic was posting videos. I did watch some of those on Facebook,
yeah.
and I told him I was like, oh, that park looks great. I was like, oh. You know, he's like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah, I know. I created that one. He's like, oh, that's you. And
Yeah.
that's kind of how it all started, right? Because I was just impressed that he was using it. I was like, wow, that's
Oh
awesome.
yeah.
You
He's a
know,
good guy. All these guys in here, man.
but he's got a good. I like his delivery too on the names. You
He
know,
sounds like a real broadcaster.
and he yells. He's like, you know, and some of it's like, you know, not like Robert, but like, you know.
Oh yeah. Again, these guys haul, and then Legends, he's got like a real kind of smooth delivery. So though he doesn't sound like him when I'm listening to Legends, it's almost like it's just like a Vin Scully style there. Chris reminds me of kind of like Kurt Gowdy, but like on speed or something. I don't know. It's he goes nuts,
Yep.
right? And then Robert is just well, Robert's Robert. I don't what he does is great. I mean, I love
Yes,
listening to these guys. They're all good. They're all good.
it's great. It's fun. You know, I mean, honestly, like, you know, it's fun. It's really
Yeah,
fun.
yeah. It doesn't get the chicks, but it's fun.
Oh, I hear you.
Hey,
So
baby, I'm a YouTube streamer. Come on,
so how late do you usually stay up? I don't want to keep you too late now.
dude. Are you kidding me? I could be a vampire. Remember, I'm a rock musician, so to me, I'm
Oh
usually
yeah.
getting in when most people are getting up. So no
Yeah.
worries,
No,
man.
no. Okay, I don't want to keep. I do realize that I've seen a few streams where you started around this time.
Oh my God. So yeah, sometimes so the night, and I know you didn't stay for the whole thing. So the night after the second part of the Shanks League, we had to stop at 3 hours. No, it was the first night. You weren't there. So it was the first night. It was the Shanks League for this
I did
version.
listen to the first night for a little while, but not
Yeah.
for a
Well,
long
we
time.
were on
You were
talking
struggling with
baseball.
your Brewers. You were struggling looking through the Brewers teams. I remember that.
Oh my
At the
God, and
beginning.
even worse, the
Oh,
Diamondback. Yeah, I'm like, oh, how can I get this? We were on for 4 more hours after that. It was a 7 hour stream.
oh man.
Oh yeah, it's sick. It's sick. It's
Well,
it's
that's the big
just
thing.
it's
You want to get it
sick,
done.
dude.
So my
Oh,
question is this: with that, the Shanks, like, this is the third time you're doing it. Is that right?
yeah, yeah. This is our well, it's our third time through. We had kind of a test run. Where it
Yeah.
came from was, Todd B, who I don't know, he was in here a while ago. His original idea, he said, guys, what if we did a draft where, you would get assigned a random year and you had to pick a player from that year, and that's where it was just a little remark in chat, and Steve and Big Clue saw it, and that it was the beginning of that story.
That's cool. Yeah. like, how quickly do you sim the season? I mean, when did this start anyway? I mean, like, how quickly do you expect to get through this season that you're doing now?
This one, well, we're already at August 14th on the game
Oh, you are?
calendar.
Oh,
Yep.
jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
So
Okay.
for Shanks 1, what we tried to do, and Shanks came from, so it came from Todd B, but also again, I told you about the Ned McGreevy League. So Todd was talking about that and saying, hey, couldn't we do this? And boom. So in the first one, we tried to broadcast a lot more games. So between, MV, Steve Tate, and myself were kind of like the three people, each of our channels, whatever. But we were like, wow, this is really going for a long time. So the second one, now the third one, like tomorrow, I'll do a game, and then I'll sim out like a week, and then then the next guy will pick up the file in Discord, like Dwayne. So it's mostly right now. Bernie's going to be away for a couple weeks, so right now it's going to be Dwayne Martz and I doing most of the broadcast, with Steve doing a few and MV
I see.
doing a few.
So
Yeah, but
when you
so
do you
two.
not pick your own teams? Do you not pick your own team when you do? Do you have some? Is that a rule or something where you can't pick your own team to do? Or
No, right, exactly. So
is that what
that,
it is? I mean,
oh yeah, dude,
okay.
I believe me, I am not a Brewers fan. I'm in the National League Central, dude. I hate the Brewers, and I know nothing about the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
So you get randomly assigned, and the
Oh,
franchises.
what I mean is when
Oh,
you're doing when you're doing you're playing out a game, you're
oh,
doing the broadcast. You're not allowed to do your own team, or you
right,
can't pick
yeah,
your own team.
you don't manage your own team, and you
Okay.
also don't manage for others. So the idea is they adopted the McGreevy rule. So if you're the home team and that game's being done that night, if you're in there, the home manager gets to do everything, can call steals, do the whole thing, and
Yep.
substitutions, whatever. The visiting manager can only do substitutions to make it fair. Now, if it's the visiting manager in there, the home manager's not there, then he can manage if he wants. And you throw up a little emoji in the chat, because we ran into a little bit of drama in Shanks 2, where one of the broadcasters, trying to be a nice guy, was trying to, hey, listen, do you want to do this or do you want to do that? And then people got a little bit spiky,
Yeah.
salty, whatever about it. So now the rule is look, we'll just pick a game. For me, I look for good pitching matchups. And now that
Yep.
we're later in the season, it's like, okay, I want to look for two teams that are still kind of in the race, although one of the divisions is pretty much already sewn up now. So it's just the other one still does have a bit of a race. But
Interesting.
MV, uh, that Brit, so he could be I think the first guy that's gonna win. He won McGreevy, and it looks like he's gonna win Shanks this time
Oh,
around.
wow.
So yeah, and then there will be
That
no end to the
yeah.
boasting. But we love MV.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool. All right.
So again, you want to join out, man. It's literally the only sort of commitment would just be the draft nights,
Yep.
and yeah, the second draft night we knocked it out. It's the first draft. Plus, I know they're going to throw in another new kind of wrinkle to it, and so it's that first time getting everybody. All right, here we go. But once the system goes, it just moves. But the first night usually takes longer because everybody's just kind of getting comfortable, and we're talking
Yeah.
baseball and joking. But I'm really really glad you're going to be that you're going to be involved in the next one. It's fun, man. I mean, so for you, right? You're talking about, well, you don't know a lot about the dead ball era. So I installed 2006 earlier just to show you a season installation. I'm never going to replay the 2006 season. I don't care.
Right.
So
Right.
you could ask me like who was the batting
Yeah.
champ
Right.
in 2006. I'm not going to know. But you want to ask
Yeah.
me
But
anything
you
about
have the benefit.
1903,
Yeah.
I'll tell you about 1903 without even looking at Baseball Reference or the Baseball Encyclopedia.
Yep.
So whatever.
But you do have. But you haven't been dead over the last 20 years, so I'm sure you know some.
Oh
You've heard of
yeah.
some of the. I mean, so you had the benefit of being alive during that time.
Yes.
Whereas, I don't know anybody. Nobody talks about 19 those. Except for a handful of players, maybe you might hear about. But
Well,
other than
yeah,
that,
the
like,
usual suspects, right? So I mean,
yeah.
everybody knows Ty Cobb, for
Oh yeah,
instance.
yeah.
And
Cy Young, Ty
Cy
Cobb, all
Young,
those guys.
Walter
Exactly,
Johnson.
those guys.
Yeah, exactly. So the usual suspects, I
But you
like to
don't know
call
that
them.
Ed Delahanty's and was it Ed and Jim Delahanty? There's
Ed,
a bunch
Jim,
of
and Joe. There were
Delahanty.
three of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I remember them. Yeah, I remember those guys.
Yeah, poor Ed
Yeah, I
took a
mean,
tumble off of Niagara Falls. but the best of the three. He's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, they don't know if he was pushed off a train for drunkenness, if he got off the train,
Oh
but
God.
he ended up falling over a bridge um, in 1902. So, yeah.
Sock Sabled.
Sox Siebold. Now there's a guy not a Hall of Fame. So there you got some dead ball knowledge. There you go.
Well, yeah. An OOTP. Do you ever do the perfect team thing? Because I mean, I kind of. Do you ever do that?
Perfect team. Nah, I don't play perfect team.
Well, I mean, I do it just from a card collecting type thing. Just like
Okay.
I don't spend money on it. I just take whatever free cards they or packs they give you or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't put too much time into it, but I do like to collect. Sometimes rip the packs open and stuff and see what I get. And so there's a lot of historical players in there. So and some of the biggest, rarest ones you get are like some. I think the one I have is Sock Sable. Is what he's like the 100 rated guy or whatever it is. So anyway, so I get to know
He was
some
a
of
good
the
player.
historical guys that way.
That's
That's kind
good.
of cool. Yeah.
Well, I think they deserve to be remembered. Those
Oh
great
yeah.
players. And yeah, I mean, there's no. Well, actually, Ken Castro says that Clinton Parks. He's again a regular in the community. And by the way, Digital Diamond Baseball. I'll tell you a little thing about Clinton. Very quickly, you can thank Clinton Parks for the fact that Digital Diamond Baseball has defensive ratings.
Oh,
That's the man to thank.
nice.
Crazy story there. I approached Mark with it softly, but Clinton tends to go more bad cop and got it done though. Because the first year I played Digital Diamond, I'm like, wait a minute, why does Roberto Clemente's arm the same as like every other outfielder when the guy had a
Yeah.
howitzer? And at the time it was like, well, defense, blah blah blah. But Clinton pushed, and so the entire sports gaming community that plays Digital Diamond Baseball really owes a thank you to Clinton Parks for that. But that being said, Ken Castro says Clinton is the only one in our family here, and we do call it a family, and you're part of it now. Sorry, but you're stuck.
Yep.
Who actually saw Dead Ball live? So we always mess with Clinton. You
Oh,
have to,
yeah.
yeah, you
That's
have
funny.
to. He's a curmudgeon, but deep down, good guy. Now, you want to talk about a grognard, man, hardcore. So when he does a season replay, and I'm the guy that got him into dead ball baseball. He was not into it. He was into 1960s was his thing, right? And then he's watching my channel on dead ball. He's like, all right, I'll give it a try. Loves dead ball. When he does a season replay, he'll go on newspapers.com, and he used to stream on here, and he would actually like do ads that he would find in the newspapers or news stories from that day of the game, and
Wow.
do like a quick rundown of the
That's
scores.
amazing.
So here are the, I can't do his voice, but here's what's happening around the league today. September 5th, 1908, blah blah blah. Chicago Cubs, Pittsburgh Pirates battling, and all this. And really, really cool. And when Clinton gets into a project, man, he goes full bore. There's just no stopping him.
That's
Um,
cool. Yeah, that's really cool.
and all these guys, like, so Ken Castro, hardcore, he is purely cards and dice. So the highest praise he ever gave a digital game was to Diamond Mine Baseball, and he said he tolerates it. So he is hardcore cards and dice, and but so we have a mix, in here with Al, with everybody. You're not going to get Ken Castro near Action PC Baseball. Not going to happen. You're not going to get it.
Yep.
He's bought them. He's like, yeah, Matt, and he's back to rolling them up. So he's doing the Appa Bats set, which is really neat. It's pre-expansion baseball. So before, so it's 1960 and before,
Yep.
and keeping us updated. Uh, all these guys have really compelling, fun projects. Texags is about to embark on 1919, probably the most infamous dead ball season. Right,
Yep.
Bernie walking. You and Bernie got to talk, man, because he is a Red Sox encyclopedia.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, this thing is. Yep.
And he's a new apostle to dead ball, which is really kind of cool. But Bernie saw Ted Williams play. Now, how cool is that, right?
Yep.
So think about that. I mean, you're a Red Sox fan. You're not old enough. I can tell. You didn't see Ted Williams play. I didn't see Ted Williams play. Not
My
old
folks
enough.
did, but that's about it.
Exactly. Bernie saw Ted.
Well,
He gives these great
maybe
stories.
not even. Oh, geez, my folks were born when he was playing, so that's probably not. But yeah, I.
So Bernie, do you want to twist Michael's mind here and tell him who your second favorite team is? I think he should tell you, because it twisted my mind really hard when he told me. And you're already getting a huge hint here, but um, hopefully
Is it the
he'll hear this.
Yankees?
I'm gonna let him say it, man. So Ken Castro
Oh,
said he almost saw Ted play, but his first game was 1963. Yeah, so I would tell you this. Yes, his second favorite team is the New York Yankees, even though he hates them. And maybe Bernie will explain more. I've
No,
never heard.
you know what?
Come
I
on.
understand that. I
Do
get it.
you
I mean, because
really?
well, I do, because well, I'm not saying I agree, but I mean,
Okay, good.
but honestly, look at it this way. I look at it this way. Like,
Right?
first of all, I don't think there's any such thing as a second favorite team. To me, second favorite team means it's not your favorite team because you have a favorite team, right?
Right, exactly.
But
I get that.
from a respect factor, I can see the Yankees being up there. The same thing, same reason why I always hated the Montreal Canadiens because the Bruins used to kick the Bruins' butt all the time.
Right.
But God, the respect factor for them is amazing. Like, I'll always like I appreciate like the history and appreciate like but I always hate them. I would say I like them in that I respect the whole organization. So if that's what he means. But maybe I get it. But I mean, if I was watching the Yankees play, well, geez, I know for a fact I used to love seeing them lose. I saw them lose to the Diamondbacks in 2001. My friends and I were at a bar. We were like slapping hands and high fives and going nuts. Almost like the Red Sox won the World Series. When they lost when what's his name, Luis Gonzalez hit the hit there.
Right.
And yeah. So I was like, that way I wouldn't say I like the Yankees, but I respect them though. So I mean,
So I got to ask you, have you forgiven Bucky Dent? I mean, you weren't around then, but
I
have
was
you
two. I was
forgiven?
two. I was
Okay,
two.
so you could so there was you didn't have to because there's
No.
only one Red Sox fan I've ever met that has forgiven Bucky Dent. Only one, and it's our Red
Who's
Sox
that?
fan. Our Red Sox fan.
Well, I think you'd find since they won the World Series in 2004 that a lot of that stuff has been forgiven, like most of it for
Yeah.
people. Because it was like a tough time, tough sledding for being a Red Sox fan up until 2004, including 2003, which was terrible. Like the way that ended, uh, Aaron Boone there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
no, but I mean honestly, well look at me, right? I mean, I was 10 years old in 1986. I was like heartbroken when they lost. Probably not as much if I was at a bar or drinking. I probably would have been way worse off. But I
Right.
mean, but it, but when they lost the way they lost to the Mets. But here I am replaying that whole season and loving it. And I don't care at all about. I don't care at all about the fact that the Red Sox blew it. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do. I play the Mets. I'm like, I'm playing. It's just great. Like I don't even think about it because I think if we had never won a World Series yet, I'd probably would have stayed away from that thing with it. I wouldn't have touched that season with a 30-foot pole. You know what I mean? So, but now it's like completely like, hey, now it's just a nostalgia thing, and it's like, hey, like I was a kid. That was like one of the first years I started really collecting baseball cards. I think I collected the whole set
Oh,
by
nice.
buying packs. By buying packs, I collected the whole Topps '86 set just by buying. So that's just my sweet spot. You know what I mean? Um,
Bernie says he dislikes Boone more than Dent. Ooh, that's deep.
yeah.
That's deep, Bernie. John
Well,
DFW, you want to talk about projects, Michael? You were talking about projects earlier, so you're looking in the
yeah.
chat. Look at this
Oh
list
yeah.
of stuff John's doing. He's a
That's what
beast.
he's got going on right now. Oh
That's
my
what's
God.
going on right now. That's awesome.
See, with the amount of games I've played, if I had just picked one team, I probably could have had about 5 seasons done by now.
Yeah, yeah.
If I just did one team per season, I probably would have done it. Just
Oh yeah.
I think I played well over 300 games so far, or 200, 300 games. I would have had a couple seasons done at least maybe. But I would
That's
have been, yeah.
incredible.
I'm kind of, yeah, I'm wondering. Sometimes I wonder, well, because a lot of people, it seems like a lot of people start these projects and then they just move on to something else because they
Mm-hmm.
don't attention. Well, I'm really trying to stick with this, believe me, I'm already like my mind's already turning around. I see a lot of great stuff that's being done. And I'm like, oh man, maybe a one team season would have been better to do just because it would have been done quicker. But
Right.
no, I'm gonna stick with this for now, and you know,
Good. No,
you know,
stay with it. It's Ken had put up a sent me a video. This. I don't know if you've seen this. This guy Ken, what was it, man? This guy literally has played thousands over like 10 years or something. Thousands of cards and dice games per year. Like
yep.
it's insane, man. I'm like, wow.
This the guy that does APA? Because I think I
I
saw
think yeah,
something
it's
about.
Appa. I think it's Appa.
Yeah,
Yes.
he plays like so many seasons, so many games. Yeah, I saw something about that.
I can't even imagine. Like digital projects are easy. I mean, they take some. It's like okay, I just got to stick with this every day. But you guys doing cards and dice whole seasons, and even with using digital diamond baseball, you're playing every game, every team. Um,
Wow.
Man, hats off to you because I can tell you I cannot do that. There's no way.
the cool thing is though is that I'm kind of mixing up games I'm using, so it kind of keeps it fresh. You know what I mean? So I'll
Yeah.
switch off, like I said, I'll switch off from using payoff pitch. So I'll go back to APA, then I'll go to like Action PC. The interesting thing is, which is funny to me, which is kind of a bummer to me, that I can't use OOTP in the same way. And I'll tell you
Oh
why.
no.
I'll tell you why, because I'm
God.
using as played lineups, and OOTP has that, the starting lineups.
Mm-hmm.
Where they kind of fall short on is their 25-man roster
Mm-hmm.
every day is not the same 25-man roster that they used. For some reason, Action PC has that, and
Yes.
Digital Diamond has that. It's and I didn't realize that because I was actually I was using the OTP lineups in Ross 25-man when I first started the season, thinking that those guys were actually really used, and then I realized quickly that luckily that I had to redo a few games, but I was playing these, and because I don't know who was on the bench like on certain games. Doesn't You can't get that from the box score, right?
Right.
But OTP was somebody. If somebody went on the DL in real life and they took him off, they would put someone else on the bench that was like, who knows? They probably wouldn't have started until September. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm playing with these guys. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, Doug Drabeck's on the Yankees opening day. I'm like, no, he wasn't. I found
Right.
out that he was. So it's just kind of aggravating. So I wish that it wasn't like that. I wish they had all the full 25-man roster. And I actually, I think I already suggested that to them, why that's not the case. But it's funny because all the stuff I do for OTP, I can't even use that for my replay.
Yeah, it's tough, right?
So it's kind of a bummer, yeah.
But it's got its own thing. So Ken, so you're doing so Ken in the chat, right? He's at five. He's at or 575 games in the year right now, all cards and dice.
Wow.
And he said even when he was working, so Ken is he's a brilliant journalist, retired now, brilliant. But when he was working, he was still doing around 375 games a year.
Wow.
That's some serious dedication. That's wow. I mean, I have that kind of dedication for other things that I do, and I love baseball. It's like the no, I feel like Bob Costas here when he talks about this in the Ken Burns documentary. This is the one thing ever since I was a little kid, which was weird because even as a little kid, I started studying baseball. I think it's because of my love of history. Because again, I'm not a sports fan. So when I was a 10-year-old kid, right, I was reading about Hannes Wagner,
Yep.
and yeah, so but like these guys here, like just I've got to stay on top of my game, pardon the pun, because I'm doing this, and I'm always about, yeah, correct me when I'm wrong on things, but these guys are smart here, and again, just to get back to all the praise that they've given you, it's these guys don't just toss around praise for
Yep.
nothing, you know, and
Well, I
it's
appreciate it.
yeah, so your work is just it's brilliant. But not only that, but just you're well spoken here and just talking and having fun. And when I say
Yep.
well spoken, I mean, hey, I curse like a sailor. I don't give a damn about the YouTube algorithm or not. This isn't rated for kids anyhow. When I go on rants, sometimes, dude, I'll drop all kinds of whatever.
Yeah,
But
I try to
you
keep it
know,
clean. I try to keep it clean. My motto is like, if I don't swear in front of my parents or my kids.
yeah.
Uh,
Well,
I don't know what the whole thing with you. I know YouTube's very finicky with, so I don't want to ruin anybody's stream yet. But yeah,
yeah.
I can definitely throw with the best of them.
I'm Irish and Italian, Michael. I don't
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
choice. It just
yeah.
happens.
Just
But
bullshit, exactly.
it's just great. Oh, John corrected me. So that's an all-time greats league that he's doing. He is doing it. So he's
Yeah,
not
I
doing
saw
all
that.
those seasons. So it's like, yeah, but still, that's still a lot of work that he's doing there.
And I
Um,
just since I'm on the live stream, I just want to correct something like with the uniform mods that I do for the
yeah.
OOTP.
Hmm.
I didn't. I did work in conjunction with another user from OOTP. His name is No Pepper is his name. That's his. He's very good graphics guy, right? Awesome.
Oh,
So he
nice.
did. He actually did. We worked like we did like a joint project for that. But he actually did almost all the dead ball era uniforms, which
Wow.
so
Well,
most of those from him. So I just wanted to get that out
what
there
was his
because I
name again?
did No Pepper was his name.
No.
Actually,
Okay.
there's a few other guys. Texas Ranger was another one.
Uh huh.
We actually had a Google Meet thing going on, a chat, like, we were actually organizing who's going to do which ones, and
Awesome.
I mean, I think I did the bulk of them. I mean,
Yeah.
but I want everybody to know that it's not just me that did those, and I don't want anybody, if they were happen to listening, thinking that I was stiffing them, So
Wow.
because I know because a big thing in the community, like when you're modding, is credit, giving credit where credit's due. I mean, so I don't want to act like I did everything, obviously. So because not the case. And in that case, like most of my stadiums, I think 99% of the stadiums I've done are mine. I think it's funny. I think there's one. I saw you doing a game with County Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Actually, the funny thing, that's one. I think that's one of the only stadiums I have left that I didn't actually build from the ground up. I think I took that a model, and then I
Okay.
definitely I did all kinds of modifications to it, like especially in the outfield with all the different versions of it, the
Right.
different. But the actual model, like the grandstand, that actually was taken from a model. So I just thought I'd let you know that. Interesting thing. But I think every other stadium, there were other ones where I took models, but then I ended up redoing them and building them up from the
Oh
ground up,
yeah.
which I love to do. I mean, I haven't done it in a while. I think I'm gonna start getting the itch for that again at some point.
You sound like it. And guys, again, I would just remind you, just you have some spare time. If there's some night that nobody's, and we do get nights in the community where nobody's doing any games or whatever. Just what, grab a beverage, get a beer, whatever, and watch. Because Michael takes you through the creation process, and I know that you guys really appreciate what he's done, but I think when you actually see the work that goes into this, because he's not just like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna put this grandstand here and this and whatever. It's and as an artist watching that creative process that he did, it's a whole another level of respect. For what you've done there, I remember I found it by accident. I found you by
Yeah,
accident on YouTube, and I'm like,
that's usually how it works, right?
yeah, right, exactly. And I'm like, this is incredible. I mean, because I'm thinking, because when I first got the mod, whatever first year you did it, I got the mod. I'm like, holy shit, here we go.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, okay, this is cool. And I'm thinking, I wonder what he's using, because I've worked with, I've worked with Wavefront, I've worked with Maya, all that stuff. Now I work with Blender, and things like that. And I'm like,
Yeah. I tried Blender. I can't make heads or tails out of that thing.
it's tough. Blender's got its
Not
tough
as
point of
user
entry.
friendly as it's not as user friendly as SketchUp is.
Yeah. I mean, once I mean, Pixar's using Blender now, so I mean, but it's a crazy program. But I'm wondering what he did. These look really good, and then I found it was last year, and I literally, Michael, sat and watched all the videos. I watched the whole thing. I
Oh,
mean,
really?
yeah, yeah. My
Wow.
cats and I told you I needed an intervention, and it's just and it is brilliant. So Texags, those are on. Oh yeah. So Ken also, he says, nice to finally hear a New England accent on this channel. And
It's tech.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, there's so many of you Red
Oh,
Sox
Astros.
fans.
Okay.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said, oh, I didn't know who said that. Then I looked at the chat. I was
So
like,
Ken,
yeah, it's
he's in
Ken.
Rhode
Yeah. Okay.
Island. So he's a although his favorite team's the Philadelphia Phillies, but he's right in the heart of Red Sox world up there in Providence. But
It's
he's a
funny.
Phillies fan. Yeah.
There's a guy I know. Well, my brother was in the Air Force with, and I happen to know. I happen to meet him and stuff, and he's a good guy. He's from Philadelphia, and he actually lives in Key West now.
Uh-huh.
He owns a Philly cheesesteak shop at Key West,
Oh
and
wow.
I remember seeing the video when they won the World Series. I forget what year was it? 2007. What year did they win the World
Phillies
Series?
2008. 2008.
Eight.
Yep.
I always said I was gonna say 7 or 9, but that was right in between. Anyway,
Yeah.
so it was 2008. They won, and I remember seeing the videos. They had a parade down Duval Street in Key West with all Phillies people, all Phillies stuff. It was like when they won, they had like a World Series parade.
Oh
And,
nice.
they were all decked. That was hilarious. It was so funny. So yeah, those Phillies fans travel pretty well.
Yeah, they do. I mean, we have a cross-state rivalry. I'm a Pirates fan, and so we've been bad kind of in recent years, but we've been over the years the stronger franchise. But and I'll see Phillies coming on, and you know what I mean. So when so last year, I mean the Phillies just, oh my God, what happened to them? But I was rooting for the Phillies last year in the postseason, big time. So Pirate fans will root for in baseball. We will root for the Phillies when we're
Yeah,
out of it.
yeah, that's
Now
cool.
in F ball, that is not the case.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
like so the city rivalry is serious in that game. So Steelers
Yep.
fans hate the Eagles, and the Eagles hate the Steelers, and it doesn't matter. It just doesn't
Yep.
matter. So the people I'm staying with here, they're all like hardcore like Steelers fans, right? And so
Yep.
they have friends that are fans of the Philadelphia Eagles, and man, oh man. So I knew a married couple one time who like so the husband was a Steelers fan and his wife was a Cowboys fan. And I thought baseball arguments were crazy. I mean, these two almost like would kill each other. But now I
Oh
see the
man.
same thing with Steelers and Eagles fans. Pirates, Phillies, we don't really have a rivalry in baseball. It's like
Right.
it's the cities don't like each other, right? Because Pittsburgh's more blue collar. Philly is what I would call a New York wannabe. Um, and so I don't have a
But
lot
you
of love
guys
for
are in the
Philadelphia.
same, but you're in the same league though. I mean, you're thinking
I know we're in the
have,
same league.
you know,
We are in the same league, the whole thing. But we don't. So the thing with the Pirates is we really throughout our long history, we really don't have. We've never had an established. I would say the closest thing would be the Cincinnati Reds. From the 70s and again, the
yeah.
1990 season and then the 2010s. But the 70s, it was legendary. The Pirates and the Reds just were just crazy strong, and we didn't like each other. But that's
Yeah.
really it. So I look at other teams, like you've got, right, what's the greatest rivalry, really? New York, Yankees, Red Sox, or Red
Yep.
Sox, Yankees, since there's more Red Sox fans. There you go. I put the Red Sox first. Right. You got Cubs, Cardinals, but you got the other big one, the Giants and the Dodgers.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's huge.
That's interesting because now they probably that started in New York, I imagined,
It did, yes.
and then went over to California, both of them, So it's funny. Yeah,
Um,
Giants and Dodgers are big. Um,
John wants to know the name of your YouTube channel. It's just,
I don't have a
it's,
channel. Oh, you mean just
yeah,
my name? I think I don't even know.
you're on there.
It's not a channel because I don't really.
Well, it is because you
Oh,
have videos
my
up there.
account, just
Yeah,
Silva M14.
it,
I think it's.
yeah. Let me look you up on YouTube here now.
One
But
sec, I don't even know.
oh man, that's all right. That's all right. We'll get you set. We'll find you here. So
Honestly, I
again,
don't. I never even thought. Yeah, all I did was upload those videos, and someone asked me. I was like, oh,
man, let me
what?
see if I can find you again.
It's funny because I listened to it a little bit. I'm like, I can't stand my voice. I'm like, oh boy, because I feel like I sound like such an amateur. It's like, oh man, it's like the first video I ever made. Just put on a headset and I said I started making this video for the stadiums. Didn't even practice or anything. So
Nah, these are brilliant, man. Okay, so I'm gonna put the link to your channel that you didn't realize you had in the chat.
well, I knew I had an account. I just didn't know what it's called. Like if it's a
Yeah,
name
yeah.
other than my name on it. But
There you go,
by the way,
gents.
you can call me Mike too. By the way, I mean
Okay.
my thing says Michael. Whenever I hear Michael, I felt like my mother's yelling at me for something.
Yeah, that's what I get like. So my first name, and when people call me by my
Yeah.
official, although my
Yeah. So
significant other calls me that, and I let her do it, but it's like it reminds me of like the nuns because when I got my first name called, it was
yeah,
God,
exactly.
yeah, I'm dead. It's the nuns, man. If you grew up in the Catholic Church, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I did.
That's why I became Eastern Orthodox because our nuns aren't allowed to teach school, so like they just build monasteries and we keep them over there. And but man, oh man, every Catholic nun I ever met, they had the best right hooks you'd ever. They should have gone into boxing, man. I'm
Well,
telling you.
I know,
So
right?
there, it's in there, you guys. The link to Michael's and just
I already
watch
got
it.
a subscriber, Tex Ag subscriber that I see on my
There
phone.
you go.
That's great.
Yeah. Was I?
Yeah.
Let's see. Was I a wanker? Did I subscribe? Oh, I didn't even subscribe to you. I suck. There. Now you got
Look at me
another one.
pulling in subs like crazy now, thanks to you.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
Everybody
right.
subscribed. Dude, you got 70. Come on. You
Oh
got
yeah,
70. You have 70. Well, now you have with me and Texags, you'll have 72 now.
that's
And if
cool.
and if everybody else will
Again, I don't.
kindly
It
sub,
doesn't mean much to me. Like some,
yeah,
I realize obviously if it was the people that really stream like hardcore, like that's all they care about is how many subs they have and
yeah,
the likes and the notifications, and that to me that doesn't mean anything.
me either.
So it does. But I just want to enjoy. People enjoy it, and
Exactly. Same thing here. I mean, and I've taken like 2 years off, like from this channel, like different times. And I mean, I'm like at 360 something, but I don't care. What I care about are these guys. And I know we've, some people now jumping off because it's late for them.
yeah, it is late.
Well, but there, you got to notice there, Carlos just subscribed to you too. So look out, man. But what I care about is the community that we're creating here. I've never met any of these guys, but yet I feel like, these are like all friends, they're all family. And, whether this channel was, 300, whatever it is, subscribers, or it was 3,000, or it was 30. I'm on here to because we've got this crazy hobby, and you know, that's it. That's why everybody's here, having fun, man. I don't care. This channel, I don't get another subscriber. I'm fine. I don't care. I'm not
Yeah,
about it.
right.
I could.
Exactly.
I mean, even though I don't have like the great voice for this, I mean, I could, like actually come on and sound like a bro. I don't want to. I don't really want to.
Oh,
If
you
I could
sound
stream,
good to me.
I could stream
Clear.
like,
You're
well, thank you. Eh. I mean, if I did Baldur's Gate 3, if I did No Man's Sky, all these big games out there, this channel would, it would do okay.
well, yeah, definitely.
And I'm gonna do some of those games, but not to grow the channel. Again, it's because there's Big Clue is really into RPGs, and so am I. So it's like, okay, I want to show off, Wrath of the Righteous, Pathfinder. I want to get somebody to play Talisman some night here, just live, and just have fun. And we'll probably end up talking baseball while we're slaying dragons.
Yeah,
But what the hell,
exactly.
man? I'm fine with it.
You know the
So,
thing is, though. I mean, like, I'm not an expert on this community, but I just from my feel here is that
hmm
the subscribers that you have here, the
uh
quality of them is much better than the quantity that you would get if
yeah,
you did something. Like you're not gonna get. I feel like the people that subscribe to your channel are the people that are the same people that are actually watching and communicating with you. I think that's
yes,
huge because
yes,
if you did the other stuff, you might get a whole bunch of people subscribing, but nobody's ever gonna. I would say 90% of those people probably never gonna interact with you or anything.
no,
So, well, it's nice to have a nice trimmed down list of people that that most of them are interested in will communicate with you. So I think
oh
that's a great
yeah,
thing.
I'm
I mean, like I said,
blessed.
quality over quantity for me is what I care
Yeah,
about
I mean,
really.
I'm blessed with these guys, all of these guys in here. I mean, because they're smart, they're funny, and you'll sometimes get in chats here, and especially when Todd B and Ken Castro are here at the same time, man. There's nights I've tried to do games, and I'm laughing so hard I can't. And and
Yeah,
they appreciate the fact that I just want to interact with them. The game is really secondary, which is also why this channel's not gonna, I don't care about the numbers because it doesn't matter what's up here. I don't care. I want to talk to them. And then every once in a while, be like, okay, I better get back to the game. And I actually feel badly if I get absorbed in a game and I miss somebody coming in here, and I want to try to at least get some of everybody's comments because people are,
yep.
they're sharing, and not everybody, right, is going to be, they're not hanging out. They're going to be checking this out later. And so I want, what they're sharing is important.
Yeah.
We all want to be valued as human beings, and I'm just trying to create a place where people can hang out. And sometimes things go off the rails here. It happens. It's You get people together, it's going to happen.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
ultimately, I mean, here now you're with us, and in the sports gaming community, and guys like Legend, you got Ken and everybody, all the guys, whether they're doing stuff online, offline, whatever.
Yep.
This is a brilliant community, and I've learned so much in here. And as an educator, to me, that's the most valuable thing. Um,
Yes.
yeah, it is. And these guys, any of them, they're just right there, and they're the ones that have really made this. That's why I don't really call it. This is not my channel. I
Yep.
like to call it our channel, because
So
and the guy that I call heart and soul of this channel, Michael. Mike. There's times that I wanted to just like hang him up.
yeah.
And Ken was like, "Look, I don't care, man. No, you got to see. You got to do this. Keep pushing. Keep
Yeah.
pushing. Keep pushing."
I'll
So
tell you, your
still here.
dedication is every day. It's like I can look forward to seeing a stream from you. I'm like, wow, it's you guys. The fact that you can do that every day is pretty cool. I'm
Well,
telling you,
thank you.
and you stick with it. You stick with it, and it's great. I mean, so you can
Well,
tell it's a labor of love. It's a labor of love for everybody,
it
right? I
is.
mean,
It
everybody.
is. So on behalf of the
So I
other
mean, it's not.
creators here,
Yeah,
yeah, thank you. I thank you
yeah.
for Dwayne. Dwayne is a demon, man. He goes nuts too. Love it.
Oh yeah.
Oh
So my
yeah.
question here is, I guess
hmm
my other question here is, and then, maybe it's my first time on your thing, but when is there going to be some kind of convention or something?
So you've been hearing us talking about that.
Oh no, I haven't actually, but I was just curious,
Oh
like because they do have. I think
yeah.
uh, I was on one of the streams, and when RJL was the one I think when he first figured out that I was a guy from the OOTP,
Right.
I think I heard him say something about, oh, we got to have a convention or something.
Yep.
So
We're
that would be a
talking
great
about it.
idea. Oh, okay, great. Because
We're
I
thinking
mean,
possibly
we
next
need.
year, and so
Oh,
obviously you have to
yeah.
come. We're just trying to figure out
Oh
the
yeah. Obviously.
logistics. We're
I
trying to
mean,
figure
I
out the
don't know where everybody.
logistics.
Yeah, you want to figure out like a good spot
Yeah, we're
and
kicking
somewhere.
around the idea of possibly Kansas City and making a trip to the Negro Leagues Hall of Fame.
Wow.
So that's one possibility. We're not quite sure yet because MV. So our two farthest flung members of the family are MV. He's in Wales, and then Christopher is in Islamabad, and both of them said
Yeah.
we'll fly anywhere. So it's
Someone in
basically
Islamabad. Wow. Jeez.
yeah. So basically, it's for
Wow.
the rest of us just figuring out where in the contiguous United States
Yeah.
we can visit because we have a Canuck in the channel too that hangs out in the
Yeah.
family. World's worst gamer. He's from Canada. We got D. Scott Howard's out in Washington, and yeah, so we are actually thinking about doing this quite seriously.
I would do a weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, be
Yeah.
a lot of fun, man.
I mean, I
Just
see the game. I see this. I read. I see some of the things for the APA convention, and
yeah,
I think there was another convention. It looks like fun. But I mean, I would love to just meet up and we just bring our laptops and just shoot the shit
that would be
and you know what
blast.
I mean.
Oh, we got to bring enough cards and dice though for
Well, and
Ken though
cards and
too.
dice too as
Oh
well. Right.
yeah,
Right.
right. Because Ken won't even come if he sees a bunch of
Well,
PCs. He'll go back to Rhode Island.
yeah. He's gonna think that's like conversion therapy or something. He's like, oh, I'm
Right,
going to
right, right.
conversion therapy.
Yeah, what's going on here? You bunch of woke PC
It's
players.
eventually gonna convert into
Right?
exactly right.
Yeah.
So,
So,
but yeah,
man,
no, that would be cool. That would be. I mean, obviously, I'm having fun just talking to you guys, but yeah, I think
you're
I think
welcome
we'll
here
have it.
anytime, man. Seriously, I love the fact that yeah, maybe some night if you're into it, maybe we start a little early so we don't get your missus upset or my female particle. She and
I'm
I
in my
are not living
basement, so
together right now.
she's 2 floors above me, so
Two
she'll be
floors, you're
cool.
good. We'll do some head to head on Action PC some night, man. Be
Oh,
fun.
well,
Or
see,
out
that's
of
the
the
thing.
park.
I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not much for managerial style. I like to just watch people. I
Well,
like to
that's
just
the
watch
thing,
people
though, man.
play.
We could just like the game
Or
is
you can just like
ancillary.
just let the
Yeah.
game just let the game do its thing, and
Hell yeah. Hell
yeah,
yeah.
okay, yeah,
I'll pit
yeah,
my mighty Pittsburgh Pirates against your Scarlet Hose. Yeah. So I'm throwing down the gauntlet now, man.
yeah. No, that's no, that'd be cool. No, anytime. I
I
like to
just
do
pissed
the
off half the community because half the
yeah.
community are Red Sox fans. Oh my god. Where you guys come out? What is it? What is it? There's like it's crazy. We're trying to go through like so okay, who likes what franchise? Whatever, right? So we have
Yep.
one White Sox fan that comes in occasionally. He's from Germany. Germany, right? So Red Sox fans everywhere, right? So when you said
Yeah, right. White Sox
you said
everywhere.
not my Mets, and I'm like, oh shit. Okay, and I'm a
Well, I
Red
mean,
Sox
I just
fan.
said all I said was the Mets were kicking ass in my league. I didn't say
I
that.
know, but usually when people do season replays, they're doing their
Well,
favorite
they're just doing
team,
one season, yeah, one team,
right?
yeah.
And doing their team, and it's like, yeah, so. But like, so for me, I rarely do pirate games on here, even though I'm a Pirates fan. I like to explore the other clubs and have a lot of fun.
Oh
But
yeah.
man, I think it'd just be fun. Steve Tate and I have done a number of head-to-head with Action PC Baseball, and people love it because the way it works, right? We can't see what each other's doing, and it's really just a lot of good-natured
Well, how
stuff.
do you
And
do? Like you actually play. Like I would have it open on my computer,
yep,
and you would have it open. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I
So
thought I
one of
thought you
us,
would just be. I thought you would just be pressing the button, like and seeing who, what the people
no.
are.
So
Yeah.
you
Okay.
actually manage. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
it's fun, man. It's just one person hosts, the other person just joins, and boom, we just play. It's fun.
Oh,
Um,
cool. Yeah.
yeah, I
I'm
mean,
I'm
we'll
kind of a
see.
lazy. I'm a lazy manager though. Like I said, I usually like to let the computer just do the play it all out.
All
And
right.
like when it comes to managing, I'm like, oh yeah, like
All right, how about we do a
I
game
probably
some night
I probably
and
wouldn't even bother bringing the infield in or the corners in. I'd be like, yeah,
okay,
okay, just
that's fine. You know
oh,
what?
it's
What
fine. No, no, but whatever.
it's
I
all
get all the
good.
owners
Either
out.
that or just
I
come
like
on.
it.
Come on. I'll actually do a Red Sox game and we'll have fun, man. We'll just call the game. We don't even have to call the game and be serious. We just whatever. Just really like to have you back on. And I
Yeah.
know that there's going to be guys like our Red Sox fan. They're going to want you on and all that stuff.
Yep.
You're a celebrity here, man. Take advantage of it. It's
Huh.
good. It's good.
Yeah, Al Red Sox fan. I have to follow him too. I don't think he's on my thing.
Yeah.
I've heard his name a bunch of stuff with the play game. I think no, no, no. That's Who's the other guy?
So
The
our
guy that
Red
does
Sox fan is the best boxing
that's
announcer on here.
boxing.
Oh my God, he does. There's nobody that does boxing like our Red Sox fan. He's amazing.
Who's the guy that does the after further review? There, I can't.
That's
Steve
Steve
Tower.
Tower. Steve
Yeah,
Tower.
yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
that's okay. Yeah, I've seen Al Red Sox fan. He was on. What
Al's a
other
good
stream
guy.
I don't know if he was on the Digital to Dice or not, or he was on somebody's stream. Like
Oh
they
yeah,
talked. Oh yeah, it was Dave Gardner, Al Red Sox fan, this
and
other
Ron
other guy,
Juckett.
no, and Marco. What's his name? This other guy, Marco. They were talking for like 5 hours or
Oh
something.
yeah, oh yeah. He does like the chat with
Just
Alan
like
friends.
this, just like this. They were just kind of shooting, talking sports and stuff.
Exactly. He's kind of a keystone in the whole sports gaming community. I got into this. He was encouraging me. Oh, you got to do this. You got to do this. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. And so you got guys like him. You've got Dave Gardner, and they're really
yeah,
kind of
Dave.
and Jester. So they're the biggest channels in the sports gaming community of here, right? Not the guys that like do like Hum Baby Baseball and those guys. I mean, that's
Yeah,
easy. But they're really kind of the original linchpins of the community, and for a while the community kind of fragmented. Now it's coming back together again.
yeah.
So we were such geeks, man. It was like 6 years ago. We used to every Sunday, and so I'm living in Europe, so I had to stay up really late. But we would come on every Sunday, everybody from all the channels and stuff like that, and we would play APA horse racing. I mean, that's
Oh,
how. Oh, it was
that's
brilliant,
funny. That's
man.
funny. That's
Yeah,
funny.
Al Wilson, play.com. It was yeah,
Okay.
Kurt Berglund, real good guy.
Oh yeah, Kurt Berglund. I love that guy. Oh man,
That dude
I was
knows
watching
his
one. He's that
baseball.
guy makes me laugh.
Oh
His
yeah.
dry humor, his dry at
Yep.
the beginning of his thing, and just the way he looks at the camera and stuff is hilarious.
Yeah. But
He's
man,
funny. I'll tell you, he had me in stitches. He had me in stitches in
yeah.
one of the games he was playing. I think it was like a dead ball era game, and Roger Connor was playing. I don't know if
Uh-huh.
Roger. The
Yeah,
way every
first home
time he
run
said his
king in baseball. Yep.
every time he said his name, he used the Arnold Schwarzenegger voice, like Roger Connor.
Oh yeah, Kurt's funny,
Instead of
but
John Connor. But it was just the way
yeah.
it was perfect. It was like, oh, and it goes right, and he hits it, and it goes it to Raja Khanna. It was just so funny the way he did it. It was perfect. I was in
Oh yeah.
stitches every
He's
time he did it.
great.
I was like laughing.
And his
He's
book
he's
suggestions are fantastic. I mean, I've got a
he's got it. Yeah, and he's got his store too. Don't forget about that.
oh yeah, Kurt's. Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. I
His
mean I didn't.
membership
Yeah,
club.
yeah.
But no, he's a good
He's
guy.
good.
He's got the Wisconsin accent there.
Oh yeah.
I think he's from Wisconsin. Yeah, he'd be a
It's a
cool guy.
collection
I'd love
here
to.
that we have. It,
Yeah.
it's
Oh, it's
it's
great. Everybody, all
oh
different
yeah.
types of people. All different.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's doing different things. Like, I'm just like I'm a techie guy. I work for a big corporation. I just do IT, and
Okay, I
everybody's
used to do
everybody's doing
IT.
certain
So
things. Yeah, I support a trading system. Like
oh wow.
basically, yeah. I
Oof.
mean, I work from home 3 days a week. I'm in the office 2 days
Good
in
gig.
Boston. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, but I mean, everybody else does other. You like what you do, and everybody else is doing something different, or they're retired. Retired is probably the best thing if you're in this hobby because you have plenty of time.
Oh yeah. Oh, I wish I believe me. I wish I could just do this every day.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be like in heaven, right? But it just that's
Right.
not going to happen. I mean, you have to get to so many hours and 1,000 subscribers to even get a couple bucks from YouTube. So
Yeah.
that's never going to happen, and I have no illusions about that. So I keep doing what I do: work with animals, do magic, do music, and I design web pages for people and stuff like that. So I'm an
Nice.
instructional designer.
Oh,
That's
you
my
do.
degree.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all right. I turned down two PhDs. That was stupid
Wow.
because I would have made enough money to be able to at least do this for summers,
Yep.
because instructional
Yep.
design pays 6 figures, but it's like, meh, whatever. But I love, I just, the diversity in this community is amazing. Texag saying he has an early travel day to College Station, need a few hours sleep. Thanks for everything. He said he purchased some Deadbolt Appa Teams. Way to go. From the
Yeah.
Berglund store. All right, Tex,
Thanks,
we'll see you
TechSag.
around, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to wrap it up here pretty soon
Yeah,
too.
definitely. Yeah, I gotta hit the hay myself.
Yeah,
To
and I gotta get ready to go do music and drink Guinness tomorrow, and that takes energy.
That's
So
it. Yeah, definitely.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we can wrap it up. That's fine. I really appreciate you having me on, and it was nice to talk to
Always,
you.
yeah, always,
I
man.
was getting kind of antsy. I was like, yeah, because you're always talking about, every time I text,
I
I was like,
know, right?
I just wanted to, introduce myself and just
Yeah, I'm
say hello,
glad you're
just
on,
like
and
everybody else. I'm not like a super
let's
guy or anything.
let's do it again, man. Let's do it again.
Yeah,
And as
definitely.
somebody said, we could even just have a game on and watch it as fans. Everybody can just and whatever. And again, when I have people on, I do like you can actually say the word on this channel that I don't. I call it F ball, but you can call it its proper name, and
All right,
that's
so
all fine. Yeah,
So you're saying
because I
I could swear, but you can't?
yeah,
Is that what it is?
exactly. I do allow that.
That's weird.
Yeah, I it
Oh,
well,
no, what I mean is no, I mean is it YouTube
oh no
or
no
is
no.
it
I
just your
call it
name?
no. I call that game. I'm gonna swear once. Football. I hate that game. So I call
Okay.
it F ball. And so everybody knows in the chat, like in my chat, they're really nice about this. They'll use the term F ball.
Oh,
Um,
I see.
but
Okay.
but when you're on mic, you can call it that. So it's
Okay.
all good. I don't know what it is. I just my loathing for that game is deep and perhaps unhealthy, but it is what it is. But again, I'm not a sports fan, so.
Yeah.
But anyhow, Mike, man,
All
it's
right,
been a
man. Yeah.
real joy, and let's do this again. And always, you're part of the family, and it is what it is. So
Thank you very much.
you're
It's great to
welcome.
talk to you. We'll talk soon, okay?
All right, man. I'll go ahead and close the Discord
All right.
and say good night to these bums here. All right, man.
All right. Good
Talk
night,
soon.
everyone.
All
All
right.
right. Bye-bye.
So, guys, what a treat that was, huh? Having Michael on here, and thanks for everybody for hanging in. Carlos Yaz says for F ball, he's getting cable service again. All right, good for you. All right, everybody, take care. We've gone 4 hours, which again, because of YouTube, I can't go back and thank everybody. So, to all of you, your family, your friends, it's our channel. Dwayne Martz is doing a Shanks game tomorrow. I don't. Well, yeah, I think he's doing Shanks. I know he's doing Braves Yankees 1961. So check that out tomorrow. I'm sure other people are doing. Thank you, Dwayne, and Ken. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging in. We're 4 hours and 5 minutes in, and 7 of you guys are still hanging. All right, guys. Um, really, really much love and everything like that in that sort of fraternal way. Yeah. And till the next time we meet, see you around the batting cage. I'll be doing some baseball Sunday and Labor Day. So hope you'll join me then. And let's join up with Dwayne Martz and Baseball Demos tomorrow for their games. All right? See you around the batting cage, gents. Good night.